Chapter 1573. Inside the crystal pillar was a flickering light. It was extremely horrifying, but Li Qie was unaffected. He had already experienced the most terrible of ordeals and spent painstaking effort while sacrificing many items to obtain this item. Anyone else wouldn't have the same calmness right now. He held the bronze loop to lift the pillar before looking sentimentally at the emperors. A while later, the shadows of the emperors disappeared and returned to his mind. Meanwhile, the peacock-bright monarch quietly waited outside for him to come out. She wanted to know what he got and where the island came from. After all, she didn't want something beyond her control within her own territory. Li Qie finally came out and she walked forward to ask, what was inside? This thing. Li Qie slowly raised the pillar. She immediately froze the moment she looked at it. Her soul almost instantaneously left her body. This wasn't some type of immobilization art, it was an absolute suppression. Her cultivation, body, will, and even Dao heart were instantly repressed. She couldn't resist this ultimate suppression at all and felt that she was only an ant, can't reach the apex. Even the tiniest sliver of resistance disappeared. This was the most terrible thing about it. An immortal emperor could suppress anyone. However, the victim could still have the will to resist. This was simply not the case before this particular pillar. It wasn't due to her weakness, but the flickering light inside was too much. Just a single glimpse left her helpless. She understood the implication. Her fate was now in Li Qie's hand. She was a fish on the chopping board, completely up to his whim. Curiosity kills the cat. This does save me some effort, so I don't have to pry it from your mouth. Li Qie chuckled at the monarch while holding the pillar. What are you going to do? She was terrified but couldn't move or resist at all. I want to see if you are the real Pearl City Lord. He smiled. I am. If you don't believe me, you can go to the city for verification. She hurriedly responded. No need. To which he shook his head, plus, the Pearl City Lord isn't appointed by heaven suppression anyway. With that, he unbuttoned her shirt, just the top 2 knots. With that, a scene of spring became exposed. Her snow-white skin below her neck was in plain sight in all its tender goodness. Out came her rounded and plump cleavage. Hands would sink deep into their snow as white texture and eyes would brighten as a result. Such beauty tugged at the heartstrings. Men would feel their blood boiling and heart palpitating. What are you doing? She was scared out of her mind and turned pale despite being a god king. Keep in mind that she was still an innocent woman yet to be seen by a man, hence her shock at Li Qie's action. More importantly, if Li Qie had any idea about her, she was powerless to stop him. Of course, his eyes weren't fixated on her breasts but rather the pendant on top of them. It had an oval crystal with a glimmer flowing inside. The light was as magnificent as fireworks and continued to change shapes. The string was made from a thin law, virtually undetectable. The key to the Pearl Tower is indeed in your possession. He smiled and said. She heaved a sigh of relief and no longer misunderstood his intention. I'm the city lord, so of course, I have the key. No, even if you have the key, it doesn't mean that you are the city lord since you could seize it. However, it's not hard to verify it. He placed his rugged hand on the pendant and her bare breasts. This triggered both embarrassment and anger, but she could do not. Buzz. The faint light in the pendant seemed to be entering her breasts without leaving any wound. He seemed to have taken control of her body at this crucial moment. Her mind opened. Keep in mind that no cultivator would ever allow for this key spot to be exposed, but it was no longer up to her. A little pagoda floated out from her forehead, only the size of a finger. It emitted a blinding light with a holy power as if it could wash away all the darkness in this world. Looks like your identity is real. Li Qie nodded and said flatly, the city lord's position can be bestowed and the key could be forcefully taken. Not the Pearl Tower though, one would need its permission. He pulled back and tidied her dress again. You might not be under Zhang Xuan's branch, but since the tower accepted you, he passed the key to you. How do you know all of this? This was the biggest secret of heaven's suppression. Even those who knew that the tower could pick its master would have no way of verifying it. However, Li Qia's familiarity on this point astounded her. Of course, how could she know that he was the one who created the Pearl Tower? If he didn't know the method, no one else would either. What is there that I, Li Qia, do not know? He put away his pillar and clapped, "Okay, you're free now." She shuddered for a bit before regaining control over her body again with the disappearance of the suppression. She became dazed as if looking at a ghost while retreating backward to keep a distance from Li Qia. "You're hurting my feelings." Li Qia laughed and shook his head after seeing her scared expression. "Am I really that scary? I'm not a devil with horns or anything, just a nice and compassionate person." The monarch thought otherwise. Anyone else would have escaped right away after regaining freedom, but her choosing to linger around was already courageous enough. Her face reddened after recalling how he unbuttoned and saw her bare breasts, but there was nothing she could do. She eventually calmed her raging emotions from past experiences of being an authoritative figure with a deep breath. His words echoed through her mind again and prompted her to blurt, You are Li Qia, young noble Li?" "Correct," he said with a faint smile. She didn't expect this ordinary man to be the notorious Li Qia. She has heard of his tales in the past and didn't think she would bump into him today. Being imprisoned by Fiercest wasn't shameful at all. After all, this was a god-slaying existence, a man who dared to kill members from the Soaring Immortal sect. Was there anything he couldn't do? Chapter 1574. The monarch took a deep breath and deeply bowed. "Young noble Li, your fame is resounding like the thunder. To be able to see you is a great honor. Please excuse my lack of manners earlier." Li Qia nodded. "I was rude first, so it's not your fault. I was only suspicious because you're not from Jiangsuan's branch yet are still acting as the Pearl City Lord." Though Li Qia didn't have any impure thoughts, she still felt her face becoming hot again when the topic was brought up. She let go of this matter and said, "Our sect master told me that you are worthy of trust. Are you here to help us this time?" The sect master she was referring to was Zi Queening. "Well, since I'm here already, might as well finish the good deed." He calmly smiled. The monarch became relieved after hearing this. Recently, Gu Zun's branch had all the authority while she couldn't communicate with Zi Queening. This made her feel isolated. Perhaps Li Qia wouldn't deal with Gu Zun himself, but surely, he would act against the Soaring Immortal sect. Their appearance has made her city feel quite pressured. Though people said that it was an alliance between Heaven Suppression and Soaring Immortal, to be more precise, it was between that sect and Gu Zun's own branch. Recently, Zi Queening told her that if anything were to happen to Heaven Suppression City, she must guard Pearl. That would be their last stronghold. Zi Queening also said that in a hopeless situation with desperate needs for allies, others wouldn't be trustworthy. Only Li Qia from cleansing incense was reliable. She didn't understand back then why her sect master trusted Li Qia so much, but after this experience, she gained a better understanding of the situation. It wasn't easy for the monarch in the present. Heaven Suppression was pressuring her on top of Soaring Immortal. Meanwhile, she was the only one who could be counted on in Pearl City. Li Qia's appearance finally gave her a sliver of hope. It's really surprising. Pearl Tower didn't pick Jiangsuan's disciple to be the new successor but an outsider instead. It looks like you must be exceptional in some ways. He looked at her and said. In the past, he created the Pearl Tower as a last resort in order to deal with Gu Zun taking over one day. If the Black Dragon King's descendants were incapable of fighting back, the tower would be of assistance. Among the disciples back then, Li Qia trusted Lu Zhangsun. Because of this person was in charge of the Pearl Tower. Li Qia assumed that his descendants would be the new successors. This was why he found this matter to be surprising. With a slight hesitation, the monarch eventually spoke. "I didn't come from the sacred ancestors branch. He took me in as a grand disciple later." The sacred ancestor in her words was Lu Zhangsun. He was the eldest disciple of the Black Dragon King. He earned the king's trust, and even the Dark Crow once gave this assessment: magnanimous and insightful. His only defect is having an overabundance of kindness. Nevertheless, the Dark Crow still left Heaven Suppression City to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun really didn't disappoint Li Qie. Even when the Black Dragon King was no longer in this world, the city continued to grow. Unfortunately, he had two fatal mistakes. First, he didn't live as long as Gu Zun. This guy continued to grow younger, while the opposite happened to Zhang Sun. Secondly, he was too nice and didn't banish Gu Zun from the city or kill him. He cared too much about his master's feelings, and this gave Gu Zun a chance to mature. You might not be from his branch, but the tower still accepted you. This was why Zhang Sun didn't adhere to the rigid tradition and still made you city lord instead of his disciple. He's a visionary indeed. Li Qie praised. The monarch nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what happened. I didn't come from any of the three branches from Heaven Suppression, but only a minor sect under its jurisdiction. I eventually joined at a young age and was taught many skills from the city by a regional master. The tower eventually accepted me, so the sacred ancestor broke the tradition and took me in as a grand disciple. Pearl City was very special in this sect. Its city lord didn't need to listen to orders from Heaven Suppression. Heaven Suppression was divided into three main branches: Lu Zhangsun, Gu Zun, and the Black Dragon Legion. The Little Sea Village was closely related to the Black Dragon Legion, but it had a pivotal role for the sect as well. In the past, Zhang Sun's branch had control over Heaven Suppression. Gu Zun, on the other hand, was in a state of reclusion. Though he had his own disciples, they weren't eligible to take up any important role because of their relationship to Gu Zun. As for the Black Dragon Legion, even if it rarely interfered with the sect's matters, it would often help with important matters to great effect. Unfortunately, the Legion went on an expedition with the king. After this battle, it only existed in name. The ones left behind were weak, so its influence dropped to a minimal level. Another long period eventually passed with Zhang Sun still in charge. In fact, it couldn't happen any other way. Zhang Sun was the eldest disciple and part of the orthodox branch. It was natural that he would be in charge. Of course, it helped that the city thrived under his rule as well. Nevertheless, Gu Zun never gave up, since he believed that the city was rightfully his. Thus, he continued to gather power in the dark. At the same time, the kind and considerate Zhang Sun didn't do anything out of love for his master. This allowed for Gu Zun to have a chance to slowly rise within the sect. Once Zhang Sun died, Gu Zun has gained great influence. Because of this, the sect became divided between Gu Zun's branch and Zhang Sun's branch. As for the Peacock Bright Monarch, because of her great talents and intelligence, her humble origin didn't stop the elders from valuing her. She even carried out expeditions several times and contributed greatly during her youth. Her future should have been bright, but it was a shame that she wasn't from any of the three branches. Therefore, her limit would most likely have been an elder of the sect. After all, it wasn't easy for an outsider to reach the upper echelon. Who would have thought that when she visited Pearl City during a trip, the Pearl Tower unexpectedly chose her? This news came as a surprise to Lu Zhangsun as well. This allowed for her to rise to prominence as the new city lord. This position was much higher than the elder level. She had some decision-making power on top of being independent from Heaven Suppression. It was similar to the rank of an ancestor. How is Zi queening now? Li Qie asked. I haven't received any news about her, but she's fine for now inside Heaven Suppression. I'm certain she has her own plans. The monarch pondered before answering. Li Qie nodded and smiled. You people are really strange, allowing Gu Zun to take power like this. Forget it, you're all still too inexperienced to contend against him. She took her time responding. Well, the truth is that Ancestor Gu Zun has never shown his face. The one in charge right now is Ancestor Yi. Yi Jiuzhou, right? Li Qie asked for confirmation. Yes. The monarch looked around before telling the truth. We're not really sure if this is Ancestor Gu Zun's will either, since Ancestor Yi had always been in charge. Of course you don't know. Yi Jiuzhou had followed Gu Zun since youth, so he is absolutely loyal to Gu Zun. Even if Gu Zun tells him to go die, he would do so without hesitation. Everything he's doing now is Gu Zun's order. He exists for Gu Zun. Li Qie stated flatly. Jiuzhou was Gu Zun's top disciple and had followed him for a long time. He also had a very prestigious position in heaven suppression. Chapter 1575. The Peacock Bright Monarch had trouble finding the right words. The only thing she knew about Gu Zun was his name. Few had seen Gu Zun before in heaven suppression since Yi Jiuzhou was the public figure. What about the others right now? Li Qie smiled. Others might not understand Gu Zun, but he knew exactly what type of person Gu Zun was and knew what the guy was up to. In the Black Dragon Hall. The monarch answered. A bunch of fools shutting themselves in. Li Qie shook his head. Young noble, how do you know about it? This came as a surprise to her. It's obvious. Gu Zun won't kill the others before having full control over the situation. After all, Jiangsuan's is an orthodox branch, then there's the Black Dragon Legion and the Little Sea Village too. They have authority to preside over the situation. If Gu Zun were to kill all of them at once, he would only gain infamy. At the very least, he wants to overthrow the Black Dragon King's status at heaven suppression. If the Legion is no longer of concern, he wants to take his time taking over Jiangsuan's branch. It would be best if this branch and the village were to fight each other. Right now, it is only a test for him. He wants to see if heaven suppression still has some unused methods left. Li Qie chuckled. Gu Zun wasn't actually scouting heaven suppression. He was testing the Black Dragon King and the Dark Crow, to see if these two beings were still alive. Right. The monarch didn't think Li Qie could analyze the situation so thoroughly. A while ago, the Sacred Ancestors branch and Ancestor Gu Zun's branch were equal in power. However, several ancestors from Ancestor Gu Zun's branch had committed misdeeds by violating the sex rules, so they were demoted. The other side, led by Ancestor Shan, thought the time was ripe for a counterattack in order to seize power. In just one night, they exiled many ancestors and took over against the wish of the sect master. She didn't want to rush things, unlike the other ancestors who wanted to push their advantage. During this difficult moments, some ancestors and experts asked the little village for help. They said that Ancestor Shan was eliminating dissenters and wanted the elders from the village to come and investigate. She sighed at this point. The village didn't have any real power at heaven suppression, but it did play a supervisory role. In a certain sense, legitimizing an action or promotion required the consent from the village. The village thought that they could use this opportunity to capture Gu Zun on top of removing his forces at heaven suppression. Li Qie amusingly shook his head. That's exactly what Gu Zun wants. Akin to jumping head first into a trap, simply courting death. Yes. The monarch agreed. After worshipping the ancestors, they started a meeting in the Black Dragon Hall in order to keep quiet. However, the hall is still closed right now. No one knows what's going on. The disciples are restless, so they asked for Ancestor Yi to take over. This hall was an important location in heaven suppression. Once fortified, there was no way to break in, news wouldn't come out either. Because of this, many important decisions were made in this place. Well done, one stone, many birds. Li Qie said, just like Gu Zun's wish to capture them all at once. But yeah, they won't die in there for now. Sect Master believed so as well. Maybe they can't open it from the inside either, but it's good that she didn't go in herself. However, since Ancestor Shan's group is trapped inside, many banished ancestors have come back now since the city is under Ancestor Ye's rule. She understood that this was a coup of sorts. In fact, before the meeting, she and Zi Queening warned Ancestor Shan, who was Jiangsuan's oldest disciple. Shan's group assumed that this was the best chance to capture Gu Zun's group and expel the others as long as they had the consent of the village. They didn't expect that this would end with them being trapped in the hall. This allowed Jojo to have a chance of taking over Heaven Suppression. Zi Queening had no opportunity to counterattack since she had no forces with her. The only place that would heed her call was Pearl City. However, this was the last option, so it wouldn't move unless there was no other choice. Gu Zun's talents are peerless. He can be considered one of the 10 Ionic geniuses and has figured out the way to control and lock the Black Dragon Hall. People won't be able to come out. Li Chia understood Gu Zun's plan. The monarch was at a loss. Though the sect master was still around, Jojo was in control, so they couldn't do anything. Have you ever met Gu Zun? Li Chia asked while the monarch was silent. I've seen him. She answered, a very long time ago though. Ancestor Gu Zun participated in a meeting started by Ancestor Shan. That was my first time participating as well. I heard many ancestors said that he was sick due to a problem with his cultivation, so he has always been resting at home. Sick? Li Chia laughed after hearing this. Do you know what Gu Zun's Grand Dao is? To put it bluntly, even if he turns into an idiot overnight, he could still easily cultivate with his Grand Dao. As if something could happen to his cultivation. No one in your sect can match his talents, and the same goes for the entire 9 worlds with a few exceptions. She had no response since she didn't know much about the famous Gu Zun. It was just a rumor at her sect that he has been recuperating. Ordinary disciples haven't seen him before while his own branch was under Yi Jojo's order. She smiled wryly and said, I don't know much about it since I've only seen him from far away. Outside of Ancestor Shan's group, only the sect master has talked to Ancestor Gu Zun. She's quite suspicious of him. Li Chia chuckled, doubtful about his identity. Zi Queening is smart, she knows who she is facing. The monarch quietly nodded, yes. She didn't go into details and only said that the ancestor was very strange and suspicious. Not surprising for Gu Zun. He has been waiting long enough for a chance to rise again. He knows that it will be either death or success. This is his last chance. Li Chia calmly said. Though the Black Dragon King had pleaded for Gu Zun, the Dark Crow declared that this was the last exception. If Gu Zun refused to repent in the future, there shall be no more mercy. The king himself promised that if Gu Zun didn't change, he would kill the guy himself without needing an order from Li Chia. So all along, Gu Zun has been waiting for just one chance. If successful, he would reach the top of the 9 worlds and could call for winds and rains. Thus, he was cautious and wouldn't do anything himself. Yi Jojo, on the other hand, was his sword and potential scapegoat. Li Chia noticed that the monarch was hesitant about speaking and smiled. Go ahead. She eventually asked, young noble, are you a disciple of our sect? She knew that he was from cleansing incense, but the guy was aware of too many secrets from Heaven Suppression. Moreover, only ancestors were privy to these secrets. She didn't even know a few of them. Of course, she believed that her master wouldn't share these secrets with an outsider, so she speculated that Li Chia was a disciple secretly trained by the sect, a very high-ranking one, just like the Black Dragon Legion's members. You can think of it like that. Li Chia didn't respond directly to her question. She didn't pry any further and finally noticed that the island parked before them has disappeared. Young noble, what was that place? She became curious and afraid at the same time. There was no doubt that he got the crystal pillar from that mysterious island. Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576. Yuzhan Li Chia smiled mysteriously. That island? An immortal lives there, so when I accidentally got there, he gave me the amazing lamp with a light capable of suppressing anyone. You're joking, how can there be an immortal in this world? The exceptional monarch naturally didn't believe him. After all, there were no immortals in the world. Anyone else could be tricked by him and begin to spread false information about immortals. He smiled again. The world is unpredictable, who can be so sure? Maybe there are immortals, but they don't want to be seen by ordinary people. Otherwise, what thing can instantly suppress you in this world? She smiled wryly and knew that he didn't wish to divulge the information. The same dreadfulness still existed in her mind while thinking about the pillar earlier. It didn't matter how strong she was. It could still instantly freeze her as if she was powerless. Fortunately, he didn't do anything. This made her quite surprised because anyone else wouldn't miss such a good chance. Are you staying at Pearl for now? She hurriedly changed the topic. He replied, sure, I'm thinking about going to Heaven Suppression to see Gu Zun later anyway. A grin showed on his face after saying this. He was interested in seeing what Gu Zun could do after planning for so long. Would it be a heaven-shattering scheme? As the two were about to return, a rumbling noise resounded with a ship cruising through the waves with lightning speed. It was a decent treasure with a large banner engraved with the word "You." It was sizable and embroidered with golden strings. It was glittering and overly dazzling under the sunlight. One could see it from the far distance. People from the Yu clan. The monarch was surprised to see the banner on the ship. Li Chia chuckled and responded, Yu clan from Discover City. He remembered a few things at this point. An aggressive youth stood on the bow of the ship with many powerful men standing behind the deck. The youth looked around 17 years of age with an imposing aura. He looked quite proud of himself and stared around with disdain. Hey, did you see anything glowing around here? He shouted at Li Chia once the ship got closer. Li Chia only smiled, too lazy to respond. Brat, I'm talking to you. You listening? The youth was used to this attitude in the Grand Sea, so he shouted at Li Chia again. The monarch answered instead, there was nothing glowing here. His expression turned for the better after seeing a beauty like the monarch. Nevertheless, he was still as arrogant as before because, in his eyes, everyone needed to show his clan some face, even Heaven Suppression. I heard a treasure has been unearthed here. This place is mine, so any treasure here belongs to me. He said proudly. Li Chia wanted to laugh and said, this is the Pearl Archipelago, not your Discover City. Better start playing nice for your own sake. It can be said that Li Chia rarely acted in such a friendly manner, but this youth didn't understand. He became unhappy and said harshly, so what if it's the Pearl Archipelago? This young master is here to find some treasures, who dares to say no? He came out to find a treasure to celebrate the old ancestor coming into being. As he was going through the archipelago, he heard people saying that there was a sudden light flashing in this region, so he went for a look. Li Chia glanced at him and said, while I'm in a good mood, scram or I'll wring your neck. The boy's expression turned ugly after hearing this. He might not know Li Chia, but the monarch did. Others might be wary of their Yu clan in this region, but Fiercest didn't give a damn about anyone. He would kill whoever he wanted. Young noble Yu, go back. There's no treasure here. The monarch kindly said. She didn't want further complication. If the young noble from the Yu clan were to die here, it would cause some trouble for Pearl as well. However, her presence only embarrassed him even more. He should have been even cooler in front of this beauty and showed off his clan's prestige. But now, after being yelled at by Li Chia, he couldn't back down at all. It would make him look bad in front of her. This was detrimental to his clan's prestige as well. Brat, stop shamelessly boasting. Do you know who I am? In order to show off before the beauty, he arrogantly shouted at Li Chia again. Li Chia smiled and shook his head, only a fool. You are throwing away your clan's reputation. The boy didn't take kindly to this lambaste. His face turned red while shaking with anger. He was young and hot-blooded, unable to bear such humiliation. Break his legs for me, let him know the fate of daring to insult me. He told a man standing next to him. Brat, you're too foolish to humiliate our young master. The man immediately jumped from the ship and lunged towards Li Chia like a tiger. The monarch shook her head after seeing this. She knew that these fools were about to die yet didn't wish to say anything. Fiercest was too notorious. Anyone who tried to stop him from killing might be killed as well. Brat, kneel. The other burly men wanted to catch him as well. Bang! Li Chia didn't bother looking at them. He casually swept his hand and all of them spat out blood before falling into the ocean. The boy named Yuzhan was shocked to see his subordinates being dealt with so easily and realized that he has messed with a master. Who's breaking whose legs now? Li Qie smirked and slowly walked towards the boy. Yuzhan was frightened and even took several steps back. However, he mustered some courage and took a deep breath to stand up straight. Brat, you're not bad, quite strong even. But don't be so rampant in the Grand Sea. If my Yu clan wants you to die, you won't live past midnight. Li Qie suddenly teleported before the boy and shook his head again. Fool. Stop throwing away your clan's reputation. Yuzhan was startled and immediately retreated. Alas, it was too late. Li Qie brought him down and stepped on him on the deck. The immobilized boy's face turned red with Li Qie's foot on his chest. He couldn't resist at all. This foot was as heavy as countless mountains. An ant daring to act arrogant in front of me? Take a look at yourself, a fool like you is worthy of being part of the Yu? Such a descendant is an affront to your old ancestors' prestige. I'm from the Yu clan. Brat, touch me if you want to die. It doesn't matter how strong you or your backing are, my clan will have revenge. Even if your master is a god king, my ancestral grandmother will crush them with one finger. The boy became emboldened after hearing about his ancestor again and cried out. In his eyes, his ancestral grandmother was an invincible existence under the 9 heavens. No one could oppose her. Matriarch Yu is still alive? The monarch became startled. She has heard of legends about this person before, like many others in the Grand Sea, despite not seeing the woman before. That's right. Yuzhan became somewhat smug in response. My ancestral grandmother is living for another generation. Her venerable will sweep through the world. Anyone who dares to touch the Yu clan's children, she'll wipe their sect out. Chapter 1577. Yuzhan had a cavalier attitude while talking about his ancestor, his pride. In fact, he has never seen her before and only heard about her tales. As he grew older, even the elders from Heaven Suppression, the so-called strongest sect in the Grand Sea, were very respectful when it came to his ancestral grandmother. They would tidy their clothes with great reverence before daring to talk about her. Because of this, she was forever unbeatable in his mind. Anyone in this region would need to show his ancestor some respect. Thus, as long as he brought her up, no one would dare to provoke their clan. This was indeed the truth. The peacock-bright monarch was startled to hear that the illustrious matriarch Yu is living for another generation. An old god king once said that if they had to pick 2 top supremes at the Grand Sea, it would be Gu Zun and matriarch Yu. According to her sources, matriarch Yu's lifespan was over, so she had to try for a death meditation. Everyone thought she would die during this meditation. Who would have thought that she managed to endure through it? Matriarch Yu. Li Qie repeated. A current of emotions coursed weakly through his mind. That's my ancestral grandmother. Yuzhan declared, yeah, so touch me if you dare. My ancestral grandmother will come out and kill you no matter where you run off to. The monarch wanted to plead for Yuzhan. After all, she already had a hard time dealing with Gu Zun's branch. It would be even more unfavorable for Pearl City to provoke the Yu clan as well. But she knew that it would be useless if Yuzhan continued to be unwise like this. Fiercest had no qualm about killing anyone. Crack. His pompous attitude was met with swift retribution and sounds of bone breaking. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed with blood staining the deck. Li Qie had stomped down and broke both of his legs. The pain made the boy cry out in anguish. You! After recovering from the initial pain, Yuzhan was still shocked. Normally, people would turn pale after hearing the name of his ancestral grandmother. He thought that this would be enough to scare Li Qie so that the guy would release him. Alas, this ended with him having 2 broken legs. Crack. 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 Li Qie didn't only break his legs but even grind down on them. More bones were crushed. You, the boy screamed again from the pain. Crack. Now it was his wrist turn to be crushed. No, such shrill scream was too eerie. As the adage goes, the 10 fingers are linked with the mind. One could easily imagine the pain the boy was experiencing. His face contorted with cold sweat dripping down. Little animal, I'll kill you. Yuzhan endured the pain and cried out. Crack. Li Chia then crushed his other wrist, prompting Yuzhan to convulse repeatedly. His clothes were soaked with sweat. After a long time, the howling boy eventually calmed down from the pain. He was really scared this time and didn't dare to aggressively holler again. The monarch smiled wryly at this scene. The wicked will be cured by the same type. Others might not want to provoke the Yu clan, but this unlucky young master has met his match today in fiercest. Li Chia stared at the guy who was about to faint from the pain and said flatly, "Still want to continue? No problem for me. Keep on acting insolent and rely on your clan and grandmother's prestige. I have plenty of time, so I'd like to hear more. Of course, each time you say something, I'll break a different bone on your body. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. Even if I dismantle your body one bone at a time, you'll still be alive and well." Having said that, he looked up and down at the boy as if pondering which bone to break next. Yuzhan shuddered with considerable fear. He felt cold under Li Chia's stare, as if he has fallen into an ice pit. This was the gaze of a devil. "Kill me if you dare," he stubbornly said, but the tone of his voice betrayed him. He was no longer as arrogant and mighty as before. "Kill you? You are but an ant beneath my foot. I can crush you easier than crushing an ant. You think I will care about an ant's corpse stuck to my soul? I just need to wipe it off." Li Chia chuckled. The boy nearly pissed his pants after hearing this. "But, I won't kill you," Li Chia said with an indifferent expression. Yuzhan finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the feeling of having survived a disaster. He suddenly felt that it was good to be alive. "I just want to let you and your clan know that in the future, when you see me, you better kneel and talk. It shall be your honor," he stated calmly. "You?" The scared boy didn't dare to retort while stricken with fear under Li Chia's glare. Li Chia finally moved his foot and kicked him to the side. "Run back to your clan and tuck your tail between your legs. Otherwise, I'll crush your dog head to a pulp." With that, he turned and left. "You, remember this, I'll have my revenge," the humiliated boy claimed, unable to endure this anger. However, he quickly shut up after Li Chia turned around and didn't dare to say anything else while slightly moving backward. "Fool." Li Chia shook his head and gave up on this incurable person. Yuzhan could only watch him leave and couldn't handle being scared another time. The monarch had nothing to say either. This level of character couldn't get into Li Chia's sight. He could kill 100 Yuzhan easily if he wanted to. The two of them returned to Pearl City. She was staying in the most central location in Pearl. This was the mansion of the generational city lords, but the most conspicuous place was the Pearl Tower, not this mansion. It was actually in the center axis of the city and surrounded by the clouds as the tallest building here. The style was quite simple, built from many green bricks. At the top of the tower was a huge ball made out of rocks with a dark color. The name confused many spectators. Pearl Tower should be a treasure architecture with bright radiance. However, its appearance didn't match its name. Moreover, even the oldest residents here didn't know of its origin. It seemed that it was already there in the very beginning of the city. An old man even said that this tower might have been built even before the city. Who knows if this was true or not? Li Chia at the front took his time staring at the high tower. He eventually told the monarch, "Have you climbed the tower?" "Many times." The monarch replied, "The sacred ancestor said there are great mysteries here. But you have yet to grasp them," he said with a faint smile. Chapter 1578. The monarch looked up at the tower too and eventually shook her head. The mysteries of the tower are as boundless as the ocean. It feels like I'm just a single drop in the sea, completely insignificant and lost. Where do I even start? Li Qie simply smiled. Everything is hard in the beginning. It doesn't matter how vast the sea or how profound the idea, there is always an origin. One step at a time to walk 1,000 miles. Start from the bottom with the most sincere attitude towards the top. If it doesn't work the first time, do it a second time. If you fail again, then go for the third. As long as you persevere, you will see results. One step at a time to the top. The monarch had heard that the top of the tower was the most precious location from the sacred ancestor. Yes, the power of the tower is at the top, but without the support of the base, the top is only a simple ball. How do you know all of this? She wondered. Li Qie could easily reveal all of their secrets, and Zi Queening couldn't have told him either. Despite being the sect master, she didn't have authority over Pearl and its secrets. It would be stranger if there was something I didn't know in this world. Try your best, it will be a lifetime of benefits if you can grasp the tower. He replied. Thank you, young noble. She bowed gently and stopped inquiring about his knowledge regarding her sect. When the two arrived outside the entrance of the Peacock Mansion, an attendant hurriedly came out to report to the city lord. He carefully looked at Li Qie standing by her side before whispering to the monarch, City Lord, the people from the sect are here. Who? Her eyes became serious just like her voice. Elder son, the attendant replied. He paused and glanced at Li Qie before continuing, someone from Ancestor Ye's camp. I'll go see him, the monarch replied. City Lord, should we prepare? After all, who knows what those people are up to? The disciple made a cutthroat gesture. The people from Pearl were very wary of Jojo's group. Let's go. The monarch entered the Peacock Mansion with hastened steps. Li Qie only smiled and didn't comment. He followed the monarch inside. There was an old man waiting in a typical robe with a sharp gaze. His aura alone made his power apparent. A skinny disciple stood beside him, acting as a tea server. 2 rows of burly men in battle uniform were situated to the left and right of the hall. They were experts from heaven suppression and gave off an aggressive aura. Since Elder Sun had brought so many experts along with him to Pearl Mansion, his intentions clearly weren't friendly. Elder Sun stood up and addressed the monarch, Bright Monarch, long time no see. Despite being a veteran elder, he was still below the monarch in terms of status and role. As the Pearl City Lord, she was on the same level as ancestors in spite of her young age. Elder Sun, sorry to keep you waiting, she greeted with a nod after sitting down. Li Qie casually sat down on another chair. His eyes swept through the experts. They resembled drawn bows, ready to rush forward at the elder's command. Only the young disciple standing next to the elder was relatively timid. He occasionally peeked at Li Qie and the monarch while holding the teacup. Elder Sun found Li Qie's action surprising. He thought that the guy was only the monarch's attendant, but he didn't waste further thoughts on this. He stood in the middle of the hall and cupped his fists. Bright Monarch, I'm here to congratulate you under the sect master's instruction. For what? The monarch was unmoved. Your rule at the Pearl Archipelago has benefited the people. The residents here have a peaceful life while all the tributary powers obey you without questions. The entire sect admires your meritorious service, the elders sang songs of praise. Anyone else would feel smug after hearing this and could picture themselves rising through the ranks to reach the top of the world. However, the Bright Monarch's expression remained indifferent. Only a trivial matter, not a cause for celebration, she replied in a flat tone. No, you are too humble, Bright Monarch. The elder hurriedly shook his head. All the ancestors appreciate your grand contribution. The sect master feels that it is a waste of your talents to just govern this area, so everyone wishes to promote you to a chief elder. You shall defend heaven's suppression while aiding the sect master with management. She might be an ancestor right now, so this was a sizable promotion on top of being the sect master's right-hand man. This would make her stage even greater in the future and no longer limited to Pearl City. Her new playground would be all of heaven suppression and the Grand Sea. Is that so? She had no joyous reaction to this promotion. Of course, this is the order of the sect. Elder Sun took out a scroll and spread it in front of the monarch. Here are the official signatures from the sect master and ancestors. She simply glanced at it before smiling and shaking her head. Elder Sun, you should know that as the Pearl City Lord, I don't need to accept this decree. I need to see a direct order from the sect master, not just this list of signatures. It is completely useless at Pearl. Her smile was replaced with a stern demeanor. This particular signed decree wasn't on the same level as a direct order since the latter contained the supreme will of the sect master as well. The elder coughed in response. Bright monarch, you should know that the circumstances are different right now. If you don't believe me, you can personally go to heaven suppression and meet the sect master. You'll listen to her, right? The monarch shook her head. Elder, the sect's rules must be upheld over personal relationships. First, only a direct order is effective at Pearl. Second, in order to command Pearl, the Black Dragon Legion, the Sacred Ancestors Branch, and the Elder Association of the village must give their signature as well. Otherwise, no one can command Pearl. With that, she continued on while looking at the elder, you surely know this as an elder? Without these two things, I won't go to heaven suppression or mobilize a single troop from Pearl. Elder Sun rubbed his palms together. Bright monarch, it's not like you don't know the situation right now in the sect. Many ancestors are trapped in the Black Dragon Hall, including the members of the Elder Association, so they can't give you their signatures. Don't worry, after opening it, they will add another decree so your promotion will still be in effect. You deserve it from all your hard work. She responded with a kingdom-toppling smile. This so-called promotion was only a diversion. Yi Jojo's group couldn't control the archipelago right now since outsiders couldn't take over Pearl City. Meanwhile, the monarch's status was proper. It's not as if they could arbitrarily dismiss her even if Jojo had full control of heaven suppression. Because of this, they used this promotion as an excuse for her to leave Pearl. Even if they couldn't insert a new city lord, they could still use her absence as an opportunity to wrest control over the city. Of course, such a promotion could be seen differently depending on the person. In order to have a higher status in heaven suppression, this was not a bad choice. However, it was different for the monarch. During this existential crisis for heaven suppression, Pearl City will remain as heaven suppression's last stand just like Z Queening has entrusted her. Chapter 1579. With her eyes peering at the elder, the monarch slowly said, Elder Sun, it's not like I can't accept the promotion, but I need to see sect master at Pearl first before considering. Yi Jojo's group wished to transfer the monarch, but she didn't let up. Due to the lack of communication, she was certain the Z Queening has been placed under house arrest. If Queening could go to Pearl, it would be a chance for the monarch to rescue her then counterattack together. Bright monarch, you're making this hard for me. The sect master can't come here right now since she's too worried about Ancestor Shan and the others being trapped in the hall. She's busy researching the mysteries of the hall and can't leave. If you don't mind, you can go to the sect and see her. The monarch interrupted him with a head shake. Elder, I have already given my answer. Either the sect master comes here to see me in person or bring a signed, official decree. The elder quickly responded, Bright monarch, why bother adhering to an old law? You need to be more flexible since this matter is very beneficial for your future. Just come to the sect and your potential will be unlimited. Elder, no need to waste more time. We'll do this by the rules only. She stopped him again. Monarch, this makes it quite difficult for me. If I go back empty-handed, how can I explain it to the sect master and ancestors? Such a trivial matter, is there really a need to go about in circle like this? Both Guzun and Yi Jojo are too prudent right now compared to back then. Guzun used to be quite domineering with no qualm for anything. If this was him in the past, he would directly attack Pearl City. Why bother resorting to tricks like this? How disappointing. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. He had been quietly sitting there so Elder Sun didn't pay attention to him. But now, he was boasting shamelessly right away to the visible annoyance of the elder. "Brat, who are you?" the elder immediately shouted. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the elder before grinning leisurely, "Just a nosy outsider." "Bright monarch, what is going on? This is a confidential matter of our sect. How can there be an outsider here to steal our secrets? You know that he isn't part of the sect yet you still brought him here? This is blatant favoritism and lawbreaking. Okay, don't bother trying to assign some blame." Li Qie answered instead while waving his sleeve dismissively. "To sum it up, you just want to seize Pearl City. Sai, Yi Jiuzhou is old and Gu Zun is too timid now. Fine, come back, tell the two of them to scram. Junior, do not insult my ancestors." Elder Sun shouted, "Men, capture him." The 2 rows of experts stood up and surrounded Li Qie with a murderous aura. There was no intention of capturing him alive. "Monarch, you need to give the sect an answer for this." The elder spoke gravely. They wanted nothing more than to escalate the situation in order to have justification for a military installation at Pearl. Rumble. All the experts went flying in an instant with spurting blood. With a series of loud bangs, they all fell outside of the hall and couldn't get up at all. Li Qie didn't move an inch. No one could see how he attacked earlier. "I shall give you an answer." Li Qie spread out his hand before the elder could finish speaking. It resembled a monstrous mountain slamming down on the elder. The old man was aghast and immediately roared to summon his treasure for a direct confrontation. Boom! But the result was still the same as before. His treasure was impressive indeed, but it failed to protect him. He was blown flying by one palm attack and spat out blood as well. "Master." The deserving disciple turned pale and quickly helped the elder up. "Who the hell are you?" As an elder from Heaven's Suppression, he wasn't just all talk. However, he couldn't withstand a single palm strike today, so it was apparently just how terrible his foe was. This was definitely the strength of a god king. Such a person couldn't be nameless. "Li Qie. Maybe you have heard of my name." Li Qie chuckled in response. "Fiercest." Even someone as experienced as the elder faltered backward in horror. He was truly startled. Fiercest was too famous right now, and just his title alone could scare many people. He annihilated the Space Trample Mountain and banished Soaring Immortal back then. This battle record shocked all of Mortal Emperor, so everyone would feel dread when hearing his name. At this moment, everyone knew who Fiercest was. On the other hand, Li Qie stopped being used by others for a multitude of reasons. Heaven's Suppression was illustrious at the Grand Sea, but the elder knew that Fiercest had wanton regards for anything. There was no chance he would be scared of their sect. Him being an elder wouldn't make Li Qie think twice about killing him. Good. Li Qie read his demeanor and chuckled. "It's good that you know fear despite being from Heaven's Suppression. I would have killed a naive fool otherwise." Elder Sun took another step back after hearing this. The disciple helping him tried to be brave but still stammered, Our Heaven's Suppression isn't afraid of anyone." Elder Sun jumped from fear and quickly pulled the youth behind him. This was his youngest disciple. The kid has always been obedient, so he was very satisfied and didn't wish to see Fiercest kill him. "What's your name?" Li Qie smirked while staring at the youth. Elder Sun took another step back to shield his disciple and replied instead, "Li Qie, our Heaven Suppression City has no grudges with you. Why are you interfering with us?" Li Qie ignored the elder and looked at the youth behind him. "What is your name?" My name is Lin Qi." The boy found enough courage to eventually respond with his head held high. Li Qie was amused by this boy and eventually waved his sleeve. "Scram, all of you. I don't want to see any of you again. Go back and tell Gu Zun and Yi Jiuzhou that I, Li Qie, have arrived." Elder Sun was an unpleasant sight to behold at this moment. He didn't trouble the monarch any further. The wisest thing to do against Fiercest was to run away in order to stay alive. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful one might be and their backing, it would all be useless. The elder immediately left with his disciples and the others with the greatest speed. Young noble, Ancestor Yi will have an excuse after this commotion. The monarch smiled wryly. So what? They want to capture Pearl City regardless of whether there is a justification or not. Li Qie said flatly. She sighed softly in response and understood this logic as well. The only thing she could do right now was to buy time. I wonder how the sect master is doing. She worriedly said. The ancestors were actually safe being locked in the Black Dragon Hall. On the other hand, Zi Queening's life might be in the hands of Yi Jojo. You're worrying too much. Li Qie shook his head in response, and you're underestimating her as well. Jojo is strong but Queening has the Black Dragon Spear. If she really wants to leave, he can't stop her anyway. She must have a reason for staying behind. I hope so. The monarch said feebly. She understood that the sect master was an insightful person and wouldn't have easily fallen into the hands of the enemy. Nevertheless, her perilous situation was still worrisome. Ignore these trivial matters. Come with me to discover, I'll let you meet someone. Li Qie said flatly. Chapter 1580, Discover City? To see whom? The monarch was surprised to hear this. Someone who can help you and heaven suppression. A backer in the future. Li Qie chuckled. A person who can be our backer? The monarch was astounded. She would have burst out laughing if someone else were to tell her this. Who was number one at the Grand Sea? Clearly heaven suppression. They would still be a top-ranking sect in all of Mortal Emperor. There were so many experts with invincible god kings like Yi Jojo. Moreover, a legendary existence like Gu Zun was unfathomable. In this region, they were others' backer, since when did they need someone else to be their backer? Thus, it was understandable for the monarch to be surprised. However, Fiercest wouldn't make a joke like this. Young noble, you are referring to Matriarch Yu? She mused about the possibilities and only came up with one person. Matriarch Yu was the only existence in this domain that could make heaven suppression wary. She was also the only one who was a match for Gu Zun. No. There is someone else outside of Matriarch Yu in Discover. Li Qie smiled and said. Excuse my ignorance then. I have never heard of such an amazing person. She answered. They needed to be Emperor assailants in order to be heaven suppression's backers. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they aren't there. There are many experts in this world, or someone as powerful as Gu Zun wouldn't be tucking his tail for a generation. Li Qie chuckled. The monarch wasn't in a position to make a comment. After all, despite the internal strife, she wouldn't look down on her own ancestor. Young noble, Pearl is very important, so if I leave, it would be very inappropriate. We'll be playing right into Ancestor Ye's hand. If you don't mind, I'll let the first elder from Pearl go with you. The monarch pondered before suggesting. If I don't mind? Do you need to ask me something like this? It is a great fortune to be favored by people standing at the peak. You think just any random guy could go along and be accepted? I'm taking you to him because you have been accepted by the Pearl Tower, so you have the ability to be great at heaven suppression. Others aren't qualified for this chance. Li Qie refused. She didn't expect this response, but after carefully thinking about it, it made sense. A person who could become the backer of heaven suppression should be incredibly powerful. Not just anyone could be granted an audience or be favored by them. As for Pearl, leave it. If Gu Zun's group wants to come, let them. You think the Pearl Tower is only there for looks? It's actually good if they come so we can capture all of them in front of the tower. He smiled and said. Okay then. We can also see Matriarch Yu during this trip to Discover. If she is willing to help, that might be able to turn the tide. Rumor has it that she is from the Black Dragon Legion. She said after careful consideration. More than just that. Li Qie said flatly and couldn't help staring at the horizon. Go get ready, then we'll go to Discover. He told the monarch. After having made up her mind, the monarch stood up and suddenly realized something strange. Ever since Li Qie got here, he became the one giving the order. Moreover, it seemed so natural, as if this was how it should be and no one could resist him. She didn't understand the reasons why. She walked a few steps before stopping and looked back to say, "Young noble Li, why do you know heaven's suppression like the palm of your hand?" Li Qie was privy to secrets unbeknown by ancestors. For example, after being accepted by the Pearl Tower, she had a little one in her mind. Too few people in heaven's suppression were aware of this secret. "You should ask your progenitor, the Black Dragon King." Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. The monarch suddenly felt a bit breathless after hearing this response. She turned and left the hall right after. After taking care of matters in Pearl, she left with Li Qie. However, she was very low-key this time and didn't let others know, so she took the guise of being Li Qie's servant. Discover was an old city in the Grand Sea with a rich history. Few cities were older than it. One had to talk about the Yu clan when they came to this place. It wasn't a great lineage at all in terms of territory. Moreover, they didn't have that many members either, unlike the imperial lineages. There might only be several 100,000 disciples. The direct branch would only have several thousand. In terms of scale, this was a second-rate sect at best. Nevertheless, the clan was immensely famous in the entire Grand Sea. Numerous talents appeared with countless experts. Among the young generation, there were amazing geniuses like Yu Yulian. As for the prime generation, the clan master was quite powerful. As for the upper realm, the Yu ancestors were quite dominating. It has been very lively at the clan. Countless powers came to visit with many big shots, including god kings. This was due to a recent incredible news. Matriarch Yu has made it to another generation. After the big shots calmed down, they rushed to congratulate her. Anyone would feel a sense of respect after hearing her name. Even the strongest would feel quite apprehensive. Ancestors from heaven's suppression would call her senior as well. According to some sources, she was the best general of the Black Dragon Legion and has never been defeated. She joined this legion during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. She contributed greatly and was completely unstoppable. However, her battle record didn't stop there. One story told that after the emperor ascended, she even fought against him. Alas, outsiders weren't qualified to watch. Nevertheless, people said that after the end of the battle, one disciple asked the emperor how strong was Matriarch Yu. He simply said, capable of assailing an emperor. The world uproared before this revelation. It had a completely different meaning when an emperor was the one to say this. Although many people claimed to be emperor assailants in the 9 worlds, these were only self-boast. Some 9 worlds god kings would actually call themselves emperor assailants. Some people took it to the next level. For example, a few older characters took this title after just lasting 3 to 5 moves against an emperor in order to propel their own status. They certainly didn't have this power. This was not the case for Matriarch Yu. She personally challenged the emperor and never boasted about her own record. The emperor himself praised her great achievements. There was no reason to doubt its validity. Because of this, she was a well-known emperor assailant in the Grand Sea, one of the very few recognized by an emperor. This was her virtually matchless reputation. Unfortunately, even emperor assailants couldn't withstand the passage of time. During Immortal Emperor Tukong's generation, her lifespan ran dry and she had to try a death meditation. Everyone thought she would die with this last attempt, but no one expected for the Yu clan to announce that she has come out successfully. Because of this, the world thought that she could really live for a second life. No one would even dare to dream about such a thing, so if this was indeed the truth, it would be too shocking. Chapter 1581. After entering Discover, Li Qie and the monarch felt its ancient aura. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed to have been brewing for millions of years. Thus, a single breath brought along this boundless time period with an intangible sad melody. Discover City. He smacked his lips and commented, such an unforgettable feeling. Do you know about this one defining snack at Discover that people can't get tired of? He looked at the monarch who had the disguise of a servant and said. Defining snack? The monarch was caught off guard. The majority of cultivators weren't big eaters, especially at their level. There was no need to eat food and grains. But now, when Wuxia brought up this mortal event, of course, the monarch became surprised. Come, I'll take you, haha. You won't be able to find it yourself. Wuxia smiled and continued on his way. There were many inhabitants in this old city. It was very bustling and busy at this moment. Characters from all over the world visited to congratulate the Yu clan. They didn't invite anyone to celebrate Yu Taijuan's successful death meditation, but big shots came anyway to see her. Wuxia seemed to ignore all of this and took the monarch from one street to another through the sea of people. She has been to Discover before, but Wuxia was much more familiar with each street. After taking many twists and turns, the monarch felt a bit dizzy and couldn't tell the direction. She only knew that she was still in Discover. They finally made it to a narrow and long alley devoid of light. It was very quiet with no one around. It looked like this was a slum with tattered buildings, many of which had been abandoned. Only old and feeble men lived here. They came to a tiny pub with a small entrance and a banner with the word "phone." The word was fading from its age and virtually illegible. Even mortals didn't want to hang around this pub, let alone cultivators. Wuxia slightly smiled after seeing the banner before entering the pub. The monarch thought Wuxia would take her to an old restaurant to eat something special, not such a run-down pub. They found this place to be really small with only a few tables and some randomly placed stools. The counter was positioned inconspicuously in the corner with a faint oil lamp. It was so weak that just a small breeze could blow it out. Because of it, this tiny pub had some semblance of light. Otherwise, it would have been even darker. The old man was lying on the counter with a light green robe. It was quite simple without any ornaments. Who knows how long he has been wearing this robe? It was turning white from being washed too many times. Nevertheless, this old robe was still very clean without a speck of dust. It looked like the old man was very diligent with his hygiene. He had a very righteous appearance. Despite the wrinkles, his features were bold and strong as if he was carved from a powerful blade. He seemed to be sleeping peacefully, nothing in this world mattered to him. The monarch had no comment regarding this pub. She thought that there would be a separate domain inside, but this wasn't the case. Wuxia walked to the counter and gently tapped to say, "You have some guests." The old man woke up. He slowly opened his old eyes and stared carefully at Wuxia. Alas, it seemed that his aged eyes couldn't see Wuxia clearly regardless of how wide he opened them. Because of this, he had to rub his eyes. What, I have something on my face? Or am I even prettier than some beauties? Wuxia chuckled and said leisurely. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking dispiritedly. "Sir, what do you need?" "1 jar of Shaoxing wine and a portion of anise beans," Wuxia ordered before looking for a stool to sit down. "All right." The old man replied quietly and came to the back. A flurry of sound came about. The monarch was still at a loss about Wuxia's intention and had to take another look at the pub. "Okay, no need to look around. Sit down." Wuxia patted the stool next to him and smiled at the woman. She sat beside him without saying anything. A while later, the old man brought a plate of anise-flavored beans and a jar of wine to the table. "Take your time." He then went back to resting on the counter with his chin first to stare at the two, especially Wuxia. Wuxia ignored his stare and poured a cup for both him and the monarch. "This is quite rare. Drink." He raised his cup and drank slowly. The monarch assumed that this would be very delicious and followed suit. Ugh! When the wine streamed down her throat, she immediately stopped and almost spat everything out. This might be the worst and cheapest wine she has ever tasted in her life. She garnered that only the poorest mortals would drink this type of wine, not even worth a single bronze coin. There were no words to describe this awful taste, even worse than drinking horse urine. The problem was that Wuxia had no difficulty drinking it. He took his time as if this was the best wine in the world, that it could turn someone into an immortal. She simply tried her best to swallow this terrible wine. Her scalp tingled and she put the cup down after one gulp. Wuxia relished the experience and eventually asked her, "You want to try some beans?" She had no appetite after looking at them and shook her head. Wuxia just smiled and grabbed a handful. He peeled before throwing them into his mouth and chewed with crispy noise. He took a sip then ate more beans as if they were delicacies. The monarch had no words while watching. Are these the special food he was talking about? Maybe Fiercest had some strange urges compared to others. The guy went on like a leisure immortal enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was still staring at Wuxia as if something about the guy was attracting his attention. He didn't care about the monarch at all. Wuxia didn't care like before and continued eating and drinking. Eventually, loud noises came from outside. Next, a group filed inside the small pub from the dark entrance. This tiny pub was filled right away with more than 10 newcomers. The group immediately surrounded the two. The monarch took note of their clothing and became startled. This was the Yu clan. "Fourth uncle, it's this brat." A youth pointed at Wuxia. Chapter 1582. The youth was Yuzhan, who got beaten badly at the archipelago by Wuxia. He was much bolder this time and dared to stand before Wuxia, unlike being scared out of his mind at the end of their previous meeting. Wuxia put down the cup and coldly glared at the youth, prompting him to take several steps back before the middle-aged man. It wasn't because he was a coward. The pain from the torture last time left him hopeless. Without some amazing medicines from his clan, he would have needed to stay in bed for another year. Outside of the dozen of experts from the clan, the middle-aged man was his fourth uncle. He was muscular with eyes like lightning. He was fourth in line, but his cultivation as a powerful paragon was only weaker than the Yu clan master. The Yu clan couldn't swallow this anger from the beating, so after their disciples spotted him at Discover, Yuzhan immediately asked his uncle to get revenge. "You're the one who beat down people from our clan?" Fourth uncle stared at Wuxia and asked slowly. Wuxia finally looked at him and said lazily, "So what?" Bam! The man slammed on the table and caused the cups to jump while shouting, "Good, it's good that you're admitting this. How do you want to settle it then?" "Why bother settling?" Wuxia smiled and said. To which the uncle responded, "Stop running your mouth. Our Yu clan does not pick on the weak. I will give you two choices right now. Kneel and admit your wrongdoings, or I'll return the favor by breaking your legs." "And if I do not pick either choice?" Wuxia chuckled. Bam! He slammed on the table again. "Then you're courting death. Sir, please sit if you want to eat, but go outside for a fight." The old man quickly gathered the cups and plates on the table and told fourth uncle. Fourth uncle looked at him and casually threw out a gold ingot. "Old man, take it. Our clan will pay for breaking your items." The old man stared back without saying anything. Fourth uncle thought that this wasn't enough and threw out another two. "This is enough for your retirement. No need to keep the shop open later on." The old man took the gold and returned to the counter as if he was running from the trouble. Afterward, fourth uncle yelled at Wuxia again, "Junior, time to do this." "Fine." Wuxia smirked and finished his cup. Fourth uncle said coldly, "It's not too late to admit your mistakes before I personally break your legs." "How amusing. Okay, I want to see how much you have learned from your clan." Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. He sat there unmovingly. This made fourth uncle livid from being looked down by a junior like this. No one dared to treat their Yu clan in this manner throughout the Grand Sea, let alone on their own territory. There was no way he could swallow this anger. "Junior, I'll teach you a lesson in place of your seniors then." Fourth uncle shouted and reached for Wuxia. Crack. Bones broke as the uncle was still speaking. Ah! Blood squirted everywhere. His entire arm was torn off completely. The stunned uncle hastily retreated, but it was too late. Li Qia's kick was as fast as lightning and struck his chest. The man went flying out of the pub while vomiting blood. Yu Zhan and the other disciples turned pale from fear. A paragon like their uncle was taken down so easily. I'll spare your lives today out of consideration towards matriarch. Scram. Li Qia threw the bloodied arm at Yu Zhan and uttered coldly. The boy was scared out of his mind. He didn't expect his uncle to lose to a single move. After regaining his wits, he ran out of the pub. The disciples all rushed out and helped their unconscious uncle before fleeing like the wind. The monarch shook her head after seeing this. That group was just courting death. Fiercest would slay God if one stood in his way. All right, show your real self. Li Qia sat down and blew the bean skin off the table. They scattered everywhere on the ground and actually formed a diagram. It immediately came back to life and turned into a crow. It flew towards the counter and stared at the old man. He stood up in astonishment instantly. The monarch was surprised. What was so shocking about a crow? However, she became astounded in the next second. The moment the old man opened his eyes, a terrible time-crossing ray came out. She felt as if a supreme true god was suppressing the entire location. She couldn't take a single breath and felt her chair being as cold as ice. There was no way she could stand up before this terrible glare. A storm surged in her mind. She didn't expect this old man to be such a terrible existence. Okay, Jingfeng, I've drunk your crappy wine. It's time to bring out the good one. Li Qia stretched and said flatly. The gaze disappeared as the old man's eyes became muddled again. He took a deep breath and walked forward with haste to bow. I didn't expect you to come with your true body, Your Excellency. Please excuse me. Not your fault since you have been stuck here forever now. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Nothing can really interest you in this world, rise. The old man finally stood up straight after being granted permission. After so many years, you haven't changed at all. However, I'm a bit surprised that you don't care for your descendants. Are you not afraid of me killing all of them? Li Qia chuckled. Do it if you want to, Your Excellency. Only a bunch of ignorant fools. The old man calmly answered without a care. The monarch was startled once more. This old man was actually from the Yu clan. Looks like you have traveled quite far on this path, breaking through the limit already. I'm afraid even immortal Emperor Muzhua didn't reach this level after creating this art. Li Qia commented with emotion. You're too kind, Your Excellency. I'm only an old man, bored and waiting for death. The old man smiled leisurely. It is a type of happiness to be able to await death. At the very least, time is still affecting you. Nothing is better than this. Li Qia said with a smile. The old man forcefully smiled, not knowing how to respond. All right, bring out your good wine already. Li Qia said. The old man entered the cellar and brought out a different jar with more beans for Li Qia. He personally poured it into the cup as well. A fragrance filled the pub completely. It was easy to tell that this was the best of the best with just the smell. Of course, the monarch could only stand to the side. She had no luck to enjoy the wine from a character of this level. Li Qia drank it all in one gulp and slowly chewed his beans. He eventually said, You're still as skilled as before. The old man quietly filled another cup for him. Bright monarch, meet the greatest genius of immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. He is Matriarch's older brother. Li Qia finished another cup before telling the monarch. She didn't dare to show the slightest snub and lowered her head. This junior is a disciple from Heaven Suppression, currently the Pearl City Lord. Greetings, senior. The old man glanced at the monarch before looking back at Li Qia. He smiled wryly and said, Your Excellency, I'm only a ghost now, I know. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said flatly, "You don't care for mundane matters for a very long time now. However, Gu Zun will die in the future, so someone needs to look after heaven suppression. I think that in the Grand Sea, you will be living the longest, so I'll leave this to you." "Very well, my clan owes you this, Your Excellency." The old man agreed right away. "Your clan has paid off its debt already." Li Qie smiled. The old man nodded, then told the monarch, "Just come and find me later. Jingfeng is someone who has lived for 3 generations. Do not bother him with trivial matters. If heaven suppression faces an existential crisis later, then you can ask him for help," Li Qie advised. Chapter 1583, Someone Who Has Lived for 3 Generations. The monarch gasped with a coursing chill after hearing this. She had always imagined just how wondrous these top existences would be, but it still shocked her all the same. Such a being was beyond her imagination. Though many God-King ancestors have lived for a long time in mortal emperor, they were always buried underground, not a real type of living. It was more apt to call it a hibernation to suspend their lifespan. Even God-Kings and emperor candidates would only live for 1 generation at best before dying. Thus, living for 3 was too terrorizing. She has heard about the legends. There was only one person who has lived for 3 generations, her progenitor, the Black Dragon King. The old man naturally could see her demeanor. He calmly spoke without any pride, "I'm only a wandering soul living a borrowed life, in no way comparable to a supreme talent like the Black Dragon King. Our situation is not the same." "Stop it, Jingfeng. No need to be humble. You might not be the Black Dragon King's match, but you are still an existence that could only be counted on one's fingers in the 9 worlds. When you fought immortal Emperor Qianli back then, you actually survived under his true imperial massacre. That's an exceedingly rare achievement." Li Qie smiled and said. This stunned the monarch completely. She even shuddered and understood just how powerful this being he had just introduced her to was. A true imperial massacre could only be unleashed by an emperor when they channeled the power of their heaven's will to unleash the ultimate blow of a life treasure. Keep in mind that for millions of years now, many have claimed to have challenged emperors. Despite their defeat, it was still a commendable feat. In fact, during these challenges, the emperors only used ordinary methods to fight them without utilizing the heaven's will due to the unimaginable power of the latter. Alas, this old man was able to survive a true attack from immortal Emperor Qianli. This was quite a feat. It's because the emperor didn't wish to kill me. The old man sighed. His humility didn't diminish his achievement. Even an emperor assailant would die before a true attack like this. The monarch finally regained her wits and bowed again towards the old man. Words were meaningless at this point. Li Qie waved his sleeve at her and said, "Leave for a bit, I have some personal business to discuss with Jingfeng." The monarch quietly nodded and left with her mind still shaken. This old man was definitely powerful enough, yet he still acted so respectfully towards Li Qie. Who the hell was this guy to make a peak existence treat him in this manner? Li Qie smiled and said after she left, "No need to be so reserved. Sit. Not too many are left now. I can only have some nostalgic conversation with you and your sister." The old man bowed his head before sitting. He was only a junior before the Dark Crow in spite of his considerable power. "Your Excellency, you're here for Gu Zun?" he asked. "I suppose. That, and I want to take back heaven suppression. I don't necessarily have to kill him because of the Black Dragon King, but a punishment must be in order. If he obeys, then I'll throw him into the eye of the sea, but I will kill him if he is still unrepentant." Li Qie smiled. "Gu Zun's achievement is incredible, but he's still only a worm before you, Your Excellency. If you give the order, I'm sure there are 3 to 5 beings who will capture him for you," the old man said. Li Qie gently sighed in response, "I know. Heaven suppression is not only the effort from Lil Blackie, I put a lot of work into it as well. Gu Zun's talents are supreme. Unfortunately, he was born with the bones of a traitor. Blackie tried hard back then, so I gave him a chance. Oh well, if he gives up, I'll imprison him again. If not, then death. The old man remained quiet. Gu Zun might be considered an invincible character, but the Dark Crow far exceeded him. Li Chia didn't even need to personally take action to destroy Gu Zun. This topic wasn't worth discussing. Your sister made it out of her death meditation. Li Chia commented. The old man nodded. Yes, she's still not stable for the time being. Just need some more time. Then I won't go see her so soon. Li Chia nodded. It's not easy for her either, but she had been working all this time. You are different. When you reach the end of your path, it'll turn you into loathful being. It's not good at all. Even the heavens do not want to take me out of disgust. I'll have to keep living like this. The old man smiled, but his expression was gloomy. People in this world are bounded by love. Li Chia gently shook his head. Qianli has her own path and you your own. To tell the truth, I can't judge you. You've made your own choice after all. The old man sighed in response. I can understand why the emperor didn't like me. She can persevere on this path unlike me. Someone as amazing as her can go much further. Your talents are countless times better than her. It's not a problem of perseverance either, just your heart. Li Chia pointed at his heart and said, in the beginning, you didn't jump out of immortal Emperor Muzhua's Grand Tao and only fallen deeper within. He paused for a moment. I'm not saying that his Grand Tao ruined you. With your talents, you could have jumped out of it, but you chose otherwise. Because of this, Qianli became emperor and you are here. I don't know what to say, you're just wasting your time and waiting for death right now. Your Excellency, you tried to guide me back then, the old man smiled and said, but I'm too stupid to shine. I have let you down. Like I said, everyone will have their own path and will. Li Chia disagreed. As for shining, your achievements right now are great enough. Few could even reach your level right now, but the world could have been your playground. Ultimately, you chose this small pub instead. I don't know what you are choosing. Li Chia said lightly. Choosing to wait for death then. The old man calmly said without sadness. I can't comment then. Keep walking with your choice. Li Chia had to smile back. You have always been like this, Your Excellency. It is a shame that I couldn't help the Black Dragon King in that shattering battle. The old man said with a tinge of emotion. I am sure Lil Blackie didn't care. The two of you embarked on two completely different paths, so I can't see you two together. He's more domineering and aggressive. If he saw your lifeless and gloomy appearance now, he might have kicked you flying to the horizon. You're right, that's why he never cared for me even when he visited the Yu clan, so he never went here. Sigh, I don't want to see him either, or I'll just slow him down. Forget it, it'll just end with a fight given your personality and his. Li Chia laughed. Of course, when the two of you were younger, you boys were two hot-headed kids, always helping each other. You, Blackie, and Qianli. Honestly, it was quite gratifying to see three amazing talents. Though you didn't come from my tutelage, I was happy to hear people refer to your group as the three heroes. Li Chia sighed at this point. Yes, those were some memorable years. The old man recalled, I was a step ahead and couldn't join your camp, but I have never forgotten about your teaching. In my heart, you are still my master. Alas, I have let down your high expectations, failing to become an emperor like Qianli and a tyrant for 3 generations like Blackie, just a nobody in the end. He still smiled without any regrets. Chapter 1584. Li Chia was glad to see the old man's calm demeanor. The choice of each individual determines their future. This can all happen with a single thought. It certainly did for the 3 of you. He sentimentally continued. Qian Li's background was a bit worse, same with her conditions, but her confidence never wavered. She knew she would become a dragon one day to obtain the heaven's will. That's why she became an emperor. As for Lil Blackie, he loved challenges. Such a madman who only wanted to fight. That's why he ruled for 3 generations. He broke through his own limit in each of them while taking a different path each time. He stared at the old man and said, "As for you, Zhengfeng, you are either hiding or just plain weary of it all. That's why you don't want to leave your nest and ultimately became a shopkeeper with only this lamp as your friend." I agree. Qianli had her imperial path while the Black Dragon King had his tyrannical Tao. As for me, I probably can't defeat my inner demon. The old man said. Inner demon? Others might have this, but not you. This path leads to being loathed by the heavens. What inner demon can you have? What is scarier than being unwanted by the heavens? That makes sense too. Zhengfeng smiled leisurely. Li Qie only shook his head and drank the fine wine. In his eyes, Zhengfeng didn't have that many flaws. It was just that his chosen path leads to darkness. Yu Zhengfeng was Matriarch-Yu's older brother and was from the same era as the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Qianli. When he was younger, the Yu was only a minor clan. His sister back then suffered a terminal illness. All the famous doctors gave up on her. In order to save his sister, he tried his best at cultivation to become an invincible being. The karmic nature of life willed it so. During an adventure, he found immortal Emperor Muj was supreme grand Tao. Henceforth, he embarked on a peerless path. There were geniuses everywhere in that era. He, the Black Dragon King, and immortal Emperor Qianli were always together because of Li Qie. Others praised them as the 3 heroes back then. Later on, Zhengfeng fell in love with the emperor. However, she was hellbent on her imperial path without looking back while not having any feelings for him. Zhengfeng eventually lost to her in the competition as well. This made him dejected. Despite having the power to challenge an emperor, he grew bored of the mundane world, so he returned to discover to open a pub and spend his day doing nothing. As for his sister, the Dark Crow back then gave him the right treatment. However, the materials required were too difficult to find since they were immortal medicines. Thus he had no choice but to seal his sister until immortal Emperor Qianli found the mythical immortal medicines. Zhengfeng then asked Li Qie for help and they finally cured Matriarch Yu. A bit later, Matriarch Yu joined the Black Dragon Legion. This was when Zhengfeng completely shut himself from everything and the world forgot about him. No one knew that there was an incredible master hiding in this tiny pub. Your Excellency, I admire you the most out of everyone. I don't know how you keep on going, I certainly can't do it. He took a sip after pouring another cup for Li Qie. Just have to keep walking. Li Qie drank and said with a smile. He smiled wryly, easier said than done. You have been walking for millions of years now. That's a very long period. You must have suffered endlessly, bidded farewell to many loved ones and even buried them, yet you didn't go crazy or became a devil. You were certainly not a saint either, nor choose to hide from the world. You are yourself after the arduous time, never changing your determination regardless of the perilous challenges. The winds and rains accompanied your journey with the stench of blood. Black Dragon King once said that if he had experienced so much pain like you, he would have started to hate the world and become a monster. Your Tao heart isn't something we juniors can compare to. He finished his cup in one gulp before letting out a long sigh. Li Qie actually didn't know what to say and continued drinking quietly. The guy was right. He has sent away and even buried many loved ones. He had many friends and loyal confidants once, but ultimately, he was the only one left. Numerous had died from old age while he continued to live on. The most painful thing in life was not death. It was watching those close to you die one by one. At this point, death became sweet relief. There's a fair amount of people who have lived just as long in this world. Li Qie said flatly. Zhengfeng disagreed. I know, you have told me about them, but they're not actually living, only sealing themselves by sleeping. It's not the same as you who tread on the mortal plane for generations. Time and mundanity washed your body, but they can't break your will and heart. It's good to be alive. Li Qie answered. It wasn't the perfect response since he didn't know how to help the guy. Jing Feng understood all the logic and rationalities right now. If he wanted to jump out of his Tao, he must rely on himself. The problem was that he didn't care for it, so Li Chia couldn't help him at all. Jing Feng nodded and drank silently. The two continued drinking. After a while, Jing Feng slowly said, "I saw immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo on the Grand Tao." Li Chia pondered for a bit before smiling wryly. "Sigh, the Emperor has too much of an influence on this Tao. At this moment, he might be better and had walked further than you, so that's why you can see him. He can't leave it and is just walking around in a circle. If you go on, you'll be just like that stubborn guy." Li Chia shook his head. "He's already an emperor, why is he going back on this path?" Jing Feng found this puzzling. Li Chia elaborated, "Who knows? Just him, probably. The guy has always been a controversial emperor, different from the others. Even after ascending, he kept to himself. Maybe in his mind, he's too far removed from the world. It could be fate then. The emperor and I are somewhat similar." Jing Feng answered. Li Chia said earnestly, "Perhaps. The two of you have failed in love before, but this isn't the reason or the end. The path is still beneath your feet. It was created after he became emperor. He didn't embark on it during his youth. Moreover, his heart remained unchanging despite romantic frustration and pain, that's why he could still become emperor. But as for why he returned in the future, it might not be related to worldly matters. You and Mu Zhuo are not the same." Li Chia stared at Jing Feng and finished. Immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo was a very reclusive and mysterious emperor. For many emperors, they would shine after ascension. Moreover, there would be many friends and followers both before and after. Many were willing to fight for them. Immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo was an exception. He had always been fighting alone, for that was his nature. Maybe he's lonely. That's why he returned to this path. Jing Feng speculated. Not necessarily. Li Chia denied. He had 2 marriages on top of many lovers. His heart shouldn't have been too lonely. He was born in a declining family. Because of this, his fiancée betrothed to him at a young age married a richer husband later on. This inspired the emperor and he started to rise and become a famous hero with sufficient power. This allowed him to marry the prettiest girl in the region. Unfortunately, tragedy struck again. His wife had an affair with a peerless genius in the 9 worlds. It was quite a blow to the emperor. He gave up all of his wealth and dissolved his sect before slumbering in a forest away from the world. After skipping a generation, he came out and shocked the world once more to eventually become emperor. With that, he found many lovers and eventually married one world's most beautiful woman. Such achievements were the lifelong pursuit of many people. However, the emperor felt life was dull and left quietly. From then on, no one heard of him again. He didn't create a sect nor pass down his grand Tao. Though future generations cultivated his emperor laws, he wasn't the one passing them down. Chapter 1585. Jing Feng drank his wine and eventually spoke. "I really want to know why the emperor chose to return on this grand Tao." He also cultivated the grand Tao left behind by the emperor. However, this was not one the emperor used for his ascension. The name of this Tao was World Weary, created by immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo after his ascension. He didn't cultivate it either and only left it behind. Jing Feng came across it by chance later on. "You can go ask him." Li Chia smiled and said, "The 9 worlds might not have anything that piques your interest, but you can leave this pub and broaden your horizon. With that, you can personally ask the emperor why someone as invincible as him chose to walk on this grand Tao." In a sense, the emperor was invincible and his life was perfect. There was no reason for him to pick the world-weary Tao. No one would be able to understand his choice. Jing Feng contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't want to know then. He is him and I am me." Li Chia took his time before replying. "Do you want anything else besides waiting for death?" "Yes." Jing Feng smiled. to die here in the same place that birthed me. That's all I want. All right. Li Qie smiled wryly. You win. There's nothing I can do since it's your choice. No matter what, I am still grateful to you. I'm aware that you have tried several times to change me during my stay here at the pub. I can only let you down though. All I want to do is remain here. Xingfeng said. Li Qie took another sip. No, maybe you have the right idea. After all, to die in your birthplace isn't bad, just like the leaves falling down towards the roots. A momentary silence filled the air. After a while, Li Qie broke it. Yes, dying in your birthplace is nice, but for me and many immortal emperors, it is too out of reach. Many of them thought about returning one day to die here, but they can't. I can't either. It's good that you can enjoy this. That's why you are great, same with the emperors. You all want your death to be meaningful and worth it. That's why you guys insist on struggling without a moment of respite. Xingfeng freely laughed and said, emperors were able to become emperors and you were able to become the eternal Dark Hand. It must have something to do with your charisma and personalities. I, on the other hand, can only die at home. I hope so, for a meaningful death, that is. Li Qie laughed as well. Xingfeng poured another cup for him while he gulped them down. Li Qie said, okay, let's not talk about these things any longer. The second reason why I'm here is because I want your fire spark. I have a cauldron for weapon refinement that is missing a fire spark, so I need to borrow it from you. You want the world-weary flame? Xingfeng asked. Li Qie nodded in response. You certainly have the purest world-weary flame. Xingfeng quickly went to get the spark for him. Finally, it was time for Li Qie to leave after achieving his purposes here. Before leaving, he stared at Xingfeng one last time and smiled. Brat, the days are long still, so keep waiting to die. Maybe I'll die before you in the future. Your life is eternal. I will definitely die before you, Your Excellency. Xingfeng smiled back. They had many things to say. At their level, it was hard to find someone to talk to, but before the departure, words couldn't come out. After Li Qie left, Xingfeng went back to his counter and curled up, then slowly closed his eyes into a slumber. The tiny fire inside the lamp was still jumping like before. This faint light illuminated his face in a surreal fashion. It was peaceful for this old man in his small pub residing in the little alley. It seemed that no one would pay attention to it until the day of demise. The monarch who has been waiting outside quickly caught up to Li Qie. She had to look back at the entrance after taking several steps. She couldn't understand why a supreme master was hiding away from the world in this place. Though there were many reclusive masters in the world, they would pick paradisiacal and picturesque locations instead. Alas, this great character was hiding in such a run-down pub. No one would believe such a story. No need to look. Li Qie shook his head and sighed while walking. He'll stay there forever. Won't be easy to get him to come out. After a long time, she couldn't contain her inquisitive mind and quietly asked, young noble, who is stronger between Matriarch Yu and this senior? Needless to say more about Matriarch Yu. She was someone who fought against immortal Emperor Yin Tian and was recognized to be an emperor assailant. As for the old man, he was Matriarch Yu's older brother who has lived for 3 generations. You think he's too unknown, right? Power can't be measured by prestige. Matriarch Yu indeed has the power to assail an emperor, but Yu Xingfeng, he's much stronger. Stronger than her, even? The monarch was shaken and eventually asked for elaboration. Rumor has it that those who could survive 100 moves from an emperor are considered assailants. Li Qie laughed in response. 100 moves as the baseline? Which idiot told you that? Too many people would be assailants then. Plus, not all emperors are bloodthirsty. They actually love talents and juniors, so they go easy on the challengers. He shook his head and continued, this belief emanated from a few fools who are trying to increase their own worth and reputation. Then what's considered a real emperor assailant? She said with great curiosity. She has heard many things about this title. The most popular belief was the 100 moves requirement. An assailant isn't that easy to come by. Li Qie explained, the normal standard is that against the regular power of an emperor who is not holding back, they just need to last 1,000 moves to be qualified for this title. Regular power? She didn't understand this. It means not using the heaven's will. Li Qie continued, the standard is strict so emperors can't go too easy. They have to take it pretty seriously against the real ones. For example, the ones who can last 100 or 200 moves were usually young talents and the emperors went easy on them. He slowly recalled, when Matriarch Yu fought against immortal Emperor Yin Tian, the emperor actually used a life treasure and nearly shattered the world. Matriarch Yu relied on her own incredible strength to last more than 1,000 moves. The emperor recognized her strength and bestowed her the assailant title. The other self-claimed assailants can't compare to her at all. She has heard of Matriarch Yu's legends before, but no one knew the exact details of the fight or how long she had actually lasted. But now, this revelation took her like a storm. Matriarch Yu actually made it to the 1,000 moves mark against an emperor using a life treasure, the Grand Tao, and not holding anything back. Even without using the heaven's will, each strike could destroy the world. Thus, one could imagine how mighty Matriarch Yu used to be. Chapter 1586. The Peacock Bright Monarch had never seen an immortal emperor before, but she could imagine their wondrous strength. Just think about it, these were the existences who won after battling the entire 9 worlds. They were matchless during their own generation. Matriarch Yu's strength was indeed enough to walk proudly across the 9 worlds. The monarch eventually calmed down and said, then what about Senior Yu? She glanced back at the pub after saying this. Li Qie said that Jingfeng was much stronger than Matriarch Yu. Jingfeng. Li Qie said, if we were to separate the levels, he is considered an emperor contender. Emperor contender? What's the differentiation? She was puzzled. You think there are only emperor assailants around? Ordinary people can only make contact with this level. The truth is that the real powerful beings at the top can be divided into 3 levels. They consist of top god kings and emperor candidates in the following order: assailant, contender, rival. He chuckled after clarifying. The world only talked about assailants. In the eyes of cultivators, assailants were the strongest below immortal emperors. This wasn't the case. People at this level understood that there were dividers with great disparities. Because of this, the existences further classified themselves into the 3 levels. What's a contender? She asked. Whenever people talked about emperor assailants, they were full of reverence. In fact, being exposed to characters of this level alone was already amazing and worthy of pride. On the other hand, she rarely heard about contenders, so she had no understanding of this concept. Very simple, if you can last 1,000 moves against an emperor using the power of the heaven's will, then you're a contender. Of course, there's another standard. If you can survive against a true imperial massacre, then you're also a contender regardless of whether you used your own power or relied on a treasure. Li Qie said flatly. If an emperor was already invincible? Just how powerful would they be with the heaven's will? She wasn't aware of the latter but knew just how impressive it was to last 1,000 moves under these conditions. It still counts when you use a treasure to survive the true massacre? She had to ask. It's not that easy. You think you don't need strength just because of some treasures? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. You think the heaven's will is a joke? If you're not strong enough, the treasures won't do. Even if the treasures can survive the blow, just the impact and shockwave alone could render you to a mist of blood. Only top existences could actually resist this. Excuse my short-sightedness. The monarch felt that she had underestimated the power of the heaven's will. It's not surprising because you haven't seen the heaven's will yet. Even if you do, you won't think much of it, not until it truly erupts. That's when you'll come to realize how frightening it is. It's the condensation of the energy and essence of an entire generation. Li Qie smiled and said. She finally had a clear concept about an emperor contender. Then how many moves did Senior Yu last against immortal Emperor Qianli? This prompted her next question. The two of them fought for a long time for the heavens well before his eventual defeat. After she became emperor, Zhengfeng wanted a final fight before she left. He still lost in this battle, resulting in his bad choice in the future despite creating a supreme grand Dao for himself. Li Qie became dejected after saying this. The guy gave up his own Dao and maintained immortal Emperor Muju's world-weary Dao instead. He could have escaped from it instead of hiding in the pub. Alas, he had no intention of doing so. The monarch quietly listened to this old tale. Despite not hearing the exact details, she could faintly guess that they were tragedies of sorts. Li Qie eventually smiled wryly. The emperor prepared for the battle because Zhengfeng was her greatest rival. She used the heavens will right away in that world-destroying bout. He lost after more than 2,000 moves. More than 2,000 moves. The monarch shouted after being indescribably shocked. Matriarch Yu lasting more than 1,000 moves against immortal Emperor Yin Tian was impressive enough, but Zhengfeng lasted 2,000 moves against the heavens' will. Only one word could describe his power: invincibility. It's to be expected. Li Qie gently shook his head. He has been on this dark path for a long time. Didn't you see his current appearance? Completely cursed and loathed, even the high heaven doesn't want to look at him. That's why he can only wait for death. There is a price for everything. Waiting is even more agonizing than death itself. He finished. Waiting for death? She glanced back at the pub again. You may not understand the meaning behind this. Let me give you an analogy. For example, even the most delicious meal tastes like wax. Your heart is a dead tree, no love nor hatred towards anyone. You're basically living like a piece of rock. That's the meaning behind waiting for death. The monarch was slightly stunned after hearing this. Living in life without any emotions, that's just a walking corpse. That's why waiting for death is very painful. Li Qie lightly said. He hoped that the emperor could kill him. That would be a meaningful death, so he asked her to go all out with a true imperial massacre. He used his most brilliant strike to fight against it. That move was his pride, so he could die with dignity, going out in a blaze of glory. The massacre rendered his body to ashes instantly. However, being loathed by everything like him allowed him to live under the attack. Afterward, the emperor couldn't bear to attack again, not that she couldn't kill him. Li Qie sighed again. The world-weary Dao was a path towards despair. In Zhengfeng's mind, to be killed by his crush's true massacre was a good death. That would be the perfect ending for him. Alas, he still survived the ultimate attack, and the emperor found it tasteless to continue aiding someone in suicide. Since he has grown tired of the world, he doesn't want to do anything anymore. Otherwise, even if it is a sea god with the trident, he could still take them on. Li Qie softly said. She finally understood why Li Qie entrusted her in heaven suppression to Zhengfeng. Someone of his level was indeed qualified to be the backing of heaven suppression. Chapter 1587. The monarch took her time absorbing the information before asking the next question. Then what is the requirement to be an emperor rival? This one isn't as easy. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. For eons now, few characters of this level have appeared. If there must be a requirement, then a rival has to fight evenly against an emperor. The monarch immediately thought about someone after hearing this, their progenitor, the Black Dragon King. The king reigned for 3 generations before fighting against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. He was the shining star in the heart of all disciples from heaven suppression. So many in this region grew up hearing about his tales, including the monarch. That's why she was proud of being a disciple of heaven suppression. Yes, the most famous among them is probably the Black Dragon King. Li Qie continued, he's indeed an emperor rival. The monarch couldn't help but say, but I heard immortal Emperor Ta Kong is dead. Our progenitor killed him. She heard about the battle with Space Trample Mountain before. The emperor's corpse was annihilated by someone from Wuxia's side. There are strong and weak emperors too. That's why I consider the Black Dragon King to be a rival. For example, Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, Empress Hong Tian, or Immortal Emperor Fei and Immortal Emperor Hao Hai. If you were to fight against these emperors, it's hard to say. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong isn't among the most elite group. Then how does he rank among the emperors? She was full of curiosity. After all, he was a well-known emperor and the only person to have been killed after shouldering the heavens will in everyone's mind. Li Qie gently shook his head, hard to say. The emperor still had a lot of room to grow. We can't look down on him just because he was slain by the Black Dragon King. I can only say that he was too anxious. If he kept on walking down the imperial path, who knows what kind of achievements he would have up above the 9 heavens. It's no coincidence for someone to become an emperor. He was the most excellent on this path in his generation. Talents, origin, merit laws, weapons, the most powerful protectors, all of this does not guarantee your spot as an emperor. A firm Dao heart is also necessary. One would have the chance to reach the Grand Dao as long as they do not give up. However, if they don't have the courage to persist, all of the prior advantages are useless. An emperor must be able to withstand all obstacles and resist all temptations to ascend and bring about storms in a larger world. He stared at the horizon and continued, disciples from heaven suppression shouldn't look down on Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. His achievement proves his exceptional abilities. During his period, he wasn't the most talented and didn't have the greatest background either, but why did he become emperor in the end? Was it out of luck? He shook his head and said, emperors aren't made from luck. Others might be able to accomplish great things due to luck and favorable circumstances, but this is not the case for emperors. The moment they embarked on the heavenly path, it meant that the whole world was their enemy. Numerous opponents who wanted to push them towards death. Challenges and assassinations along with the perils that accompany cultivation. Each emperor was battle-hardened and walked on countless bones and blood. Even if they had an invincible protector in the shadow, they must experience these challenges. Otherwise, they would only be sheltered flowers, unable to create their own supreme grand Tao or being accepted by the heaven's will. A life of battle and never giving up, that's an emperor. Li Qie spoke solemnly. Although Immortal Emperor Ta Kong opposed him, he truly appreciated the guy's imperial qualities. As for his personality and morality, that was a different matter. Each emperor has their own admirable quality, they are role models for future descendants. Thus, you cannot look down on Immortal Emperor Ta Kong just because he was your progenitor's enemy and was taken down by him. Do not think that he only got lucky to become an emperor. The monarch was stirred after hearing Li Qie's explanation. She took a deep breath and bowed, I'll carve your words into my heart and won't forget them, young noble. In fact, Li Qie's statement was very reasonable. In recent years, everyone heard about the emperor's corpse, so they knew the Black Dragon King killed him. The fate of the king remained unknown. Being the slayer of an emperor was worthy of pride. This was an insurmountable achievement. Because of this, many disciples in heaven's suppression became arrogant. They thought that Immortal Emperor Ta Kong wasn't much at all. So what if he had the heaven's will? The guy still got killed by their progenitor. This sentiment was prevalent in heaven's suppression. Li Qie's guidance today was a warning for the future descendants. They weren't qualified to look down on Immortal Emperor Ta Kong even though he was their enemy. If the emperor wasn't much, then what were they who couldn't become an emperor? Nobodies like them weren't qualified to look down on a person who experienced countless hardship and battle to become the only emperor of a generation. This elucidated the monarch's mind even more. The path towards the Grand Tao was different from their imagination. It wasn't only about chasing the strongest merit law and treasure. The most precious thing was their Tao heart. You still have a long way to go. In the future, heaven's suppression will require your service. You need more than just talents and insightful decision-making abilities. Make sure to have a firm and understanding Tao heart. With that, I'm sure the sect will prosper under your control. Li Qie said slowly. You think too highly of me, young noble. The monarch smiled and shook her head. Sect master is wiser and more talented than me. Her Dao heart is firmer as well. The only thing she lacks is experience, but she is still young. Her future will be much better than mine. No, Zi Queening has her own mission and path. Li Qie shook his head. The monarch was confused and didn't understand the relationship between these two. Of course, she didn't know that Zi Queening wouldn't be staying at Heaven Suppression. One of these days, she would leave the 9 worlds completely. This was the reason why Li Qie told the secret of the immortal blood spear to her. One day, she would continue its legend above the 9 heavens. The two of them traveled around Discover without visiting the Yu clan right away. They took their time wandering randomly. Young noble, we're not visiting the Yu clan? This prompted the monarch to ask. We will, but no rush for now. Matriarch Yu has just come out, so she needs time to stabilize. No need to bother her. Li Qie chuckled. The Yu clan will let us see her? She blurted out, but quickly found this question to be unnecessary. Despite Li Qie's assault on the clan's disciples, even Yu Jingfeng was so respectful towards him. It wasn't difficult for him to meet Matriarch Yu at all. The idiots. Li Qie shook his head. Killing 1 or 2 of them will be for their own good, so that they will stop relying on their ancestors' fame to bully others while not having any skills. This is to let them know how vast the world is. Plenty of people are not afraid of their clan. The monarch found the statement reasonable. If Li Qie had any insidious thoughts about the Yu clan, he would destroy it given his temperament. This was only a lesson towards Yu Zhan's group, a type of tough love. Chapter 1588, Li Qie and the monarch strolled through the city because Matriarch Yu still needed time, so they weren't in a hurry. Young noble, where shall we go? She asked while accompanying him everywhere. There's nothing too special at Discover. The 12 scales can be considered one. Okay, since we are here, let's go so you can see it. Li Qie smiled and said. The 12 scales. I have heard of it, but never in person. Rumor has it that the scales can judge someone's potential. The higher the step, the greater the future. It's only a point of reference. Li Qie answered, it's not completely accurate. Of course, it is still very significant because each step is a test for someone's learning capability, determination, and Dao heart. Life is always surprising, so it's not like success is guaranteed after walking up the steps. You can try if you want. Li Qie shook his head and smiled before glancing at her. With your Dao heart and talents, reaching the 10th step isn't a problem. 11 might be hard, no chance for the 12th. The monarch didn't find this surprising. She calmly smiled, I'll just be an idler in my own domain, no chance of competing against the heroes of the world and especially not the wise sages. She spoke as a matter of fact without arrogance or a hint of inferiority. You can do whatever, let's go. Li Qie led the way. Nevertheless, the monarch still became interested. If you go up the scales, how many can you go? I think all 12 shouldn't be a problem. Though she has never climbed it herself, many people have said that only supreme geniuses in history could reach the 12th step. Li Qie smiled leisurely, just 12? No, if I were to do it, I'll reach the top. The top? Her pretty eyes widened in response. Well, I heard the 12 scales are under the restriction of the Grand Dao. Rumor has it that only an emperor with the heavens will that has broken all Dao shackles can easily climb the 12 steps. Otherwise, even the strongest wouldn't be able to. Even our ancestor Gu Zun has only reached the 12th. It wasn't due to her lack of confidence in him. Keep in mind that their ancestor Gu Zun was an exceedingly rare genius, yet he only made it to the 12th step. In a way, it has nothing to do with cultivation, just your perception, determination, and Dao heart. If you are keen enough, you will be able to hear the note within the step and lessen the pressure. Of course, it's fine if your perception is no good. With a stronger determination and an unyielding Dao heart, you can still move forward. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. The note of the step attacks your mind, not your cultivation. This is the key. So for me, no need to understand it. Just my unchanging Tao heart can let me climb without any resistance. The Tao heart, she said softly. Ever since she followed him, he has mentioned the Tao heart several times. As a top expert, she understood how important it was. However, he seemed to emphasize it more than anyone else. This is where I'm different from the others. You think I'm exaggerating and placing too much of an emphasis on the Tao heart? He noticed her demeanor. Well, she didn't know how to answer. Of course, she felt that his logic was reasonable, but he had too much of an attachment towards the Tao heart. Li Qie smiled. All along, many sects and experts, when choosing their disciples, look at talents then comprehension with the Tao heart last. In fact, this belief has wasted many talents. He continued on leisurely. Look, there have been so many incredible geniuses in history, but very few could become emperors. We'll talk about the 10 Ionic geniuses. How many of them made it to the throne? Just 3. As you can see, even the 10 greatest couldn't all become emperors, let alone the others in spite of the quantity. The majority of them died on this path. Why is that? Li Qie pointed at his heart. There's one problem, their easily shaken Tao heart. For geniuses, everything happened too easy for them, so they couldn't handle failure or temptation. Is that really so? She couldn't help asking. We'll keep it recent with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. After his ascension, people sang songs of his talents. That's just flattery. In fact, the young emperor was only above average at best. He wasn't as gifted compared to cleansing incenses Mu Shaodi, the stone medicine world's stone dragon god, or even his strongest general, Shao Qingtian. But the last one smiling was him. Do you know why? Li Qie stared seriously at her. His Tao heart. She replied. That's right. Li Qie continued on. You might know the answer but not the actual reasons. For Mu Shaodi, his talents were excellent with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses against the emperor. But this was his unbecoming. He thought that he could take a shortcut in cultivation. After losing to the emperor, he couldn't resist the temptation of taking the easy way out by using an external force. This eventually led to the near destruction of cleansing incense. For the stone dragon god, he was quite haughty at a young age and chased immortal Emperor Ta Kong out of stone medicine like a dog losing its master. He was quite imperious until losing 3 times in a row to the emperor later on. With that, he was completely frightened and didn't dare to come out again. His Tao heart tasted fear. With that, he paused for a second, and Shao Qingtian, he has an amazing affinity with the saber, a natural-born user. His saber seemed to have its own life in his hand. Unfortunately, the emperor's shadow engulfed him and he couldn't break out of his own shackles, being only 1 step away from success. This is due to a weak Tao heart. Then what about the emperor? She asked. In fact, she was very interested in his past since this was her progenitor's enemy. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong had countless ups and downs in his life. So many people have defeated him including Mu Shaodi, Stone Dragon God, and Meng Zhentian. Nevertheless, he never drowned in despair or faltered before losing continuously. He rose again and again while learning from each loss. Because of this, he was the last one smiling due to his unshakable Tao heart. Thus, remember, each emperor is extraordinary and amazing in their own way. Li Qie meaningfully preached. So, Tao heart first, then the rest like talents. For ages now, how many geniuses have actually cultivated the eternal physique successfully? None, with the exception of a little girl with an unwavering Tao heart for millions of years. Her pure heart allowed for her to create a unique miracle. The Tao heart is first. She murmured to herself. Geniuses are in abundance, but not those with immovable Tao heart. That's why it is much more important than talents when wanting to train a future emperor. This is the reason why your heaven suppression's Gu Zun can't become an emperor. His talents are even more amazing with people listing him as one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. He looked at her and said. Why? She had to ask. People believed that her ancestor Gu Zun was one of the most gifted beings in the world. Some disciples from the sect actually claimed that he was the greatest of all. Big shots from the older generation said that he was definitely top 10. However, even such a talented man didn't become emperor in the end. This made her very curious. Chapter 1589. Li Qie stared at the horizon for a while before answering the monarch's question. His Tao heart is not firm. Not firm? The monarch couldn't believe it. That's impossible. I heard Ancestor Shan and the others said that perseverance is his strong point. That's two different things. Li Qie shook his head. You think that it's only about wavering before difficulties? No, temptation is another test. Gu Zun is a very patient person. In order to reach his goal, he can endure everything. However, his Tao heart has two flaws. First, greed, second, treachery. Li Qie's eyes turned profound. Greed and treachery? She murmured. Ambition is good, but when it becomes greed, that's no longer the case. Li Qie explained, Gu Zun has a greedy nature and wants everything, like an ant wanting to swallow a big cake but not one crumb at a time. Instead, he wants it all with one bite. The world isn't that easy though. Li Qie smiled and said. What about treachery? She asked. After all, Gu Zun was still her ancestor. The word treachery was quite harsh. In order to obtain his goal, Gu Zun could sell everything. He didn't mind betraying everything, including the Black Dragon King. He stared straight at her and said. That's impossible. She shouted. The king was their progenitor and pride. In their eyes, Gu Zun wouldn't betray him no matter how evil he was. Really now? Li Qie smiled. What kind of person do you think Gu Zun is? He's not the Black Dragon King's disciple or child. His status is on the same level as Lu Zhongsun. As one of the 10 Ionic geniuses with an amazing cultivation, why didn't the king give him the successor role? Why did he take away all of Gu Zun's position, leaving him with no responsibility? If you are the Black Dragon King, would you waste such a talent? The king was already merciful enough by not killing him. The monarch shuddered after hearing this. She has thought about this issue before too but didn't dare to pry further. Ancestor Shan's group didn't wish to talk about it either. Just think about it, their ancestor was an exceptional candidate, so why didn't he receive the great responsibility? Why did he need to wait till Lu Zhongsun died before seizing power? Someone as insightful as the Black Dragon King wouldn't bury a talent for no reason. Gu Zun would be highly valued and utilized in any lineage, but the Black Dragon King went as far as removing all of his roles. Lu Zhongsun himself had always been vigilant of Gu Zun as well. This meant that Gu Zun had committed an unforgivable mistake back then. But the Black Dragon King was a benevolent person. What kind of mistake was unforgivable? Then she thought about what Li Qie has just said and come out with a shocking answer: betrayal. The monarch became suffocated. Though in this internal vie for power, Gu Zun was Elder Zhangsuan's opponent, he was still their ancestor. No one was right or wrong in wanting power. However, betraying the Black Dragon King was a scary matter. If the disciples were to find out that Gu Zun had betrayed their progenitor before, they would never forgive him. Immortal emperors have certain standards. Li Qie said flatly, there is one more crucial requirement outside of the Tao heart, an imperial ethics. Imperial ethics? She became attentive right away since this was her first time hearing the term. It's a very vague concept, but if I were to be more specific, betrayal is not one of them. An emperor can slaughter millions and wipe out clans, but not betrayal. Why is that? She asked. Li Qie continued on, emperors can be merciless but they must have their own rules. For example, the emperors from the ancient Ming race, they massacred so many, including their own, as their darkness engulfed the 9 worlds. However, they will not betray the ancient Ming race and their soul as its member. This betrayal will forever haunt an emperor. As for those who have yet to ascend, this will become an inner demon that might swallow them. He said seriously. I heard that immortal Emperor Yi Ti has massacred many people. His sword is always stained with blood. She couldn't help but bring up a different story. Immortal Emperor Yi Ti. Li Qie smiled in response. Before becoming an emperor, he really killed many people, even those close to him. However, betrayal never happened, only cruelty. After becoming emperor, he committed even more atrocities, but strictly speaking, they weren't betrayal either. He didn't betray his heart but simply severed it. He stared at the monarch and revealed, "But there's something you don't know. He paid a very price for his actions. He might be the emperor that had suffered the most miserable death." Most miserable death? Even emperors would die so pitifully? She became startled. Keep in mind that even immortal Emperor Ta Kong's death couldn't be described with these words. It's indeed hard for emperors to suffer this type of death, but immortal Emperor Yi Ti met a very tragic end, a fate worse than death. For an emperor, nothing could be more miserable than his end. A fate worse than death. The monarch shuddered. It was understandable for ordinary people to be victims of this fate, but for an emperor? How terrible was it? She simply couldn't imagine it at all. That's why emperors must adhere to certain rules or they'll pay a heavy price for their actions one day. The villainous heaven might not kill anyone. However, the judgment of the world has never spared anyone. She was stupefied before finally commenting a while later, "Even an emperor can't do whatever they want. That's how it is, even the villainous heaven is subjected to this. That's what a rule is. Even if you can surpass the high heaven, you will still need certain rules and guidelines or that height is impossible to reach." Gu Zun is very talented with a patient Dao heart, but he doesn't follow the rules necessary to become an emperor. Li Qie said slowly, even though the Black Dragon King favored him, he still couldn't become one. In the end, the Black Dragon King personally cut off his fortune. Hearing this secret left the monarch stunned. She didn't know what Gu Zun did back then, but to earn such distrust from their progenitor meant that the sin was beyond salvation. Okay, no need to talk about old stories. Let's go to the 12 scales. Li Qie smiled and said. The monarch hurriedly followed him. Nevertheless, she still couldn't calm down since Li Qie had revealed too many things to her. The 12 scales weren't just 12 steps. To be more precise, it was a fair-sized mountain. It was located inside Discover with surrounding mist and clouds. A stream came from the summit and flowed around the mountain to eventually form a lake. There were many hills in the vicinity with pavilions and corridors built next to them. It was a very popular place in Discover. Visitors would come and visit at least once to test their own future. This was not a natural mountain. Rumor has it that it only showed up at Discover during immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Another tale told that Matriarch Yu and the Black Dragon Legion used a supreme method to move the scales into this city. Some believe that before it became a property of the city, it used to be a divine mountain for a godly race and served as its barrier. Chapter 1590, How Matriarch Yu got the mountain from this mythical race remained a mystery. In short, she placed it in Discover right after. From then on, people called it the 12 Scales, and it became a beautiful scenery in this place. Because the Yu clan didn't place any restriction, anyone could come and try to climb it. It was a test of comprehension, determination, and Dao heart. Cultivators were more than happy to try at least once, especially the younger ones. If they could climb up high, they would gain fame and reputation. Some even considered it to be an examination mountain. The higher one could climb, the greater the future potential. Because of this, many geniuses have tried since immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Of course, some didn't care for this test either. Each day, many experts would come to watch or try to climb. The younger ones were much more eager since they wanted to prove their worth. There were even more people here than normal, resulting in a lively and young crowd. The reason was very simple: the golden daughter of the Yu clan, Yu Yulian, wanted to try. The youths came to cheer her up. Moreover, matriarch Yu had come out, so many older experts came to discover as well. Their juniors followed along. This was a good chance for them to befriend her. People were everywhere around the scales. Conversations began to form. There were 12 large steps that made up the scales. Each step was at least 3 meters high, so it wasn't easy to go up at all. Cultivation didn't matter here because the entire mountain was created from the shackles of the Grand Tao. Only an immortal emperor who has broken through these chains would be freed from suppression. Otherwise, cultivation was useless. This was because the higher the cultivation, the greater the pressure from the Tao shackle. It wouldn't help the ascension at all. Each step had its own note. Others wouldn't be able to hear anything, only the climbers. This note was the sound of the Grand Tao. After each successful step, another note would ring. With sufficient talents, one would be able to understand the mysteries of the Tao note. With that, they would have a much easier time climbing the steps. Of course, it was fine to be average talent-wise. With enough determination and a firm Tao heart, they could still withstand the Tao note. This sound became increasingly more powerful at the higher steps. It would resonate with the climber's own Grand Tao and create a proportional pressure. Thus, the steps were a great challenge to all of the characteristics required for cultivation. If one could reach the 8th step, it meant that they were dragons and phoenixes among men. Above this step, they could leave behind a shadow. This was a record of their achievement and glory. Because of this, one could see many shadows on these upper steps. They consisted of famous people. Thus, the young generation considered the 8th step to be the challenge. Once successfully reaching this particular height, they would have made it and be considered a genius. As the saying goes, a man must leave a long-lasting legacy. Because of this, the young ones wanted to leave behind their shadow on these steps in order to become famous. The 8th step had many shadows of all forms and ages. The 9th level had much fewer compared to the previous. As for the 10th floor, it was a sad amount that could be counted with one's fingers. Needless to say, about the 11th floor, there was only one shadow. It was a supreme figure that was quite young. It had an imperious presence just like a crownless tyrant. There was only one shadow for the last one as well, a man in gray. Despite being very fuzzy, this shadow has carved itself on the 12th step. Many people stared at these steps enviously. There weren't that many shadows after the 9th step. However, there were some in the middle of the 9th and 10th. This made the crowd curious. One person asked, "What's the stop between the 9th and 10th?" 9.5. One young cultivator from Discover said. An eagle-eyed youth saw the shadows there and shouted, "Aren't that the Sky Dragon King, Golden Dragon Prince, and Hai Lin?" These 3 were in the middle zone. Their shadows looked as if they were there in person. Yes, they're the most brilliant geniuses from the last generation of our Grand Sea. A cultivator from this region proudly claimed. He's right. The Sky Dragon King is in charge of the Crouching Dragon Cliff now. She was capable of challenging any other prodigy in the past. One fan explained, the Golden Dragon Prince is in charge of Mujua's demonic city. He's quite famous now too. Hai Lin came out a bit later compared to these 2. That may be, but he's quite fierce, causing trouble everywhere. I mean, he's still alive now after being chased around so much. A demon recalled. These guys are quite amazing, but the 10th step has even more frightening people. One powerful cultivator looked at the 10th step and said, "If I could leave my shadow on the 10th step, there would be no regrets in life." There were 3 shadows on the 10th step. 2 were a bit older and the last one was very young. That's Ding Yuanho from our demon race, the most amazing god king in the Grand Sea. Rumor has it that he can assail an emperor. A demon proudly pointed at one of the shadows and said. The mass was drowned in admiration after hearing the name, Ding Yuanho. He didn't have the same astonishing battle record like Matriarch Yu. However, he withstood the difficult Tao era and eventually became a god king. Some even said that he was the greatest genius after the Black Dragon King's generation. Because of this, many demons viewed him as their pride. That person is an ancestor from our heaven suppression. In the middle of the field was a heaven suppression disciple. Of course, he was only an ordinary outer sect disciple. Yi Jojo. Someone blurted out but immediately shut up right after, since they felt that this was very disrespectful. This particular shadow was left by heaven suppression's invincible ancestor, Yi Jojo. He was very famous in the Grand Sea due to his current authority. People were quite wary whenever his name was brought up. What a pity. Wulongzi. If he is alive right now, his achievements would be amazing, no less than Ancestor Yi and Dingyuan Ho. A cultivator who had some ties with the sea demons sighed and said. The Crouching Dragon Cliff is amazing this generation, one sect with two prodigies. Wulongzi and his sister, Wulongxian, are brilliant. Some do think that Wulongzi is more gifted than his sister though. What a shame, even the heaven is jealous of his great talents, so he died during the life reduction. Another person lamented. Those who knew him felt quite bad. Even the ones who had never met him sympathized as well. Wulongzi was famous alongside Heaven Suppression Goddess. Unfortunately, a peerless genius like him fell to the tribulation. Chapter 1591. Many were mourning for Wulongzi. There were only 3 people who could leave their shadows on the 10th step, Dingyuan Ho, Yi Jojo, and Wulongzi. Zi was the youngest among the 3 but also the first to die, while the other 2 were unstoppable and influential god kings. Some said that if Wulongzi were still alive, his future achievements wouldn't be inferior to the other 2. All eyes fell upon the 11th step now with its one shadow. It meant that only one person has climbed up to this level before. The discussion stopped when someone quietly stated, "Princess Yu is here." They quickly turned around and saw a young woman approaching. With her white dress, she looked like a lotus blossoming on the water surface. This was a beautiful woman with luminous and seductive eyes. "Miss Yu." Many quickly rushed forward to greet her. They were quite friendly since some aimed for flattery. Of course, some of them had a crush on her too. Yu Yulian was very famous among the young generation of the Grand Sea, a highly sought-after lady. "I'm here today to test it out and didn't expect to see so much support. Thank you, everyone," she said slowly with a touch of shyness. "You're too reserved. Princess, to be able to see your ascension is our honor." One youth said with haste, "Our Majesty once said that you are the heavenly daughter of the contemporary, standing shoulder to shoulder with Heaven Suppression Goddess and Sky Dragon King, one of our 3 great beauties." This youth came from the Mujua's Demon City and was Golden Dragon Prince's martial nephew. His self-chosen title was Peacock Prince. His flattery act wasn't for himself but rather the Golden Dragon Prince. The prince had wanted to propose to the Yu clan for Yu Yulian. However, this was put aside due to Taijuan's emergence. Because of this, the Peacock Prince wanted to use this opportunity to put in good words for his uncle. "No way, the Golden Dragon Prince is too kind," she smiled and said, quite pleased with the comment. Everyone knew that Wulongxian and Zi Queening were at the top of the young generation on top of being extremely beautiful. Yu Yulian naturally couldn't compare to these 2. However, many wanted to flatter the Yu clan, so they placed her on the same level as the other 2. She was very willing to hear these praises while feeling very smug inside. As the moon surrounded by the stars, she walked towards the 12 scales with her eyes fixated on the man alone on the 11th step. Brother Long's temperament is matchless in history. He will definitely become emperor. A strange glimmer flashed in her eyes. She didn't try to hide her adoration at all. The young cultivators here also looked up at the shadow above. He alone stood proudly on the 11th step. Everyone became serious after seeing his aura. Even those who liked Yulian couldn't help but sigh. They became gloomy because this young man was supreme indeed. Young Emperor Long is indeed unique in this generation. When our king became sworn brother with him, our king said that he will become immortal emperor. The peacock prince, who was a demon pheasant, said with admiration. Yes, who can compete with Brother Long nowadays? He will be victorious for sure. Yulian's eyes stared lovingly at the shadow and wanted nothing more than to jump into its embrace as she said, he already has a grand completion immortal physique. She revealed an intoxicating smile at this point. Yes, young Emperor Long could even slay a 9 worlds god king. No one can stop him. The geniuses here were utterly convinced. Long Outyan. Those who had a crush on Yulian became very annoyed as they murmured this name. Nevertheless, they could only express this annoyance quietly. Members of the crowd were stirred to hear this name. It was too overwhelming and powerful in the Grand Sea. He had many young fans as well, with countless noble daughters and princesses. Being the successor of the soaring immortal sect, he was destined for greatness and excellence. His cultivation didn't shame his background, since he had a grand completion immortal physique already. Furthermore, his current level was at Emperor candidate, only lacking the recognition of the heaven's will. The news was so shocking, since he was already a grand completion user when he showed himself to the world with the strength of a candidate. He would be the magnificent son of the heavens, the object of countless praises and love. He shall become the unbeatable master in this generation. How could others not notice him? Yulian was elated to talk about him. Brother Long still hasn't ascended just yet, but he already has the style of one. After meeting and talking to him the first time, I can see that scene already, when he fought against the world alone for 10 days and nights without tasting defeat. Her complexion had a peachy color after saying this. Her heart rapidly bumped with the resurfacing memories. She fell in love with him at first sight and wanted nothing more than being his woman, even without any official title. The people who had a crush on her didn't have an easy time looking at her current appearance, but they didn't say anything. The crowd was stirred with her message. The Peacock Prince had to admit, young Emperor Long challenged the heroes of the world and killed 5 god kings in a row. Even the strongest 9 worlds god king, Hai Guai, was taken down too. He's the only one who can have such a battle record. That's right, the Denari King can take on the whole world, that's an unparalleled feat. The others quickly parroted. Some weren't too happy about the praises, so they quietly scowled. After the soaring immortal sect descended, they took up a sea region. Its inhabitants were naturally unhappy. Moreover, they weren't the nice crowd either. Despite being afraid of the soaring immortal sect's reputation, they didn't hand over their territory so easily. They were offsprings between demons and sea monsters. Thus, they were adept at battle, especially in the ocean. The great powers here joined forces to attack the soaring immortal sect. A war erupted right away. Despite having the numerical advantage, the result was too predictable. The soaring immortal sect flattened all of them. This displeased the other lineages in the Grand Sea because it was a blatant occupation. This sect claimed to be a traditional and orthodox lineage with a benevolent outlook. Naturally, others criticized them for this hypocritical action. Because of this, Long Outyan sent a message to the world that his sect was only temporarily borrowing this sea region. If any sect was unconvinced, they could challenge him. If he were to lose, then not only would Soaring Immortal leave the Grand Sea instantly, they would also compensate for all the losses with Immortal Emperor's manuals and weapons. Thus, everyone's attention was grabbed by these treasures. No one cared whether the invasion of the sect was lawful or not. Remember, this was a sect with 5 emperors. Their manuals and weapons would have been incredible. Many experts rushed forwards like bees to challenge him. Outyan created a stage on the vast sea. Anyone could challenge him without any restriction in numbers or otherwise. In a short time, many demons, sea monsters, and even famous experts attacked him. They not relied on number, some even used assassination methods. The battle astonished the entire Grand Sea. Even some dust-laden god kings decided to participate. Chapter 1592. Though many experts frantically tried to kill him, Outyan was insanely powerful. His grand completion physique was virtually untouchable as he put down one enemy after another. Bones piled up on the battle stage after waves of assault, leaving others with no room to stand. Blood stained this region as this battle shocked the very soul. After 10 days and 10 nights, Outyan killed too many virtuous paragons to count, with 5 god kings among them. One of the 5 was the strongest ancestor of the sea monsters, a 9 worlds god king. Such an invincible existence was still no match for Outyan. A 9 worlds god king was a supreme existence in the mind of many cultivators. Just a flip of their hand could take down a lineage, but this person was still killed by Outyan. No one tried to attack him anymore after this. All of the enemies that had yet to attack were frightened by him. Because of this battle, his brilliant self became even more radiating and dazzling. People started calling him the Denari King after the drawn-out fight. Mind fluttered after hearing this story again. Yulian, who was smitten by him at first sight, viewed this battle accomplishment as her pride. With her rippling eyes, she said, "Brother Long is not only the Denari King, he has also reached the 11th step. Who else can be as great as him in this world?" Her suitors became even more dejected. They were eclipsed by Long Outyan, the heaven's favorite child. Long Outyan isn't the strongest. Remember, there is someone on the 12th step. An unhappy youth snorted and had to state. With that, many turned their attention towards the final step. There was someone with a gray robe. The shadow was very faint, so it was hard to see his face. This shadow stood there without the imperious temperament of Long Outyan. It wasn't as gallant either, but even time itself couldn't erase the mark of the shadow. That's Ancestor Guzun. Even Yulian quietly sighed after this man was brought up. Ancestor Guzun? The legendary ancestor from Heaven Suppression? I think people say that he is Yi Jojo's master. Not too many youths here understood Guzun because, in this generation, he has maintained a low profile. His disciple, Yi Jojo, was much more famous. Only the people from the last generation who knew more about him understood how frightening he was. Yes, the strongest in Heaven Suppression, one of the 10 Ionic geniuses, the greatest talent in the world, and the only person who can compare to my ancestral grandmother. Yulian said proudly. The Yu clan and Heaven Suppression had many ties. Their ancestral grandmother was the strongest general in the Black Dragon Legion. Though their clan was not under Heaven Suppression's jurisdiction, many disciples from this sect still viewed the clan as part of the Legion. Because of this, Yulian has heard about Heaven Suppression from her seniors, so she knew more about Guzun compared to the other youths. One of the 10 Ionic geniuses. Some jumped from shock after hearing this. Such a title was quite frightening. Even Long Outyan didn't dare to claim this title. However, the fact that Guzun's shadow was up on the 12th step showed his amazing ability. In a short time, the crowd was completely stunned while thinking about an Ionic genius. Would a person be completely flawless? No one dared to question her statement. Heaven Suppression was too prestigious in this region. At the same time, Yulian said that he was on the same level as Matriarch Yu. This was enough to show his power. Matriarch Yu's assailant title wasn't a boast. Immortal Emperor En Tian himself said so, thus, there was no need to question it. Of course, some were curious about why such a great man like him was so unknown. They didn't dare to ask though. The disciples of the city, on the other hand, became quite proud since their ancestor has made his mark on the 12th step. Lin Hao is here. Someone said during this moment of silence. The crowd turned right away. A handsome young man with the bearing of a noble came about. His looks alone made him look quite exceptional. The young cultivators here quickly said hi to him with a blatant servile intent. They couldn't be blamed for doing so. Lin Hao was from the Soaring Immortal sect. He was the disciple of an elder, responsible as a messenger. Though his status was far inferior to Long Outyan, a difference of the heaven and earth, he was still from the Soaring sect. His status and cultivation were much stronger than many successors of the great powers. He was quite arrogant, being the disciple of an elder, so when others came to greet him, he simply nodded back. He finally let go of this prideful act after seeing Yu Yulian and amicably spoke, "Princess, I'm here to support you after hearing about your climb." He could show off his identity before others but not Yulian. The Soaring Immortals sect was great indeed, but they still needed to give the Yu clan some respect, or more importantly, Matriarch Yu. Yulian was very friendly as well after seeing Lin Hao. "Brother Lin, it is our pleasure to have you here. May I ask where Brother Long is?" "Princess, eldest brother is leading the troops to wipe out the remnants. He's deep undersea right now, I'm afraid he can't come." Lin Hao answered right away. Young Emperor Long is unstoppable for real. He destroyed the sea monsters' armies and made them run back to their lair. Even their god kings would run for their lives after hearing his name. Someone quickly flattered. For many experts here, being able to curry favor with Soaring Immortal was a great honor. If these youths could form some ties with Soaring Immortal, their sect would even promote them. "That's right, young Emperor Long is the immortal emperor in this generation." Someone else chimed in. Lin Hao became smug after hearing all the praises. He agreed with all the comments too. Spring came on Yulian's charming face. She viewed her crush as her pride, especially when others praised him. Brother Long is the son of the high heaven. It's no problem for him to take down those losers. Yulian smiled and said, "No matter what it is, if Brother Long requires my clan's help, just say the word. Our clan will do our best and won't refuse even if it is jumping into the fire. I will tell eldest brother about your kind words." Lin Hao busily said. "How can you make such a thoughtless statement when it comes to the honor and well-being of the Yu clan?" A leisurely voice came right after Yulian expressed her loyalty to her sweetheart. A young man slowly came forward. There was nothing special about him and no one would give him a second glance. There was a servant on his side. These two were naturally Li Chia and the Peacock Bright Monarch. Of course, Li Chia normally wouldn't care about the young ones. However, it was not a trivial matter when Yulian is speaking for the Yu clan about pledging their allegiance to Soaring Immortal. Chapter 1593. The young cultivators glanced at each other after seeing Li Chia. They were puzzled. Who was this man? Why did he dare to say such a thing? In fact, the crowd was also confused. No one recognized him, so they didn't know of his identity. Some of them didn't care due to his ordinary appearance. Yulian wanted to use Lin Hao to profess her feelings towards her crush, but being interrupted by a nobody left her sour. She uttered coldly, "No need for an outsider to worry about the Yu clan's business." Li Chia simply glanced at her and shook his head. "Your ancestors' prestige will be destroyed in the hands of you fools." Her expression changed greatly as she furiously said, "Who are you? Daring to run your mouth like this? Princess, no need to worry about who he is. Allow me to teach the ignorant brat a lesson for blustering before you." Lin Hao immediately told Yulian. This was the nice part of being a disciple from Soaring Immortal. They had no qualm about opposing anyone in the world. No need for young noble Lin and princess to dirty your hands. The peacock prince from Wuxia's demonic city jumped out with the intention of currying favor. He pointed at Li Chia and shouted, "Brat, being disrespectful here is a sin worthy of death. Come, I'll break your limbs in just one move." The peacock bright monarch in the form of a servant shook her head and chuckled. These people didn't know who they were dealing with. They won't know how they will die either. Li Chia leisurely smiled at the peacock prince. "What's your name?" "This young noble is the peacock prince of Wuxia's demon city." The prince sneered and smugly stated his title. After all, he was a famous character in the Grand Sea. "Peacock Prince?" Li Chia laughed in response and told the monarch standing next to him, "A demonic pheasant naming itself Peacock, this is besmirching the word." The prince's face reddened. He hated when people talked about his origin the most. Being a pheasant gave him a sense of inferiority, so now, embarrassment turned to anger. He screamed, "Little animal, come accept your death." The other young cultivators here watched amusingly on the sideline. Yulian and Lin Hao, on the other hand, didn't care for this unknown junior. "Slap him." Li Qia ordered the monarch next to him, too lazy to care about the peacock prince. Bang! 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 The monarch instantly attacked. The peacock prince might not be bad among the young generation, but there was too much of a gap between the two. He was slapped a dozen times in just a blink. His cheeks flared red with blood dripping down his lips while being completely confused. Once he calmed down, he spat a mouthful of blood with all of his teeth falling out. She had already gone easy on him or he would be dead. Animal, I'll kill you. The mad prince roared with an aura rushing to the sky. Several hundred sharp blades appeared before him and acted like arrows with extreme speed. They instantly pierced at the monarch. She easily shattered all of them with a bang. Next, she had him by the neck. Ah! The monarch slightly clenched her fist and shattered his Dao body to reveal his true form. A pheasant appeared before everyone. Its feathers were quite beautiful. The beast was screaming while being grabbed by the monarch. Young noble, what should I do now? She asked while staring at Li Qia. The prince's life and death was up to Li Qia's answer. Just a junior, no need to kill him. Li Qia said flatly without looking at the pheasant. Boom! She casually threw him on the ground, causing more blood to ooze from his mouth. He struggled to turn back to his human form. The guy was lying on his stomach in fear, not daring to even get up. Everyone was aghast, including Yu Yulian and Lin Hao. The prince's cultivation wasn't bad among the young cultivators, but this guy defeated him in one move. It seemed as if killing him was even easier than crushing an ant. More importantly, he was only a servant. Thus, this ordinary master must have been even more frightening and powerful. The two's expression changed. They were keen enough to know that these were masters. Who are you? Yu Yulian questioned. Nevertheless, they came from invincible sects and could still maintain their composure. Li Qia. He looked at her and said insipidly. Fiercest. Someone shouted after hearing this name. In the shortest possible time, everyone here turned pale. The majority quickly retreated, so the area around Li Qia suddenly became empty. The youths here kept their distance. Even Yulian and Lin Hao staggered backward in fear. Not everyone might know the name, Li Qia, but the whole world knew of the title, Fiercest. This person annihilated Space Tramble, massacred Azure Mysterious, and banished Soaring Immortal. Such deeds and notoriety were preeminent. The inhabitants of Mortal Emperor trembled before his name. The crowd took a deep breath and stared at Li Qia in horror while their legs quivered. They knew that opposing him meant death, even imperial lineages weren't spared. Juniors like them were nothing before Fiercest. They were aware that Soaring Immortal was unstoppable since its coming. The only time it suffered a loss was to Li Qia's banishment. He had done the impossible. Because of this, even Lin Hao was scared. Fiercest wasn't someone that would be deterred by his sex prestige. Looks like some of you have heard of my name before, he said flatly. Yulian and Lin Hao were quite powerful, capable of killing ordinary god kings. Alas, the disparity between them and the banisher, Li Qia, was too great. The Yu clan's juniors are too disappointing compared to Matriarch Yu. Li Qia stared at Yulian and gently sighed. He wasn't looking down on her but was lamenting the fact that she couldn't be polished into gold. In the past, Matriarch Yu used to be his confidant and an important figure in his administration. Unfortunately, Yulian wasn't even a tenth as exceptional as Matriarch Yu at the same age. He was sad at the Yu clan's lack of capable successors. Yulian considered herself a heavenly daughter that was on the same level as Wulong Xian and Zi Queening. Her expression darkened after hearing his evaluation. Li Qia, you might scare the Grand Middle Territory, but no need to show your bravado at the Grand Sea, especially at Discover. She coldly uttered. I can't do as I please here. Li Qia couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Is it because of you, the Yu clan, or Soaring Immortal? Someone of your level can't understand whether I am capable of carrying out my whim or not. Heaven suppression is also here, not just soaring immortal. Yes, and the Black Dragon Legion as well. She went on. Meanwhile, the crowd was watching with bated breath. No one dared to comment thoughtlessly. The notorious fiercest has scared the soul out of many. You're courageous indeed. Li Chia shook his head. It's a pity that you rely too much on your ancestors' prestige. Go home, don't throw away all your face here. Be a good girl and think about your mistakes and focus on the Tao. Your future will be better in this way. In his eyes, Yulian and Lin Hao weren't qualified to talk to him. He was only giving such good counsel to her due to matriarchy and would be too lazy to care for anyone else. Her complexion kept changing from being livid. Fury overwhelmed her mind since she has never been shown such contempt before. Li Chia, you won't be invincible much longer. Lin Hao finally mustered some courage and claimed, there is still someone who can trample and defeat you. You're not the best genius in our generation. Chapter 1594. The crowd stared at Li Chia and understood what Lin Hao was implying. Li Chia became amused and said, is that so? I would like to hear who is it that wants to be my enemy. My eldest brother, Long Outyan. Lin Hao proudly declared, he shall be an immortal emperor, the real invincible being. He became smug after saying this. Regardless of their opinion about Long Outyan, most admitted that only Long Outyan was qualified to compete against Fiercest and no one else. Long Outyan? Never heard of him. Li Chia leisurely responded with a smirk. The boys who had a crush on Yulian became happy after hearing this. Only Fiercest would be able to attack Long Outyan like this. The other cultivators also smiled wryly. Anyone else would seem foolish and arrogant to make such a comment, but it sounded so natural coming from Fiercest. Lin Hao had no response in a short time. All he could do was glare awkwardly at Li Chia. Brother Long is the first of the young generation to have a grand completion immortal physique. He fought against the world and killed 5 god kings. Even a 9 worlds god king couldn't stop his incredible arts. Yulian defended Outyan. Her face blushed again while recalling his tales with rippling eyes. She was full of pride whenever she talked about him to the chagrin of her suitors. This comment entertained Li Chia. He said, you like this Long Outyan? None of your business. She angrily glared at him while feeling slightly embarrassed due to her one-sided crush being blatantly revealed. He smiled and shook his head, even if he likes you, nothing good will come of this. Soaring Immortal shouldn't have come out with such fanfare and definitely shouldn't have let its disciples compete for the heaven's will, at least not in this generation. If our Soaring Immortal wants to come into being, we shall do it. If we want to have the heaven's will, our successor shall become Immortal Emperor. Lin Hao angrily backed up his sect. Li Chia chuckled in response, it doesn't matter if this is the idea of your elders or the successor, this is a futile attempt with only one result, death. You are too confident. Brother Long has a grand completion physique with the arts of 5 emperors on top of supreme weapons. No one can stop him. Yulian was unconvinced. Love could make a person blind. In her mind, Long Outyan was unstoppable, so she naturally became unhappy when Li Chia put him down. Li Chia understood her thoughts and gently chuckled again. How can a grand completion immortal physique boast in front of me? You. At the very least, Brother Long has a grand completion physique, you still don't have one. She angrily retorted. Li Chia felt like destroying her fantasy and leisurely stated, I have 13 palaces. This sentence rendered her breathless. In her opinion, Long Outyan was number 1 in all aspects. No one could match him. However, he didn't have 13 palaces. The other spectators gasped. This was an achievement worthy of arrogance. Brother Long know the arts of 5 emperors and have created a supreme Tao in all of history. She claimed again, unwilling to give in. Li Chia smirked again and said, 13 palaces. Brother Long has a triple saint talent and he's the Denari king. No one could stop the perfect man in her heart. 13 palaces. Li Qia leisurely repeated. She had no response and could only leer at him. Despite her crush's perfect conditions, he couldn't surpass Li Qia in terms of palaces. The monarch nearby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Qia was clearly teasing Yulian, but she didn't let up her undying love. My young noble's 13 palaces are enough to look down on the world. She wanted to wake Yulian up. As for grand completion physiques, there are no less than 100 in history, but there is only one person with 13 palaces. The monarch aimed to wake Yulian up, but the girl's expression became even uglier. She took this as a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. Even a servant was doing so. Li Qia simply chuckled and didn't say anything else. That's about right. Many youths found the monarch's statement reasonable. The ones who like Yulian felt that she was too apartment. After careful consideration, many young geniuses felt that Long Outyan was indeed blessed by the heavens, a top contemporary genius, but his achievement wasn't unheard of in history. This wasn't the case for Li Qia. 13 palaces were one and only. It was a miracle created by him, more than enough to carve his name down history. This was an achievement comparable to being an emperor. Yulian was at a loss, unable to come up with another argument to defend her sweetheart. However, she saw her love's shadow on the 11th step. Her eyes flashed with a new idea, so she pointed at the 12 scales. Li Qia, you're amazing indeed, so you probably don't mind climbing the scales. Brother Long easily left his shadow on the 11th step, so you can try to. If you can't reach that spot, then you're no match for him and definitely can't compete for the throne. It shows his peerless talents, Dao heart, and determination. She stared gloatingly at Li Qia and believed that he wouldn't be able to reach the 11th step. After all, ever since the generation of immortal Emperor Yin Tian, only Long Outyan has reached the 11th step out of so many climbers. That's right, it was a piece of cake for my eldest brother to reach the 11th step. Lin Hao loudly chimed in, try it if you dare. Show that you can compete with my brother. The two of them were under heavy pressure, especially Yulian. She refused to believe that Long Tian was beneath Li Qia. After hearing this, Li Qia shook his head and smiled. Love can make someone foolish. Only the 12 scales, not some insuperable test. There are plenty of people who can reach the 11th step in this world, not just your sweetheart. It is just that they do not care for fame, so they don't bother. Really now? Lin Hao said aggressively, they're just afraid of losing faces. These geniuses that do not care for fame probably can't even reach the 8th level. That's why they don't try at all, in order to avoid losing some reputation. Lin Hao always had his elder brother's back regardless of the situation. He was certain that Long Tian would become emperor. Is that your excuse? Yulian pushed on further after seeing Li Qia's disinterest on climbing. We won't force you if you don't want to, but do not go around and say that you're the only one qualified to become emperor, since you still have a long way to go before competing with Brother Long. She was particularly pleased with this victory. If he were to find out, perhaps he would look at her in a different light and like her even more. Chapter 1595. Li Qia smiled while looking at Yulian. Does this Long Outyan guy know that you like him? Yulian blushed because of this public revelation. She angrily stared at him and said coldly, none of your business. Li Qia teased her again. I don't really care for your romance, since nothing good will come of it, but I do have to say, daring to love and hate so openly is not a bad thing. If you like him, then go confess, no point in hiding it. Even if you do more things for him, he won't know about them and you will be nothing more than an insignificant stranger in his mind. Li Qia had no problems with Long Outyan either. However, Soaring Immortal purposely came out in this generation, and this has sealed their fate. They have broken the agreement of past, so there was nothing left to say. His blatant statement embarrassed Yulian, while the boys who like her became justifiably annoyed as well. Li Qia, stop running your mouth here. She shouted, if you can't climb the scales, then just admit your defeat, no need to buy time. If you don't want to do it, it's not too late to give up. Yulian coldly uttered. Very well, I'll break your dream then so that you won't keep on falling in deeper. It's not too late to turn back. Li Qie smiled and said. Li Qie only wanted to take the monarch for a look, but didn't expect to encounter Yulian's matter. Since this was the case, it was time to wake her up or it would be too late when her lover turned to ashes in the future. Everyone watched with anticipation after hearing Li Qie's confirmation. They stared attentively at each and every move of his and wondered how many steps he could reach. In the past, Aotian's achievement at the 11th step has already rendered the young generation breathless. No youth dared to challenge him, but it was different for Fiercest. Some believed that if he couldn't make it to the 11th step, he would be overshadowed a bit by Long Aotian. Even if he could reach this step, it would only show that he would be a capable rival. They knew that he was at a disadvantage because he was doing it after Long Aotian. The guy has robbed all of the fame. Even if Li Qie could reach the 11th step, the reaction wouldn't be as resounding as before. He needed to reach the 12th step to be on the same level as the Ionic genius, Gu Zun, in order to gain the limelight and surpass Long Aotian. Otherwise, he wouldn't be shining as brilliant by just going evenly. Meanwhile, the youths who had a crush on Yulian prayed quietly for Li Qie to break Aotian's achievement and reach the 12th step. They wanted someone to take Aotian down a notch and rob him of his reputation. That was the only way for Yulian to know that her sweetheart wasn't that excellent. In fact, even the monarch became a bit anxious. It wasn't about whether he could beat Aotian or not. She was wondering if he could actually reach the peak. He stated so a while ago, so if he could actually stay true to his words, it would be quite frightening. Some people believe that only immortal emperors could break through the Tao shackles to reach the peak. At this time, he has walked onto the first step. A note immediately played. Outsiders couldn't feel anything, but this wasn't the case for the climber. This booming sound was the noise of the Grand Tao, as sonorous as a bell. It instantly attacked the Tao heart with a devastating force as if it could tear the body apart. It instilled a primal fear. Someone with a weak Tao heart would immediately kneel on the spot. However, Li Qie had no need to use determination and comprehension. There was no need for him to understand this particular Tao note since his Tao heart alone was sufficient. It has been polished by the tides of time, not something these 12 scales could touch. Boom. 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 He took one step at a time before the leering crowd. 1, 2, 3, someone counted quietly each step. 9, 10, he finally made it to the 10th to the dismay of Yulian. Her breathing became rapid as she made a cross with her hands and secretly prayed for him to fail the 11th step. At this time, he purposely stopped to look at the group. Is that it? One spectator said with a hushed voice. Yulian heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. Should I continue? He cheerfully smiled. The crowd exchanged glances with uncertainty. They didn't know whether he could keep on going or was only preparing an excuse. Perhaps it could be a provocation as well. Yulian slowly said, "This is a friendly competition. If you can't make it any further, don't force yourself. Losing to Brother Long isn't shameful at all. He's the high heaven's son." That's right. Lin Hao thought Li Qie was trying to get off easy as well. He snorted in response, "Losing to the future emperor is just fine. Don't force yourself, come down already." People saw Li Qie standing motionlessly on the spot and thought that he was giving up. They became disappointed in his failure to take Long Aotian down. Looks like I have to try then. He smiled and took another step. 11th. Another cultivator shouted when he made it to the next step. Some people couldn't help clapping. He glanced at Long Aotian's shadow and chuckled before reaching out with one finger. Boom! Aotian's shadow was instantly destroyed with nothing left. No! Yulian shouted with a pale complexion. That's too fierce. The crowd was astonished after seeing this casual yet destructive gesture. Keep in mind that Li Qie was withstanding the same pressure as Long Aotian. The shadow left behind was created by the Tao note. It wasn't so easy to break. What did you do? Lin Hao howled after seeing this. No challenge at all. Li Qie ignored them and took another step towards the next. 12th step. Another screamed after seeing this. So amazing. The young cultivators here began to cheer. The guy is unreal. Such Dao heart and talents can compare to an Eonic genius. Some were utterly convinced. Li Qie chuckled again and shook his head while looking at Gu Zun's shadow. He shot out another finger strike. Boom! Gu Zun's shadow turned to ashes too. You! It was the heaven suppression disciples' turn to become angry and glare at Li Qie. Chapter 1596. The crowd was astounded to see Li Qie destroying Gu Zun's shadow. Everyone gasped and stared at each other in amazement. Fiercest is just too ferocious. Who could actually match his fearlessness? One spectator murmured. Everyone knew that heaven suppression was the leader in the Grand Sea. Even though it didn't have 5 emperors like Soaring Immortal, it was more influential in this particular region. But now, Li Qie destroyed Gu Zun's shadow without any hesitation. This was a prelude to war. How many in this world would dare to challenge both heaven suppression and Soaring Immortal at the same time? Perhaps only an emperor. The disciples here were furious. This was their territory, yet Li Qie dared to commit such a crime. It was humiliating for their sect, a direct challenge even. But there was nothing they could do. Fiercest has been aggressive for a long time now with wanton regards for the consequence. So what if they were angry? Fiercest wouldn't care for disciples of their level and could crush them with a single finger. The monarch smiled wryly as well. It was all she could do. Everyone stared at him at this moment without being able to utter a single word. There was no doubt that Fiercest has exceeded Long Outyan. The guy being able to reach the 11th step was incredible enough, worthy of his name. However, Fiercest has reached the 12th floor. This meant that he was above Outyan. The guy might not be Fiercest's match in the upcoming war for the Heaven's Will. Just when everyone thought he would stop on this final step, he raised his foot again. No way. People's eyes widened after seeing this. That's not possible, the 12th step is the highest suppression already. One murmured. Yulian felt the same way. She had heard her seniors said that no one besides immortal emperors could reach the top due to the Dao shackles present. The 12 scales had an amazing origin. It was the ultimate treasure from a divine race and was brought here by Matriarch Yu. It wasn't just a simple test but also a weapon that could protect Discover and their clan. She almost shouted after seeing this with her mouth agape with incredulity. In her mind, climbing the 11th step alone was already amazing, enough to surpass all the current geniuses. But now, Li Qie wasn't even happy with the 12th step and wanted to reach the top. This guy was a complete monster. Bang! Li Qie actually made it up there and another sonorous note struck. Though it wasn't overly loud, it was a hammer striking everyone's heart. Impossible. The first to scream was Yu Yulian in astonishment. She couldn't believe her own eyes and almost became a fish out of the water. She wanted to speak several times but the words were stuck in her throat due to the utter shock. This is too unreasonable. The crowd was stunned speechless as well. Gu Zun was an Eonic genius who made it to the last step but now, Fiercest even went further. If Gu Zun was one of the 10 greatest geniuses, then who the hell was Li Qie? An emperor? Even the monarch in her disguise couldn't stay calm. She wasn't confident in his previous claim but he has indeed done it now. She became very afraid due to the significance behind this. She thought about Yu Jingfeng. This was an existence capable of fighting against an emperor yet he was still respectful towards Li Qie. Such a being didn't need to act so servile towards anyone, not even an emperor. After careful consideration, she was stricken with fear. Just what kind of terrorizing character was Li Qie? She felt a chill at this point and realized that anyone who opposes him in the future will have a bad end, including Soaring Immortal and her heaven suppression. This realization made her take a deep breath. Boom. 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 More notes came from the scales in continuation like the sound of the world. Bang. Prostrating noises came about. The young cultivators here all kneeled before this burst of sounds. It wasn't out of their own volition since they were completely helpless before the noises. Each note was a supreme order of the worldly grand Tao. This was the will of the world, so one had to prostrate. Some gritted their teeth in order to resist, but the more they struggled, the more powerful the notes. Because of this, some were bleeding heavily from their knees after being pushed down to the ground. The stronger masters here could withstand several notes, but the weak dropped down after just one or two. After Lin Hao kneeled down, Yulian couldn't handle it either, so she still fell down after another note. She was powerless in resisting its might. The last to kneel was the monarch. She was much stronger than the others, but she eventually lost her footing and dropped down. Lin Hao was completely unwilling. As a disciple from Soaring Immortal, he has never knelt down before anyone outside of his sect. He lifted his head and tried to get up, but the slightest movement invoked a greater suppression. His knees started to bleed profusely. Rise. Li Qie said flatly above the notes, I grant you absolution. Having said that, he stared at the kneeling mass. He didn't intentionally suppress all of them. The 12 scales weren't a simple test. It was once a supreme location for divine bestowment on top of being a defensive weapon. Its power could instantly take someone down. Yulian and the others simply couldn't withstand its power. Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief since the power instantly disappeared. Nevertheless, they were still pale and confused. Some glanced at Li Qie once, not daring to steal a second glimpse. They have heard of his fame before, but now, they have actually experienced it in person. Fear overwhelmed their mind and told them that it was best not to oppose fiercest. Yulian didn't dare to speak either. Her sweetheart was perfect and peerless, but Li Qie's achievement today has overshadowed him. This robbed her of her voice completely. Some trickeries must be going on. Lin Hao shouted after calming down. Chapter 1597. Li Qie stared at Lin Hao while standing above the 12 scales and said, What? Can't accept defeat gracefully. It's absolutely impossible. Lin Hao turned red, but he still stubbornly said, Everyone knows that the scales are affected by the Grand Tao, so no one can reach the top. Something is amiss here, he must have cheated. Either that or the scales aren't working. As someone who has been a fan of his eldest brother since youth, he couldn't accept Li Qie destroying the shadow or reaching the top, since even an Ionic genius like Gu Zun couldn't do so. Because of this, he wanted to nitpick or even question the validity of Li Qie's achievement. Many looked at him without speaking. Some found displeasure in his choice of words, but they chose against speaking up since he was from Soaring Immortal. Yulian didn't like this statement either and gave him a cold stare. His questioning the 12 scales was the same as questioning her Yu clan. Ever since Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation, so many people have climbed the scales without issues. It can be said that the scale was a different symbol for their clan, so his skepticism was an attack on their integrity. Thus, even Yulian, who had a crush on Outyan, became dissatisfied with Lin Hao. Li Qie replied flatly, Someone who can't bear losing and having to resort to accusations like you should die. You. Lin Hao immediately retorted, Li Qie, are you trying to silence me? Maybe you are afraid of others finding out your trickery, so you want to kill me to avoid questioning. Even if you can kill me, can you also kill everyone here? What about everyone else in the world? You can't shut all of us up regardless of how many you kill. Lin Hao wanted to besmirch Li Qie at this moment while dragging everyone else into the fray, onto the side of opposing Li Qie. The youths here stared at Lin Hao, some even moved away from him. Even a fool could see his intention. Normally, anyone else would try to support him in order to curry favor with Soaring Immortal. But now, they weren't going to joke around when facing Fiercest, a mass murderer. If Lin Hao were to really drag them into this mess, Fiercest would kill them without hesitation. They didn't want to be buried alongside Lin Hao. Just a clown thinking that he's something, deserving of punishment. Li Qie glanced emotionlessly at the guy and casually slapped. Boom! Lin Hao couldn't even dodge in time or block it. He was blown flying with blood and teeth falling out. He fell on the ground, but his words were still strong. Li Qie, even if you kill me, the rest of the world will still know the truth. Do it. Soaring immortal disciples have never been afraid of death. Just a worm, you think I care what others say about me? Li Qie replied, if you wish to die, so be it. With that, he pointed his finger at the youth. It was the most casual of strikes, but Lin Hao couldn't dodge at all. The gap between the two was too immense, so Lin Hao closed his eyes, awaiting death. Show mercy. A shout came about at this key juncture. A loud banging noise came next with a breaking sound. Debris went flying everywhere. A huge shield flew forward to stop Li Qie's finger strike. It was still destroyed completely, with pieces scattering everywhere. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was able to survive the ordeal. A strapping old man landed down in front of Lin Hao. More shields emerged around him while he held a saber, ready to fight without the slightest sign of carelessness. Master! Lin Hao shouted happily and crawled up. Don't worry, our warships are coming right away. The old man nodded, but his eyes remained fixated on Li Qie. He was consoling his disciple while telling everyone here at the same time, especially Li Qie. An elder from Soaring Immortal. One youth was aghast. The crowd quickly retreated since they understood the implication of an incoming warship. Though an elder wasn't considered a high-ranking member in Soaring Immortal, he still emitted a frightening aura. Just an elder was already this powerful. It was indicative of the sect's strength as a whole. The elder looked at Li Qie and said slowly, fellow Taoist Li, my disciple is young and ignorant. How about sparing him and showing our sect some sensibilities? He was still ready for battle, not daring to underestimate the enemy. He has heard of Fiercest a long time ago. This was a being capable of murdering god kings and banishing their sect. The crowd was moved after hearing this. Ever since Soaring Immortal descended down on the Grand Sea, they have always been imperious. Those who opposed them would be flattened for sure. Alas, this elder had to play nice at this moment. But then again, it wasn't shameful at all for him to act in this manner. After all, his enemy was the notorious Fiercest, who has never been afraid of anyone ever since his debut. The name Soaring Immortal couldn't scare him. Li Qie looked at him and chuckled, show some sensibilities? Not for your Soaring Immortal sect. The elder's expression soured after hearing this. Even imperial lineages would show their sect some respect, but not Li Qie at this moment. The elder found it difficult to remain calm. Fellow Taoist Li, the Grand Tao is long, you will always see others again. The elder took a deep breath and said slowly, it's better to make a friend than an enemy. Our sect isn't that easily bullied. So what? Does everyone need to give you some face just because you had 5 emperors? Li Qie still didn't respond, but a sneer came from the distance. A youth arrived with a golden luster emanating from his body. He had golden scales all over his body with 2 green dragon horns. A stormy tsunami accompanied him. Hai Lin. One of the spectators recognized him and became startled. Even those who haven't seen him in the past knew who he was, the young leader of the sea demons. The elder uttered coldly, so you are hiding here, but not for long, our young lord will kill you soon enough. I know Long Outyan and his hounds are looking for me. The youth named Hai Lin snorted, they won't find shit on their trip to the sea this time. The elder scowled, you can run for now, but not forever. He'll slay all of you. Wait until he becomes emperor before boasting. Hai Lin retorted. The youths present were quiet. Everyone had their own thoughts while watching this. Soaring Immortal took over a large territory after coming to the Grand Sea. This invoked the retaliation from the presiding demons and sea monsters. The sea monsters weren't a race. They were beasts living in the depth of the sea, such as gigantic fish, serpents, and turtles. Chapter 1598. Since the olden times, sea monsters have lived in the deep sea. In the beginning, they lacked intelligence, but with the passage of time, they began to evolve. Later on, some demons and sea monsters mated, and this expedited the process. They became smarter and built their own home. Because of this, the sea monsters commonly known in the Grand Sea were the offsprings of demons and the old sea monsters. However, these offsprings still maintained their unique characteristics even through the long years. Due to this relationship, many in this region listed sea monsters together with the demon race. However, some sea demons rejected this notion. Thus, sea monsters became its own classification instead of a particular race. Nevertheless, these two different camps were still very close, sharing both glory and humiliation. Because of this, they gathered forces to fight against the invader, Soaring Immortal. Hai Lin's ancestor was rumored to be a gigantic dragon sleeping under the sea. Who knows if this was true or not, but he had golden draconic scales since birth along with a pair of green horns. Perhaps it was due to his noble origin and great bloodline that he was very powerful since youth, capable of tearing apart his enemies. As he grew older, his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. As a teenager, he became the undisputed leader of the sea monsters' young generation. During the invasion, he became a great role model for the soldiers and used his trident to fight against Soaring Immortal. He also challenged Long Outyen, but alas, he lost the fight and nearly died. His seniors had to save him. Later on, no one could stop Soaring Immortal's momentum, so Hai Lin and his allies had to fight and retreat back to the sea. Long Outyen didn't let up and gave chase, so it was strange that Hai Lin was here now. Back to the present, the elder loudly declared, "You are only a loser to my young lord, no need for him to become immortal emperor before killing you." "Is that so?" Hai Lin laughed. "I don't know whether Outyen can kill me or not, but I'm certain of one thing. I'm killing one of his hounds today." The crowd was amazed by his boldness. This was an elder from Soaring Immortal. How many people nowadays would dare to call one of them a hound? The elder became livid and exclaimed, "Hai Lin, cease your presumptuousness. One of us will die today." How could the elder endure this humiliation as a revered elder from the great Soaring Immortal sect? Despite knowing that he was not Hai Lin's match, he still had to fight. "Perfect, taste my trident." Hai Lin didn't waste words and pierced straight at the elder. "Activate." The elder crazily roared and used his imperial laws. The figure of an immortal emperor emerged in the sky like a mountainous shield. There were numerous imperial runes carved on this shield with sonorous hymns. It can be said that this elder was also a top expert in the contemporary. Many youths felt their knees shaking under the aura of an emperor and were instantly suppressed. Alas, he was encountering the ferocious Hai Lin today. Hai Lin soared like a dragon in the sky. His trident seemingly turned into a dragon claw and mercilessly scratched the shield. Boom! The shield shattered under this attack and the elder went flying from the impact. Lin Hao was shocked and quickly flew forward to catch his master. Hai Lin's power stunned the crowd. They didn't think he would be so powerful, no wonder why he could survive after fighting against Long Outyen. Too bad for you. If you had an imperial weapon, you could struggle for a bit longer. Hai Lin pointed his trident at the elder and uttered coldly. Hai Lin might not be as powerful as Long Outyen, but few could be his rivals among the young generation. Moreover, his pure and prestigious bloodline gave him a battle advantage over people at the same cultivation level. Lastly, the trident in his hand was a mighty ancient artifact. Despite being from the depth of the sea as well, he didn't come from the ancient heritage like Wu Longxian. Nevertheless, his bloodline was still very exceptional. Do as you please. The elder had a strong backbone and didn't bother trying to escape. Very well, I'll take your dog head today as revenge for my people. Hai Lin aimed his trident at the elder with a cold glint in his eyes. Young noble Hai, please show mercy. A group dashed over with an old man leading the charge and shouting from the distance. Clan Master Yu is here. A spectator recognized the old man. After arriving, the old man hurriedly spoke, "Young noble Hai, Discover is a city of peace, don't bring the conflict here." This was the current clan master of the Yu. In a short time, all eyes were on Hai Lin. Though the clan master wasn't a top expert, he had a wide network of connections in the Grand Sea. Because of his clan's position, he enjoyed a high status in this region. Bringing conflict here? Hai Lin sneered, "Clan master, this is not me ignoring you and your clan, but it is my feud with Soaring Immortal. They killed my brothers, so I shall kill their disciples. Blood for blood. Young noble, it is better to make peace. How about my clan acting as a mediator today? If you let go of the elder, you can name the condition." The clan master slowly said. He didn't wish to see this elder die at Discover. After all, the elder came to congratulate his clan, so face would be lost if the elder were to die here. "Clan master, I didn't see your clan at the battlefield maintaining justice and speaking up for us when Soaring Immortal took over our territory." Hai Lin spoke coldly, "But now, you're speaking up for Soaring Immortal." The clan master's expression became awkward. All he could say was, "The battlefield is one thing, but this is Discover, you can't conflate the two. I'm afraid I can't obey. His head is mine today." Hai Lin chose against showing the clan master some sensibilities and said coldly. The clan master was put in a difficult dilemma. It was either to fight Hai Lin to save the elder or just to watch the guy die. "Spare this elder and your race shall have the same treatment at Discover." A stern and mighty voice came about as a newcomer appeared before the clan master. He continued on, "No one shall touch your tribe members as long as they're in Discover, not even the Soaring Immortal sect." "Father." The clan master quickly bowed. This was a middle-aged man who looked much younger than the clan master, so the clan master's address came as a surprise. "Ancestor Yu." One of the Yu's 3 god kings. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. The 3 god kings consisted of the reclusive matriarch Yu, this middle-aged man, and his grandfather, the Yu forefather. However, few have met this forefather. He was a perennially renowned Grand God King during Immortal Emperor Takong's generation. The Yu clan wasn't big, but it had 3 God Kings, a force enough to overshadow many imperial lineages. This was another reason why it was so famous at the Grand Sea. Rumor has it that it used to have 5 God Kings. Unfortunately, 2 of them have died, or the clan would be even more illustrious in the present. "Ancestor Yu, are you sure?" Hai Lin's eyes became serious. "I stay true to my words." The ancestor spoke, "As long as my clan is here, your members can rest easy at Discover." "So be it, I can also keep my words." Hai Lin took a deep breath and put away his trident. He stared at the elder and coldly uttered, "It's your lucky day, dog." This was a wise decision. If one day, there was nowhere else for them to run, Discover would become a haven. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the ancestor going back on his words. At this particular level, everyone spoke with a certain integrity. Meanwhile, the elder from Soaring Immortal was livid from being humiliated by a youth in this manner. Chapter 1599. The atmosphere was oppressive. An elder from Soaring Immortal was being threatened by a junior in this manner in this humiliating ordeal. At the same time, the youths here were shocked at Lin Hai's domineering attitude. Despite losing to Long Outian before, he was still provoking Soaring Immortal. Not too many would choose this course of action. He didn't stay long. The guy turned to leave, but he paused and bowed his head towards Li Chia standing on the 12 scales. "Brotherly, this little brother has heard of your reputation long ago. I am a big fan, but unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to and can't have a drink with you. I shall ask again in the future given the chance." Li Chia simply smiled and nodded. Seeing the two acknowledging each other left the crowd with admiration. One was a monster while the other was the fiercest. No wonder why they would like each other. People heaved a sigh of relief after Hai Lin left. Ancestor Yu told the elder from Soaring Immortal, "Elder, my apology for being an inadequate host. Please come to our humble abode." "I agree," the elder hurriedly said. The purpose of his trip was to congratulate Matriarch Yu. "Wait until my business is finished before leaving," Li Qia lazily said as the two were about to leave. The elder was aghast while Ancestor Yu's expression soured. The elder was completely livid for suffering this humiliation today in the hands of Hai Lin and Li Qia. However, he could only keep it in since there was nothing he could do. Fiercest was even more ruthless and powerful than Hai Lin. Anyone had to play the nice child in front of him. Ancestor Yu frowned and slowly said, "Young noble Li, no need to add to the fire. If the disciples from Soaring Immortal have offended you, you are the bigger man, why not?" He was also shocked by Li Qia's ability to reach the peak. He had heard of the guy's fame long ago but didn't wish to see anything happen to the master-disciple duo at Discover. "No need for your clan to stick its nose in." Li Qia interrupted him with a hand wave and said, "Return from whence you came, you're not qualified to mediate my issues." Ancestor Yu's expression turned ugly as well. Though he was only a grand god king, he was still an influential figure in Mortal Emperor. Moreover, with his clan's prestige, he was qualified to interfere with worldly feuds. But now, Li Qia had shown him complete disdain in public. This has become quite unbearable. The elder from Soaring Immortal coldly responded, "Li Qia, our Soaring Immortal sect isn't to be bullied. We're not afraid of trouble, I know." Li Qia interrupted him too and chuckled, "No need to talk about how strong your sect is, I'm well aware and still don't give a damn. However, I'm a reasonable person too. This issue has nothing to do with you. It's your disciple who is trying to besmirch my reputation. I won't make it difficult for you, hand him over and you can leave." Lin Hao turned pale after hearing this. If his master were to really hand him over to Fiercest, death was the most likely outcome. "That's impossible." The elder immediately refused, "I will not watch a disciple of my sect being harmed by others." He was a protective person and would never hand his disciple over to an enemy since he was aware of the fatal outcome as well. "If that's the case, I'll take care of you too." Li Qia leisurely smiled and said. "Come then, I'll take you on." The stubborn old man was unyielding. He knew he was no match for Fiercest but still chose to protect his disciple instead of just watching on the sideline. "Courageous enough, not a disgrace to the Soaring Immortal sect," Li Qia said with a smile. Ancestor Yu stepped out to join the conversation. "Young noble Li, how about dropping this matter? Discover is willing to welcome both sides, too much nonsense. Run back to your clan." Li Qia said dismissively and spread out his palm at the ancestor. The ancestor wasn't happy at this disrespectful gesture before the crowd. He roared and with a loud bang, a light emanated from his body and made it seem gigantic. The aura of a grand god king engulfed the entire city, almost causing it to blow up. "I'll have a taste of your peerless art then, young noble Li." He couldn't bear this humiliation so he decided to go all out. Boom! A long and melodious note resounded. Dao runes floated around Li Qia's palm. Next, a gigantic palm that resembled Li Qia's own emerged. It was made from thick and divine laws. This was the palm of a true god containing the power of their sacred race. Boom! 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 A string of Dao melodies came urgently as if the player was pulling the zither string with great speed. Boom! Ancestor Yu's incredible attack instantly faltered before the true god's palm. He staggered several steps backward from the impact. The power of the 12 scales. Ancestor Yu was astonished. He knew about the scales more than outsiders. Even their clan couldn't control its power, so this came as a huge surprise. Scram! Li Qia didn't bother glancing at the ancestor. He swept his sleeve and a storm came about, nearly pushing the entire city up to the sky. The ancestor and the children from the Yu clan were helpless and instantly swept flying back to their clan. When they finally calmed down, all were pale. Even the elder from Soaring Immortal was shocked. Rumble. At this time, the sky suddenly turned dark. Gigantic ships spanning for 100 meters emerged like monsters. These ships were made from pure gold and beautifully decorated with red lacquer. The diagrams carved on the surface made the ships look blazing. There were a total of 8 ships with cannons on the left and right hulls. Skyfire warships. People who were aware of these ships' battle potential cried out. Fire. The elder was ecstatic and gave the command. Their ships were here to celebrate Matriarch Yu's exit from meditation. They were also meant to showcase their sex power, but now, this force was being used on Wuxia. Whoosh. The refined jades engraved on the ship lit up. A majestic worldly energy instantly ignited the sunfire inside the cannons. Boom. 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 Several hundred cannons on the 8 ships unleashed the sunfire shots like raging dragons towards Wuxia on the 12 scales. The Skyfire warships were Soaring Immortal's tools of war. The earliest version was created by Immortal Emperor Tun Ri. Later on, the sect created another batch using his original blueprint. These were the preeminent weapons used by them to occupy the territories in the Grand Sea. Their power was not to be underestimated, evident by numerous past exploits. Boom! The entire city quaked before the incoming barrage. The refined jade served as the catalyst while the sunfire became the shots. They could render enemies into ashes instantly. The spectators were astounded to see the raging fiery shots and understood how Soaring Immortal could push back so many demons in such a short time. Not too many great powers could withstand this first round of bombing. Discover seemed to be under a great crisis. Bang! When all the shots struck the 12 scales, smoke filled the entire area so no one could see what was going on inside. Chapter 1600. When the smoke dispersed, they saw Wuxia standing there safe and sound. An iron barrier floated above his head with a flowing, metallic shimmer. It wasn't his own power since it came from the 12 scales. They lit up with flowing colors that eventually turned into this barrier enveloping Wuxia entirely and stopped the barrage from the 8 warships. The elder was completely caught off guard to see Wuxia not suffering the slightest damage. The experts on the ships became alarmed and suddenly had an ominous feeling. The elder had the urge to run away. In the beginning, he hoped that the ships could do something. Even if they couldn't kill Wuxia, subduing him was still fine. Alas, they were completely useless. Wuxia glanced at the 8 warships and chuckled, Skyfire warships from Immortal Emperor Tun Ri. You shouldn't use them on me. Having said that, he reached forward and more musical notes of a rapid temperament came about. They echoed across Discover as each individual step was playing their own note as if composing a supreme symphony. Clang! All 12 steps lit up. In a split second, a terrible flame crazily surged like the eruptions of countless volcanoes into the world. Boom! Even Discover vibrated with the scales. Many figures emerged on each step, large enough to blot out the sky. Everyone looked up in admiration at their sight. They wore the heaven due to their monstrous size and trampled on the earth. Endless brilliance oozed out of their very being and turned into fire. Even the sun paled in comparison. The scary part was the holy and eternal auras emanating from the figures, indicative of their might. Are they gods? A sense of fear rose among the experts here. No other races had this type of divinity. It was completely different from an immortal emperor's aura and seemed to be innate since birth. Its holiness instilled a primal fear. This was a race above all other races with the greatest of bloodlines. No one knew what these huge figures represented, but a sense of dread and doom permeated. Kill. Wuxia gave a flat order. This, in turn, heralded a series of explosions. The giant figures reached forward and grabbed all 8 warships instantly. When they closed their palms, the world seemed to be sealed and there was nowhere to run. The troops could only sit there, awaiting death. Boom! 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 The caught ships continued to fire at the palms, but even their strongest onslaught couldn't pierce through it all. Crack! When the palms began to close, the ships were torn asunder. Ah! Miserable screams resounded. The disciples on the ship wanted to escape, but the palms have sealed the area, so they were crushed along with the ships. Wuxia, stop! The elder shouted and soared into the sky with Lin Hao in order to stop him. Even though they knew it was futile, they must exert their meager strength for the sake of the sect. Boom! The moment they got up in the air, they were immediately slammed back down to the ground. A sonorous note then suppressed the two instantly. Crack! Finally, it was over for the 8 warships. They turned into 8 large iron knots with beautiful colors. Outside of the paint, there was also the color of blood. Bang! The 8 iron rubbles fell into the ground and created huge pits. Not one disciple was able to escape, to the dismay of the elder sitting down there. He couldn't stay calm at all. This scene was too much of a blow. It destroyed his mind completely. For millions of years now, their sect has been invincible and glorious, capable of calling for rains and winds. In their eyes, as long as their sect came out, it would be invincible. After arriving at the Grand Sea, they were able to take over one sea region despite some opposition. It wasn't a problem with their strength. Alas, their 8 warships have been rendered into scraps by Wuxia. At the same time, he also crushed their prestige. They have never been utterly defeated and humiliated like this. The elder simply sat there while feeling his strength leaving him. He had no words to describe his feelings when facing fiercest. Pluff! Wuxia attacked again with a sound wave from the 12 scales by gesturing with his finger. Lin Hao was instantly turned into a bloody mist without a chance to scream. As for his master, the elder sat there in a daze. He was powerless to resist and struggling was futile. He finally felt true despair before fiercest, unable to stop a single thing. I'm sparing your life so that you can send a message to your sect. I don't care who the leader is right now, immediately scram from my sight or I'll destroy your sect sooner or later. Wuxia coldly glared at the elder. In the past, the shocked elder would still make some stubborn retorts regardless of how powerful the enemy may be. After all, soaring immortal has never been afraid of anyone. But now, he couldn't utter a single comment. Just like that, he finally crawled up and left quietly. He seemed to have grown dozens of years older. Wuxia then stared coldly at everyone while being on top of the 12 scales with deity-like existences surrounding him. He was a supreme god, reigning above all else. Everyone present became afraid and lowered their head in order to avoid his gaze. He simply smiled and turned towards the mansion before sighing quietly. Next, the light on the 12 scales disappeared. The place regained its original form as he started walking down one step at a time. People quickly made a path for him. From beginning to end, not one person dared to look at him directly. After coming out, he told the monarch, "Come, it's time to visit the Yu clan." Having said that, he started walking away. The monarch's wits returned and hurriedly followed him. Inside the mansion, Ancestor Yu and the others were aghast. The entire mansion was quiet and confused. Even a grand god king like Ancestor Yu felt a cold chill. Wuxia's strength was one thing, but the matter that scared him the most was the guy's ability to control the 12 scales. This was because he knew that the 12 scales weren't only a place for examination. It was also a very important weapon for his clan. Chapter 1601. Ancestor Yu calmed down and ordered the disciples inside the mansion. No one goes outside for now. I will be going to see the forefather. The disciples present were moved after hearing this, for they understood the significance. The ancestor traveled deeper into the mansion until he reached a shabby house. He tidied his clothes without any slight and prostrated before the door. "Your grandson greets you, forefather. Come in." A powerful sound came from within. The ancestor took a deep breath and entered the building. It was very neat with nothing else but a straw mat with an old man meditating on top. He had a large stature and wore a hemp garment without any adornments. His gray hair was shining as he sat straight like a rock. This was Forefather Yu. Descendants no longer knew his real name. They only knew that he was Yu Taijuan's only son. This was the second God King from the clan, a very powerful and 9 worlds God King. The clan once had 5 God Kings. Outside of Taijun, who was an emperor assailant, her husband was also a terrifying God King. Another God King was the Yu ancestor's father, or the Forefather Yu's son. He was also another powerful God King. Unfortunately, these 2 God Kings were no longer in this world. Their lives ran out among the slow path towards the Grand Tao. Just think about it, a clan that wasn't an imperial lineage actually had 5 God Kings and 1 emperor assailant. Despite its small scale, its power and prestige were mighty enough. These God Kings were the reason why the Yu clan had an illustrious position in the Grand Sea. After seeing the forefather, the ancestor bowed again and said, "Forefather, I'm afraid we are facing a strong enemy. He had climbed on our 12 scales and used its power." "I know." The forefather slowly nodded. "Who is he?" "A junior named Wuxia. He came from the cleansing incense ancient sect with no real backing to speak of." The ancestor busily answered. "Wuxia, cleansing incense." The forefather murmured these 2 names and fell into quiet contemplation. "He came with ill will. First, he seriously injured our descendant and tortured him. Then he tore apart my grandnephew's arm. This is a very aggressive man. Right now, he's using our 12 scales to destroy the Skyfire warships. I'm afraid he's coming for us soon." The ancestor worriedly said. His nervousness was understandable. Wuxia came aggressively and seemed to be aiming for his clan. Moreover, he has heard of Wuxia's title, fiercest, as well as the notoriety accompanying it. "Elaborate?" the forefather inquired. The ancestor told Yu Zhan's story again and how he and his uncle were taught a lesson by Wuxia. They reported the matter to the clan master and the clan master, in turn, reported it to the ancestor. After hearing this, the forefather gently waved his sleeve and said flatly, "Let the juniors take care of their own problem. The boy is to blame for not being skilled enough and lose. Tell him to train harder. The only thing to worry about right now is the 12 scales." He frowned after saying this. Ancestor Yu mulled over the statement as well. He was a bit surprised that his grandfather didn't want to step up for their descendant. However, he didn't dare to remark on it because his grandfather was much more insightful than him. He surely had his reasons. It'll be a problem for Fiercest to have control over the 12 scales. We need to eliminate this to avoid further complication. Ancestor Yu said. The forefather took his time thinking before answering. Nothing is surprising since there are many great yet hidden masters in the world. However, in our generation, there should only be 2 people who can completely understand the 12 scales. Which 2? The ancestor said. The first is Gu Zun from Heaven Suppression. His talents are virtually peerless. The forefather replied, if he really wants to, he can definitely understand the mysteries within. It's just that mother is still around, so he doesn't want to antagonize her. Who is the second then? The ancestor didn't doubt Gu Zun's talents. After all, this was an Aeonic genius. The second, you won't know this person, no need for me to waste words. The forefather's eyes flashed for a bit, but he refused to answer. This astounded the ancestor. Just what kind of terrifying characters could this be that even his grandfather didn't want to comment on? Wuxia comes with menacing intent, but he's probably not on the same side as Gu Zun. The ancestor said quickly, we're on the same side as Heaven Suppression with good ties with Yi Zhou's people. Gu Zun doesn't need to aim for us, plus, Wuxia also erased Gu Zun's shadow on the scales. We can't predict Gu Zun's actions with an ordinary perspective. The forefather shook his head. To call Gu Zun a genius is not unreasonable, but to call him a stubborn madman is fine as well. A simple junior like you can't speculate his thoughts. The ancestor obediently kept his mouth shut. Mother will be out tomorrow. Select a few descendants and let them see her because she might not see your group again later. As for Wuxia, she'll make a decision. The forefather said. Her venerable wants to come out. The ancestor was ecstatic. Though the world knew that she was finished with her cultivation, she still hasn't left her meditation. No one in the mansion was qualified to see her outside of forefather you. Go. The forefather ended with a wave of his sleeve. The happy ancestor took a deep breath and bowed again before turning to leave. One more thing, no need to be so close with soaring immortal. We do not walk on the same path with them. The forefather added. The ancestor was dazed for a while. He eventually calmed down and had to comment, soaring immortal indeed wants to befriend us. If we have an ally like them, the benefits will come. In fact, the seniors in the clan knew of Yu Yulian's crush on Long Outyan and were happy to see it coming to fruition. Even ancestor you wouldn't mind her marrying into soaring immortal. The forefather raised his voice. What do you know? In the eyes of soaring immortal, we are only tools to be used. Just shallow juniors like you are qualified to talk about an alliance with soaring immortal? Allying with them will bring about a sect-destroying disaster. Well, the ancestor hesitated and didn't know what to say since deep down, he wanted to form this alliance. Just keep this in mind, no need to investigate any further. You'll understand in the future, our foolish descendants cannot accomplish anything great, understand? The ancestor bowed deeply. Your grandson will bear this in mind. Even though he didn't agree with this view, he was still very respectful towards his grandfather. In the deepest location of the mansion was a forbidden area. The Yu descendants weren't allowed here because this was their ancestral grandmother's living area. There was an old and simple shrine here that had experienced countless years and beaten by the weathers. Squeak. The tightly shut wooden doors finally opened. An elderly woman with white hair running down her temples came out. Nevertheless, one could still see that she was an amazing beauty judging by her current elegant demeanor. She walked to the garden and looked at the flowering old trees and sighed disappointedly. Old man, the trees we planted have blossomed, but you are no longer here, leaving me all alone in this world now. Who? Her eyes suddenly became serious during this sentimental moment. Her entire being changed and a mighty aura erupted just like a general that has swept through the 9 heavens. The Grand Tao is always a solitary path, you're not the one alone. At this time, a young man floated over and said, Qing Feng, long time no see. The old woman was shaken to hear the greeting. Her eyes that were exuding frightening light widened as she stared at the young man in disbelief. Is this really you? Her voice was trembling. Who else can control the 12 scales besides me? When I changed your constitution back then, you also had the same expression, one that didn't believe in miracles. It was Wuxia who answered with a smile. Your Excellency, it really is you. The old woman shouted emotionally. Yes, it's me. He sentimentally spoke while looking at her. It has been a while. Time is truly cruel. Chapter 1602, Yu Qingfeng was the ancestral grandmother of the Yu clan, the first general of the Black Dragon Legion during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. She was prominent as an emperor assailant, a truly dreadful existence. Qingfeng greets you, Your Excellency. After calming down, the old woman quickly prostrated on the ground and exclaimed. Wuxia quickly helped her up and said, You are no longer part of the Legion, so this ceremony is unnecessary. After being propped up, she looked at the youth while gripping his hands. After a long time, she finally touched his face. Your Excellency, you have truly gotten your real body. She said emotionally. It is to the Black Dragon King's credit. He gently sighed. He went all out and sacrificed the heavens will in order to get out with my body, then my soul and spirits returned. Your subordinate is ashamed, not being able to aid the Dragon King in you. She sighed. When the Black Dragon King attacked the immortal demon grotto, she was still undergoing her death cultivation and couldn't lend him a hand. Otherwise, she would have participated. It's not your fault. Li Chia shook his head. Your lifespan was over back then, so it's already amazing for you to last till now. Looks like you won't be able to live for another life, but this death cultivation will at least replenish your lost longevity. She became dejected and answered, the reason I can do this is all because of the old man. He used his own life to replenish mine, but she sighed again and stopped. He has always loved you and it was his choice. Li Chia said. We promised to live till the end together regardless of mundane matters, but in the end, our descendants are incompetent, so the old man changed his mind. He hoped that I could live longer to protect them. It's just that the fools don't know our trouble and sacrifices. She became gloomier. Her husband was also a general under the Black Dragon Legion, though he wasn't as strong as her. The lovers decided against sealing themselves and chose to live an ordinary life until death together. Alas, their descendants deteriorated one generation after another. Only ancestor Yu in this generation was capable of doing anything. After him, the Yu clan had no talents to speak of. This made her husband change his mind. He decided to let her live longer to protect their clan for a few more generations. Thus, during the end of her lifespan, he helped with the life replenishment. Despite the successful attempt, her husband couldn't surpass this ultimate trial, so he sacrificed himself for her sake. How many people in this world can see through death so easily and let go? Li Chia smiled and shook his head. She invited her into the old shrine. It was also very simple inside, with a few carved diagrams to the left and right. They were the historical records of the Yu clan's ancestors. She sat down and spoke. I'm sure you will be able to do a lot with your real body in this generation, Your Excellency. If you need my assistance, just say the word. I shall exert all my power for you once more. Li Chia refused. No, the two of you have gained freedom and left the Legion, so I won't break your tranquility. It's time for you to enjoy old age instead of being a part of my war chariot. I owe you that much, Your Excellency. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. No, I wouldn't be alive either. The Yu clan wouldn't be so prosperous as well. She solemnly said. You don't owe me anything. Li Chia smiled. I merely guided you and gave you a chance. What you have achieved is due to your own efforts, and furthermore, you have paid everything by working in the Legion for so long already. And remember, I only did a little bit to help. Your big brother is who actually saved you. Yu Zhengfeng sealed his sister back then and spent an entire generation to accumulate enough materials before asking Li Chia to save her. Because of this fateful encounter, they joined the Black Dragon Legion. After many victories and meritorious contributions, Matriarch Yu became the first general of the Legion. It's all because you showed love for me and our clan. She gently sighed. At this moment, she was willing to come out again to work for Li Chia, and same with her clan. However, he wouldn't agree to this. This is what you and your clan deserve. Li Chia said with a smile. It's a pity that the juniors are so incompetent. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening to me. Big brother doesn't want to look at these unworthy children, so my old bones have no choice but to live on in this sad manner. Zhengfeng can still live for a very long time. Li Chia nodded. Alas, he has the world-weary Dao. It's understandable that he doesn't care for the descendants. In his eyes, the Yu clan doesn't need his attention. Big brother, she became sad when talking about her brother. No one might remember a famous character like Yu Zhengfeng in the current generation, an emperor contender hiding in Discover. But Matriarch Yu will always remember. Zhengfeng started on this invincible path just to save his beloved sister back then. Big brother didn't used to be like this back then. He was a bright and energetic person on top of being very magnanimous, but the trial of love overwhelmed him. He grew tired and no longer cared for mundane matters. She stated. No. Li Chia shook his head. Your big brother has made peace with his failed love for immortal Emperor Qianli. His inner demon isn't about love but himself. After choosing this Tao, it is exceedingly difficult to turn back. The farther he went, the stronger he became and the more he grew tired of mortal issues. In the end, he became cursed, not even the heavens want to take him. He'll have to stay this way? She had to ask. She didn't wish for him to suffer such a dark fate in the upcoming years. No one can help him if he doesn't want to leave. Li Qie shook his head. He knew what he was getting himself into and what he would have to face. Because of this, he fought against immortal Emperor Qianli back then one last time, but she didn't want to kill him. He probably made up his mind to walk on that imperial Tao just to save me back then. She smiled bitterly, realizing the price her brother paid just to save her. He created his own grand Tao back then. In fact, it was a very amazing one, so he had escaped the world-weary Tao, yet he returned again. His choice was the same as immortal Emperor Muzhua. Li Qie commented. Muzhua was an emperor then, so his fortune and cultivation were greater than your big brother, but he still went back to this terrible Tao to be forever cursed. It was their choice, no one can do anything about it. Li Qie smiled wryly as well. Why did the emperor choose this path? He already had an imperial way. Matriarch, you didn't quite understand. The emperor's grand Tao was enough to shoulder the heaven's will. It was a mighty and unstoppable path. But in the end, he gave up this Tao and chose his previous world-weary Tao. No one could imagine such a choice. I don't know. I'm afraid no one knows the reason either, just some guesses. Li Qie chuckled. Some believe that he did it to live even longer. Or maybe this is a type of running away. However, I don't think so. Then what's the reason? She asked. Li Qie pondered for a bit before answering. I don't know either. We'll have to ask the emperor himself in order to find the answer, but if he won't tell anyone else, there's no way to know then. Chapter 1603, Matriarch Yu exhaled quietly after hearing this. She also wanted to help her brother so that he could have a different life. Alas, she was powerless in this matter because Jingfeng was even stronger than her and more knowledgeable regarding cultivation. If he didn't wish to leave the Tao himself, there was nothing she could do. The only good thing about the matter was that he would lead a very long life. He has trained the Tao to a cursed level, hated by both gods and devils. It was very difficult for him to die, so in a certain sense, he has exceeded the limit of a cultivator. Li Qie said, it's up to him alone now, but there is still hope for a changing opportunity. He alone knows what it is though. After a while, she changed the topic and asked, are you returning to take back heaven suppression? Li Qie shook his head. I've never thought about retaking it for my own. Heaven suppression is separate from me, but I do not want to see Gu Zun in charge, that's all. Other than him, I don't really care if anyone else were to take over. Gu Zun. He won't give up. It's been 3 generations already. Her eyes became serious. This is why he is exceptional. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. To be perfectly candid, sometimes I do admire the brat a bit. He knows exactly who I am and know just how futile it is, but he still won't give up, still hellbent on taking the treasures from me, snatching food from the jaw of a tiger. Such greed will not subside even after I took his creation and imprisoned him in the eye of the sea. Such Tao heart is definitely persistent but so misguided. Otherwise, his future would have been boundless as an incredible emperor. Matriarch Yu nodded her head in agreement. There was no need to doubt Gu Zun's talents, but his mistakes have cost him his future. He knows you won't kill him, that's why he has no qualm right now without repenting. If it wasn't for the Black Dragon King, he would already be ashes. She was aware of the past. The king beseeched for his sake, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill him now. Li Qie chuckled, my tolerance and patience have a limit. Gu Zun chose not to appreciate it, so if I catch him again, there won't be mercy even if the Black Dragon King comes back to life and plead. She quietly agreed again. Outsiders didn't know about Gu Zun's imprisonment in the Eye of the Sea, but as the first general of the Legion and one of the executors of the sentence, she was privy to the information. He won't give up so easily. She speculated from her own understanding of Gu Zun's characters. Yes. Li Qie smirked. At this moment, his disciple, Yi Jiuzhou, is in charge of heaven suppression. Though he isn't showing his face, he's controlling everything in the background. Jiuzhou is only a pawn. Great as Gu Zun might be, just give the commands. Our men shall capture Gu Zun so that you can sentence him. The matriarch offered. Though the legion was only in name right now, the old generals from Immortal Emperor Qianli and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generations were still alive. No. Li Qie shook his head. This started because of me, so I shall end it. If he won't repent, I'll personally kill him in order to give the king a fair answer. She became sentimental and commented, an eonic genius. A single thought ruined his life. With your guidance and the Black Dragon King's protection, he could have been one of the greatest emperors of the ages. Alas, he has fallen to this level. It was no wonder that she would have such feelings. Gu Zun had incomparable advantages compared to everyone else back then. It would have been difficult for him to not become an emperor due to his talents and having a supreme overlord like the Black Dragon King as his backer. Greed destroyed his boundless potential. His fortunes were also taken away from him during his imprisonment. Death would have been his fate if it wasn't for the king. If it wasn't for his ill-considered thoughts, it wouldn't have been Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation after Immortal Emperor Qianli. Gu Zun would have been the one. In the end, such unparalleled talents were wasted. After Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, Gu Zun also thought about becoming an emperor. Maybe he wants to use that power to fight against you, Your Excellency. Perhaps he has the same goal in this generation. The matriarch wondered. So what if he becomes an emperor? If he dares to oppose me, I'll kill him all the same. Li Qie said flatly, the sin of past has been forgiven. However, during Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's generation, he has committed an unforgivable crime, enough for eternal damnation. Do you know why I still haven't tormented him just yet? Li Qie asked. Because of the king. She briefly mused before answering. That's right. The king seized my real body again at a great price. He also knew that I won't spare Gu Zun, so when that day comes, he hoped for a swift end, unlike the torture back then. Li Qie gently sighed. The Black Dragon King's expedition back then wasn't only to pay back Li Qie. A small part of it was due to Gu Zun. He has done as much as he can for Gu Zun. The matriarch replied. He knows that Gu Zun isn't worth it. It's only because he has promised Gu Zun's older sister to take care of him, and that as long as he is still in this world, nothing will happen to Gu Zun. He thought that he owed her that much, that's why he begged for Gu Zun. Li Qie sighed again. Gu Zun was the king's younger brother-in-law, the only relative of his wife. She died early, so the king has lived in anguish, thinking that he owed her. Because of this, he promised her to take good care of Gu Zun, and that as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to Gu Zun. This was why he begged the Dark Crow to spare Gu Zun after the crime. Otherwise, Gu Zun would have died 100 times over. The king is a man of his words. The matriarch gently sighed. This was one of the reasons why so many people respected the Black Dragon King. Alas, having a brother-in-law like Gu Zun only dragged him down. I'll be swift when killing Gu Zun out of consideration for the king. Li Qie said flatly. The matriarch didn't say anything else. She could sympathize with the king's emotions. For example, her descendants were a mess as well, so she was quite frustrated. I wonder when my clan will fall because of those fools. She said with feeling. With the 12 scales and 18 crystal cannons, even if the future generations are incompetent and the clan starts to decline, it is still impossible for outsiders to destroy it. Of course, unless they were to provoke some real emperor assailants. Otherwise, the clan will still go on. Li Qie chuckled. That's why I'm worried. The matriarch forced a smile. The fools don't know that there is always a higher mountain and a better man. They think that because the ancestors are around, anyone will give them some face. That's why I won't give them the 18 cannons, that will only harm them. Makes sense. Li Chia laughed. If they were to experience that power, they will be too happy and think no one can mess with them. I don't know how much longer I can live. The matriarch responded, Zhongying doesn't have that much time either, so who knows how long the clan will last if the fools are in charge. Zhongying was her son, forefather Yu. Living can be a type of pain, even if it is through hibernation. Li Chia commented on her mood. She was quite sad and wanted to wait for death after the passing of her husband, but she needed to live longer to take care of her descendants. Living was painful for her at this moment. Chapter 1604. For many eons now, not too many ancestors were willing to give up on their descendants. Because of this, many famous god kings chose to hibernate underground and lived in the dark in order to stay alive. They relied on their own reputation and power to protect their descendants. Children have their own fortune, just let them be. Li Chia said. I'll do that after this and maybe the next generation, since I'll be one with the earth by then. She sighed gently. She was ready to die. Li Chia said with a smile, the years are always changing. There is no evergreen tree, and the Black Dragon Legion that has threatened the world for 3 generations shall end too. He exhaled in lamentation. Just imagine how prestigious and invincible this legion used to be. Even imperial legions had to make way. Alas, no one could live for that long, so the soldiers and generals in the legion continued to change. From Immortal Emperor Qianli to Immortal Emperor Yin Tian and finally, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, so many brave warriors came and went. Matriarch Yu was the best general during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. At the end of this period, she and her husband were granted permission by Li Chia to leave and start their clan. Many generals did the same. As they grew older, they went back to their home and lived reclusively. However, even the strongest couldn't withstand the test of time. Without hibernating underground, they wouldn't live for much longer than 1 generation. Because of this, many of them have passed away. I still remember the generals quite well. I guess it's not possible to see some of them face to face now, he said with a tinge of disappointment. She nodded sentimentally and responded, when everyone returned to civilian life, the painting drawn by you is still being stored in my clan. Wait, I'll bring it here for you to see, Your Excellency. General's diagram, huh? Li Chia couldn't help but smile. He nodded, all right, it'll be comforting. She quickly entered the building and took out a painting. Li Chia personally drew it back then and gave it to the couple before they left the Legion. After she left, Li Chia went around to look at the murals on the 2 walls. Some detailed the glories of their clan. Of course, the couple played a prominent role in the murals since they were the strongest ancestors. Any battle involving them was recorded in great details. Li Chia was immersed in this viewing about the couple's old battles. He suddenly went back in time with expeditions across the 9 worlds. This was a brilliant era, at least for the Black Dragon Legion. They reigned for 3 generations and became synonymous with the Black Dragon King to a certain extent. Unfortunately, after his incredible battle, the 9 worlds fell into the difficult Dao era. From then on, the Legion also disappeared. No one saw its banner again. Li Chia sighed while looking at the murals. The king paid too high of a price to save him. Of course, he understood that part of it was the king trying to make up for Gu Zun's crime. As Li Chia was relishing this moment, it became loud outside with a row of people filing in, both young and old. They respectfully came inside in an orderly fashion. The person leading the way was forefather Yu with ancestor Yu after him. There were several other influential ancestors after them. Then it was Clan Master Yu and some excellent prodigies. Yu Yulian and Yu Zhan were part of this group. Today was when the matriarch would come out, so the forefather brought the descendants here to see their ancestral grandmother once. In fact, the young ones never had this chance previously, not even the clan master. Even a god king like ancestor Yu had only seen her a few times growing up. The forefather was the one who saw her the most. Who are you? All the members were shocked to see Li Chia standing there. Forefather Yu's expression sank. This was their important ground and outsiders were forbidden to enter. But now, a person was here out of nowhere. How could the forefather who was responsible for safety precautions here not be shocked? His eyes turned cold as he glared at Li Qie. That's him. Yu Zhan reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. His face turned white as he pointed and shouted at Li Qie. He unconsciously took a few steps back from fear of the last beating. However, he became bolder since all the ancestors were here, so he arched his chest proudly. Fiercest. Ancestor Yu and the clan master were astonished to see him. They didn't expect for him to show up in this place. Of course, they were aware that he might have some plans toward their clan, but not this fast. He ignored the rest and gazed at Forefather Yu. He smiled and said, "Zongying, right?" "You are." It was the forefather's turn to be astonished because Zongying was his childhood name. But now, a stranger actually called him out with it. What's going on? The matriarch got the drawing from her room and asked after seeing this scene. You're venerable. Ancestor Yu immediately prostrated on the ground. Your descendant greets you and wishes you good health. You're venerable. The rest of the members who had never seen her before prostrated as well. Only Yu Zongying was looking at Li Qie in a daze. In this split second, he certainly thought of something. Rise. The matriarch nodded. Everyone stood up and became quiet. The ancestor took another look at Li Qie and reported softly, You're venerable, this person is called Fiercest. He harbors ill intentions towards our clan and actually has grasped the 12 scales power. You're venerable, this person has besmirched our reputation and hurt our members. He even crushed all of my bones. I was useless and couldn't maintain our prestige, so he humiliated me. Yu Zhan saw Ancestor Yu's hostility and quickly added some convincing evidence. Yulian was surprised as well. She didn't think he would be so courageous as to enter their forbidden ground and provoke an emperor assailant in their ancestral grandmother. It was as if he has eaten the heart of a tiger and guts of a leopard. Fiercest looks down on everyone and thinks he's the best. You're venerable, please annihilate his arrogance and punish him for the crime of insulting our clan. Yu Zhan wanted to leave an impression with this first meeting, so he boldly narrated Li Qie's evil deeds. Shut up, slap him. The matriarch uttered with a cold expression. Yu Zhan was stunned after hearing this, same with Ancestor Yu and everyone present. No one expected for the matriarch to side with an outsider. Pa! Pa! Yu Zongying regained his wits and slapped Yu Zhan twice until blood spilled before pushing him down. Kneel. Yu Zhan helplessly kneeled on the spot. Mother. He then bowed towards the matriarch while glancing nervously at Li Qie because he had understood a few things. Zongying, back at heaven suppression during your childhood, do you remember your sun-gazing meditation? She said slowly. The forefather shuddered with both excitement and fear. He stared at Li Qie in disbelief and stepped forward, then kneeled before him. This lowly one didn't think I could see your hallowed appearance again in this lifetime. Please excuse me for my lack of hospitality. Rise, no fault in not knowing. Li Qie gently waved his sleeve in response. Chapter 1605. Yu Zongying stood up with an uncontainable excitement. Not even in his dreams did he think he would get to see the sacred teacher again. He was very young back then, but he still remembered the sacred teacher taking him out to watch to sunset on a whale at sea. One had to remember, the sacred teacher was a supreme existence, the ruler of the 9 worlds. To a large extent, it was only because of his parents' contribution that he was able to earn the teacher's favor. After so many years, the ruler of the 9 worlds had visited their clan again. This was the greatest of honor. Yu Ancestor and the others were wide-eyed. Forefather Yu had a great position in the clan. This was a 9 worlds god king kneeling before Fiercest today. It was all too shocking. Fools, frogs under the well that can't see MT Tai, the matriarch scolded. Forget it, it's not their fault. Li Qie sat on the master chair and gently shook his head. He would have done something to the others, but because of the matriarch, he couldn't get angry at all. Otherwise, how could someone like Yuuzhan prance around in front of him for so long? In a short time, the group didn't dare to breathe loudly. They didn't know Fiercest's identity, but their forefather was so respectful. Even an idiot would realize that his background was incredible. Meanwhile, Yuuzhan didn't even dare to look up while kneeling. The matriarch was disappointed while staring at her descendants lowering their head. The Yu clan had fewer capable people as time went on. There was a clear deterioration. Zhongying could take care of the clan as long as he was around, but once he became older, only Ancestor Yu could do anything. The decline was near if such a large clan relied on 1 or 2 people for administration. She found the situation quite difficult. It wasn't a lack of resource but a lack of disciples with potential. Of course, this wasn't only in talents. This prompted her to yell at them, a bunch of stagnated fools. A lifetime of fortune is wasted on all of you. Ancestor Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything back. Your Excellency, do you see any hope for them? She asked Wuxia. In her mind, in terms of grooming and recognizing talents, no one could compare to him. He had trained too many peerless characters across the ages. The group shuddered after hearing her address and became even more afraid of Fiercest's background. I'm old now, so I don't want to waste their time. He gently shook his head. She gently sighed after hearing this and knew that her worthless descendants couldn't get into his sight. Otherwise, if any of them were to gain his favor and tutelage, they would have a bright future. Everyone, come greet His Excellency. She coldly ordered. This was her attempt to create a safety net for them. They didn't dare to show any slight and quickly went forward to kneel. Wuxia only nodded without speaking. Zhongying standing to the side also realized that Wuxia didn't like any of the children here. The matriarch looked at them and scowled again. All of you have so many resources, but look at yourselves, some half-ass cultivation, not even as strong as a vagrant cultivator. Too used to playing around, have you forgotten that you're a cultivator? Maybe you think of yourself as a regular noble's son and daughter. The kids didn't dare to utter a single word back. She continued on, Little Dan, you have been working hard these years, but you lack foresight and are too doting on them. The lack of discipline has turned them into these young masters. Ancestor Yu has been in charge of the clan. An old person like forefather Yu rarely asked about daily businesses. The ancestor bowed his head and apologized. Your grandson is incompetent and had ruined their development, please punish me. You shall personally teach them now. The matriarch uttered, from today on, our clan shall close its doors. All children and disciples will adhere to strict discipline. Before reaching a certain cultivation, no more leaving the clan in order to avoid losing more face. She had no choice but to do this. The members lacked the right Dao heart, not resources. They have lived too leisurely and everything came easy. Their high status in life left them complacent. Because of this, they couldn't resist external temptations and found it impossible to meditate in peace. Thus, the first thing she will do after coming out is to use an iron law to sharpen these disciples. I shall obey. Ancestor Yu kneeled down again. Next was Yuuzhan's turn to be scolded. She said sternly, you are young, so it's fine to be ignorant, but you have no skill, only rely on the clan to show off. No more resources for 30 years, go immerse yourself in the marsh for 100 years to wash away your vanity. The boy turned pale. This punishment was not easy for a young master like him, but he didn't dare to disobey. He prostrated and said, I accept the punishment. She scowled again but was lamenting in her mind. All seniors loved their children, but she had to be strict to change the current superficial culture in the clan. Your Excellency, how about picking one of them? She asked Wuxia once more. She has dropped all of her pride in order to beseech him again, even if he didn't like any of them. She hoped that he would at least give some guidance to just one. That would be more than enough for the clan. Even if it was a talentless person, they would have the chance to be exceptional under his tutelage. The clan had no successor at the moment. Zhongying won't live much longer, and same with Ancestor Yu. Because of this, they required a youth that could handle the responsibility. This was the reason why she let go of her pride to ask him and seize this rare opportunity. Li Qie sighed in response. He naturally wouldn't care about this matter if it was someone else, but since this was an old general asking, he had to give her some sensibilities. In the end, he perused the crowd. His eyes ended on Yulian, her then. The kneeling girl was surprised to be chosen by Li Qie. After all, their last interaction was one of hostility. Come over. The matriarch smiled at his concession and waved at Yulian. The dazed girl still came over and kneeled. Yulian greets you, ancestor. This will be a test for you, will you accept? The matriarch spoke slowly. You need determination and will in order to seize the chance at reforging your unstable Dao heart. She stared at Yulian and continued, this path will not be easy, laden with difficulties even. You need to face pain and hard choices, but if you can keep going with a firm Dao heart, your future will be glorious. She was hesitant with a mix of hope and fear. Ancestor Yu was anxious and confused at her hesitation. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Even a grand god king like him couldn't be this lucky, yet Yulian was given this godsend chance. Child, what can't you let go of? As an emperor assailant, the matriarch has seen everything and understood. The girl couldn't speak. Because of Long Outyan? Ancestor Yu realized right away and spoke softly. I don't know. She blushed and lowered her head. In the past, their clan wanted for this to happen, but this was no longer the case. Now, he wanted for Yulian to stay. After all, after her training, she would play a pivotal position in the clan. The soaring immortal kid is not suitable for you. Even if you marry him, nothing good will come of it. The matriarch poured cold water over her. Ancestor, Yulian cried out but didn't know what to say. Chapter 1606. Chapter 1606. Yulian's choice. While Yulian was opening her mouth, Ancestor Yu hurried interjected, Ancestor, the successor of Soaring Immortal is a grand completion immortal physique, one of the strongest candidates for the throne with the arts from 5 emperors. Quite a rare talent. He gave a quick glance at Li Qie without daring to say more. What is this about being one of the strongest candidates? It is only fleeting like the early morning dew or the moon on the river's surface. The matriarch said coldly, a grand completion soaring immortal physique still won't do. Her juniors weren't aware, but she knew that all of this was still useless. Moreover, as the first general of the Black Dragon Legion, she understood the result of those who would compete against Li Qie. Even if the boy was from Soaring Immortal, he would only serve as bones on Li Qie's path in the future. Yulian still kept her head low. The seniors knew that she liked Long Outyan, but no one explicitly stated it. A young girl like her felt quite shy at this moment. The matriarch went on, I shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's love. However, is it a one-sided affair or does he like you back? Yulian trembled a bit after hearing this. Outyan didn't know of her crush at all. It was her one-sided crush since she had never expressed it. Her expression couldn't elude the matriarch's eyes. The matriarch spoke, so it's one-sided. The girl was pale and didn't dare to respond. Reflect on this for me. The monarch elaborated, if he's the successor of Soaring Immortal with the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion physique, so many princesses in the world will adore him. Even though you shouldn't belittle yourself, some self-awareness is necessary. In terms of talents and beauty, can you compete with all the other women? Can you make him love you? Her head tilted down even more. She knew full well that her conditions were good, but there were more exceptional women in this world. Long Outyan wouldn't necessarily like her, which was why she had never confessed. Even if you have the chance to marry into that sect, it's already pushing it for you to be a concubine. There are too many disciples there at the same level as you. The experienced matriarch explained, if that's the case, why should the sect take you in? It is simply to win our clan's influence in the Grand Sea. They want to take advantage of your ancestors. Outside of that, they don't care for our clan nor you. We'll just be used as tools. She shuddered again after hearing the assessment. Every girl had some dreams, more or less, in their heart. But now, the frank assessment cruelly pierced through these dreams. She clenched her fists and tried her best to stop trembling. Love is human nature, so that's not a criticism on you. However, you are still young, yet to see the real world and the resplendent grand Tao. The matriarch continued. Your talents are fine, but now, you are given the chance. Make up your mind and polish your Tao heart, then your life will change. Once you reach that particular level, you can live for several tens of thousand years while maintaining your youthfulness. At that point, when you stand at the apex, your vision will become even broader and you will come to understand that there are even more wondrous and scintillating things in the world. You will meet even more exceptional talents. That is when you will know what you truly want. Her sonorous guidance reached the heart. All of the clan members were carefully listening. Even Ancestor Yu sighed in his mind. A god king like him could be considered to be an experienced man and had a different interpretation of her words. In the past, he failed to understand this until he was older. Alas, it was too late then, since he didn't become a god king till old age. At this particular level, one had a different perspective on the world. Perhaps this perspective would change even more at the Emperor Assailant level. That's not something he would dare to imagine, however. He knew that Yulian was the most hopeful child in their clan as well. If she could be groomed, then her future would be quite promising. If you sever romance now, you will be able to pick a different path. Do you want to be an ordinary woman or a master smiling down on the world? This is your choice. The matriarch asked. A conflict waged in her mind. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said solemnly, Ancestor, I accept the training and guidance. Very good. The matriarch nodded approvingly while looking at Yulian. She turned towards Li Chia and said, Your Excellency, what do you think? I can't stay long, so I can't personally teach her. Li Chia shook his head, but it is very suitable for you to teach your own descendant. In my view, she's suitable to cultivate the step scripture, so I'll allow for you to teach her that. The matriarch was slightly disappointed until she heard the latter part. Li Chia had guidelines for his followers. Certain merit laws were passable to their descendants and some weren't. As someone who had cultivated the step scripture, she knew better than anyone just how powerful it was. Thus, his permission was a very big deal. Thank His Excellency already, others couldn't ask for such a fortune. The matriarch told Yulian instantly. Yulian regained her wits and hurriedly bowed towards Li Chia. Nevertheless, she had no fitting words for this occasion. No need for formality. Li Chia waved his sleeve. Your ancestor seized this fortune for you, do not let her down. Yes. She quietly affirmed. From today on, you will stay in the courtyard so I can teach you. The matriarch told her. This was a glimmer of hope for the matriarch. She couldn't teach all the children at her age, but now, she could plant the seed for their future successor. Yulian bowed again without speaking. Meanwhile, Clan Master Yu was very excited for his daughter. Being taught by the matriarch meant that she would be the next successor. No one would be able to take this away from her. Everyone, leave now. The matriarch ordered, Zongying, you stay. They followed her command and everyone left, outside of Zongying. Zongying was still shaken all the same. The other disciples didn't know who they were looking at, but he did. This was the supreme ruler of the 9 worlds. Ordinary people weren't qualified to know his identity. To see you again, sacred teacher, is beyond my wildest dream. Zongying said excitedly. You have a good memory since you were only learning how to speak back then. Li Chia couldn't help but laugh. The old man smiled awkwardly. He seemed like a child before someone as old as Li Chia. Sacred teacher, I have always looked up to you. The boy never forgot about you and even wanted to join the Black Dragon Legion, but the old man didn't let him. The matriarch smiled and shook her head. The past embarrassed him, so he let out a hollow laugh. The Black Dragon Legion threatened the world for 3 generations with the hallowed Black Dragon King. Sacred teacher also reigned eternally, so I really dreamt about leading the troops to battle back then. It's good that your father didn't let you, or I wouldn't know what to do. The Yu clan only has you, so if anything bad were to happen, how can I face your parents? Li Qie laughed. The children didn't try hard enough. The matriarch let out a long sigh. Otherwise, we would have let him train in the legion. The couple didn't only have one child, but Zongying was the only successful one. His other brothers and sisters have already died before him due to their weaker cultivation. Because of this, the Yu clan only had him to take care of everything, so his dad didn't permit him to join the legion since any mishap might end their lineage. Chapter 1607. While Li Qie stayed as a guest at the Yu mansion, news suddenly came from the Grand Sea regarding the marriage alliance between Soaring Immortal and Heaven Suppression. Zi Queening will marry Long Outyan. They will meet to talk about the marriage at Soaring Immortal's territory. There was an uproar after this news since there had been rumors previously. However, they came from different channels, not the official ones like right now. Because of this, though many believed it, some remained skeptical until this official announcement. The alliance was no longer limited to speculation but more of a sure thing. Two behemoths in our generation are still deciding to join forces. One ancestor from a great power murmured in a daze. Any insightful person would know the result of this alliance. It meant that nothing would be able to stop them since one had 5 emperors and the other reigned for the most recent 3 generations. Perhaps an immortal emperor would be able to stop them, but nothing else in the 9 worlds. Soaring Immortal had been separated from the 9 worlds for a long time. They indeed need the support from Heaven Suppression. Nothing could be more perfect and powerful than this alliance. Even god kings from the last generation were aghast after hearing this. The great powers in the Grand Sea had the biggest reaction since they didn't want to see this the most. This alliance would infringe on all of their territories. It meant that all decisions on the region could be arbitrarily made by just 2 sections. Everyone else must listen because these 2 could turn a great power to ashes overnight. Alas, no one could change the situation. Meanwhile, many enjoyed talking about it as well, especially the younger crowd. They didn't care for the politics and balance of power, only the angle of romance. I heard Heaven Suppression Goddess was very close to fiercest back in Eastern 100 cities. There were some rumors about them being lovers in the Heavenly Tao Academy too. A gossiper revealed. Fiercest is indeed strong enough to be arrogant, but nowadays, the only thing that matters is one's origin. He came from cleansing incense, that's nothing. It's a different story for Outyan with Soaring Immortal. He has the lineage of an emperor and the arts of 5, such a noble upbringing. How can a nobody like Li Qie match him? With the goddess' proud background, she naturally should be together with a heavenly prince like Outyan. An old-fashioned cultivator said with disdain. Some immediately became unhappy with this guy who thought he was better than everyone else just because of his background. One young cultivator, who was a big fan of Li Qie, retorted, so what if they have noble upbringing? Fiercest doesn't give a damn. Oppose him and even imperial children will be slaughtered like dogs, not worth mentioning. That's right. Many vagabonds agreed with the sentiment. You think having a noble upbringing is that great? Fiercest never lacked women before. So many prestigious princesses and saintesses are willing to marry him. Fairy May, sword goddess Bai, all of them are from imperial lineages and they want to follow him anyway. Most cultivators from smaller sects and especially the vagabonds disliked hearing contemptuous remarks the most from the nobles. They found such rhetoric to be contemptuous. Meanwhile, cleansing incense was a downtrodden sect. Thus, in their eyes, Li Qie's achievement was a breakthrough for them, so they viewed him as their pride. I agree. Fiercest won't have a lack of women just because of his accomplishments. He can get as many as he wants. Another person added, Heaven Suppression Goddess only agreed to marry Outyan because of the marriage alliance. It doesn't mean that she likes him. She probably loves Fiercest even more. After all, he was her first love back at the academy. The debates became fiercer and eventually turned into scandals. Many began to spout that Wuxia and the goddess promised to marry each other back at the academy. Thus, the current marriage proposal was purely political in nature. I heard that Fiercest will steal the bride for sure. Some unknown cultivators spread this message. Who knows their real intent behind this? Steal the bride, really now? Many were stunned after hearing this. 100%. Just think about it, who is Fiercest? Has he been afraid of anyone? Soaring Immortal and Outyen are nothing to him, same with Heaven Suppression City. If Outyen dares to steal his woman, he might try to trample both the city and Soaring Immortal. A speaker swore to his friend about the validity of this rumor. Regardless of the ulterior motives of the message, many people found it reasonable. They all knew about Fiercest's temper and merciless nature. There was nothing he didn't dare to do in this world. It would be strange if he didn't try to flip Soaring Immortal over since Outyen was trying to steal his woman. Fiercest will definitely teach Soaring Immortal a lesson. The helpless great powers wanted this particular development. At the same time, the Peacock Bright Monarch immediately reported to Wuxia about the commotion. Wuxia simply smiled after hearing about the marriage. I'm afraid Ancestor Ye's group is forcing the city lord. Maybe she lost her authority now. The monarch worriedly said. With me here, Gu Zun's tricks won't amount to anything. He chuckled. The monarch quietly nodded since she couldn't do anything with her own power, so she placed her hope on him. She stared at him for a bit but refrained from speaking. Go ahead. Wuxia took note and said with a smile. She smiled wryly with a strange expression before speaking. Rumor has it that you and the city lord had a marriage pact back at the academy, so a lot of people think you will go steal the bride. That's just a message sent by the local great powers. Wuxia laughed. Very well, if people want to have a show, then why not? It'll be lively when I go do it. He certainly understood that people wanted to egg him on. However, he didn't really mind. Since Gu Zun was aiming for him, he wanted to return the favor by destroying the alliance. He went to see the matriarch afterward. She also heard the news and said instantly, this is Gu Zun's plan. He wants to drag Soaring Immortal down and use its power to oppose you. I know. Wuxia replied, Gu Zun knows himself that he alone can't take me on at all, so he requires an ally, and who is better than Soaring Immortal? Is there a more powerful lineage compared to Soaring Immortal in the 9 worlds? Chapter 1608. The matriarch shook her head in response. Even if Gu Zun involves Soaring Immortal, they can't stop you at all even if they utilize their full potential. That sect needs to pray for their own fortune. If they grow some eyes, they can continue to survive. But if their eyes are on the back of their head, then I'll just end them. Wuxia smiled leisurely. The matriarch was accustomed to such style. For the world, Soaring Immortal was full of experts and could be considered the supreme of the 9 worlds. However, for Wuxia, this was only a big sect at best. He could destroy them whenever he wanted. This was the reason why Soaring Immortal chose not to come out for 3 generations. The sect should know a bit about you, right? She said. Wuxia smiled back. You lived during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation, so you don't understand Soaring Immortal completely. Its power structure isn't simple. It has many external realms with an incredible amount of citizens and maybe more than 10 million disciples. He paused for a bit before continuing. Its power structure, to put it in the simplest manner, is made up of 5 branches. It is complex and changes in each era. Whichever branch has the advantage would be in charge. That might be so, but does it matter which branch is in charge? None of them should try to touch your whiskers, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mie's branch. The generals under their wings should still be loyal towards you. The matriarch said. The times are changing, same with Soaring Immortal. Plus, Tun Ri and Ba Mie aren't considered my students since I only helped and taught them a bit. Wuxia shook his head. Plus, they are powerless too. After all, the sect has its own rules and they have made their pact. Moreover, they are old now and might not have control over anything. He elaborated. If they really wish to oppose you, then they're just frogs under the well seeking their own destruction. She stated. Li Qiye revealed a faint smile. The chance of them suiciding is quite high. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's influence is great, so his branch should be quite strong now. She frowned in response. You think the emperor still had grudges against you back then, so he left behind some plans to oppose you? Ren Xian has great self-control. Regardless of his origin and bloodline, he is still an emperor with the foresight to understand what should and shouldn't be done. In spite of his great achievements, he still showed great restraint after becoming emperor. That's why he wanted the title, Ren Xian. He wants to get on your good side on top of showing his determination against his origin, so his title flaunts a human origin. The matriarch was aware of the circumstances. Back then, Ren Xian was the chosen candidate from Soaring Immortal for the Heaven's Will. However, because of his bloodline, Li Qiye didn't agree with this, but Soaring Immortal was hellbent on having a fifth emperor. They had a minor fight because of this, but the sect ultimately made many promises, even a blood oath. The emperor himself was part of this. Due to all the concessions, Li Qiye chose to turn a blind eye to the competition. During that generation, the young emperor didn't let the sect down. He swept through the 9 worlds and seized the throne. Nevertheless, even after becoming invincible, he kept his promise and was still very respectful towards the Dark Crow. Although I didn't agree with him becoming an emperor, he did a good job after the fact. Regardless of his sincerity, he still kept his promise and exercised self-control. He didn't do certain things just because he was an emperor or his sect was Soaring Immortal. It's hard to criticize him in these aspects. The problem is his descendants. They believe Soaring Immortal is the true ruler of the 9 worlds, and that their bloodline is the most powerful and precious. These beliefs drove them crazy. Therefore, they were forced to isolate themselves, not allowed to come into being during Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. She said. She didn't personally experience the ordeal, but she had heard of it before. In the past, some people in the sect secretly did a few things with their bloodline and invoked the anger of the Dark Crow. He forcefully searched every inch of Soaring Immortal. The sect trembled before his coming. Many big shots were forced to commit suicide. In the end, they isolated themselves from the world. This was the reason why so few disciples from the sect showed up during the Black Dragon King's 3 generations. A bunch of idiots being bitten by their own blood, thinking that they're the masters of the world. Li Qiye said emotionlessly. Bitten? She was surprised to hear this. Will it devour their body eventually? Li Qiye shook his head. I don't know, but they'll increasingly be removed from their own race while inching closer to the true nature of this bloodline. This is why the bloodline is so frightening. Even the thinnest strand could have a chance for atavism. That's why this race was so powerful. Did you find any clues when you searched the sect back then? She asked after contemplating quietly. Just a little bit. They had absolute loyalty to Soaring Immortal. Once they knew that I was about to pry even more, they immediately committed suicide and destroyed all traces. However, I know some of them tried to experiment with this blood already. Li Qiye chuckled. They actually hid it from you? It must be a big deal then. Her expression slightly changed. It has something to do with a supreme artifact. Li Qiye's eyes became serious as well. It's not at Soaring Immortal, but I'm sure it has secretly shown up there every once in a while. That's the reason why I'm certain the item is still in this race's possession. She vaguely understood what the item was because Li Qiye had been searching for it when he was in control of the 9 worlds. It doesn't matter since it won't escape my grasp in the end. Li Qiye calmly declared, I don't care how many generations or how well they hide it, I'll take it one day. The matriarch knew that Li Qiye has set up a big trap and was just ready for the enemy to fall down. After a short while, she said softly, Your Excellency, why did you relent then? If you were steadfast against letting them train Immortal Emperor Ren Xian, they wouldn't necessarily dare to do it then. Li Qiye pondered this question carefully. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the master chair as if sleeping. He eventually opened his eyes and replied, "No one really has a heart of iron. Or maybe it was because I have killed too many people so I turned soft-hearted then." She didn't reply, only waiting to listen to him. "Sometimes in the dead of the night, I thought about whether I have massacred too many people. But then again, I should never show mercy on this matter. If humans or any of the races had something to do with this, I should slaughter them." He said slowly, "Your Excellency, you were right about this. Only by wiping out this blood completely would the 9 worlds have peace. Otherwise, darkness shall still loom over all of us." The matriarch said solemnly, "Qingfeng, I know you have always supported and listened to me. But, you have never actually witnessed the periods when I massacred the 9 worlds, when I let the blood seep deep into the soil. During those times, some generals started to waver. Tell me, what should I have done with them?" "Kill." She answered without hesitation. "Yes. And killed them I did." Li Qie closed his eyes again and said bitterly, "Personally ordering the death of loyal generals with countless meritorious exploits. It's not an easy thing for the heart." Silence took over the room. After a good while, he gently sighed, "Therefore, I am a tyrant, the dark hand behind the curtains. I am someone who can only exist in the darkness. I'm not an immortal emperor, a beacon of light, only a heartless butcher who had slaughtered the 9 worlds. My hands are stained with so much blood." Chapter 1609. The monarch carefully chose her words. "It doesn't matter who you are, Your Excellency. You are someone who shoulders what no one else dares. Immortal emperors have their shining generations, but they only shoulder an invincible power, not the immense weight of the 9 worlds. Who is the one doing so, besmirched with infamy, but still protect the 9 worlds? It's not the immortal emperors and the myriad races and powers. You are the Watcher, Your Excellency, the stopper of the darkness. Your existence allows for the brilliant emperor's era." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Without you, the darkness would be coming again sooner or later. You have been doing your job, wiping away this bloodline all this time, not the emperors. They were indeed amazing, and there's no denying that they had walked on a path paved with bones too, but none had ever committed a massacre of your magnitude. It's not because of their inability, it's because they did not wish to do so. They were enamored by their own reputation, not wanting to be reviled by future generation as a butcher who slaughters the innocents." A sigh interrupted her speech. "They cherished this reputation too much and feared that doing evil deeds would end with criticisms. For example, killing innocent people after becoming emperors. Many of them were aware that at the beginning of the emperor's era, this bloodline was still flowing in the 9 worlds. They scattered with hybridizations everywhere. With this information, they also knew that the darkness will come again, but why didn't they do a mass cleansing? It's all due to their own self-absorption. Because of this, all along, you're the only one who has to shoulder the curses of the world. You're the only one who doesn't care about the respect of others or whether they fear you or not. Due to your lack of ulterior motives, you are able to correct the grand mistake by raising your executioner blade to sever the bloodline." She earnestly continued, "You were indeed a butcher, the dark hand behind the curtains. However, without your continuous cleansing, what would the 9 worlds look like now? Like you have said, the blood will bite back. With the slightest incaution, the myriad races will cease to exist. Humans, spirits, golems will be no longer, only one race will be left. It won't just be an enslaving darkness, since by that point, every race will have become just one. Thus, all creatures in the 9 worlds should be grateful to you. Your conquests made it possible for them to live to the present. But maybe you are right, I have never experienced one of these great massacres. However, I can see one thing for certain, the future of the 9 worlds without you. Because of this, I will support you. If you need to purge the world once more, just give me the order, I shall carry it out without wavering." Li Qie seemed to be sleeping on his chair. After a long while, he chuckled in response, "People have the rights to their own opinion. Each general back then deserved this right. A few things can't be forced in this world. In each generation, the world had always praised the emperors and their majestic accomplishments. However, they cursed your name without trying to understand your exploits. Even if they actually knew of your existence, they would still only react with fear. This is due to their own lack of foresight. She said. Let them be. Li Qie smiled leisurely, since I'm a butcher, should be raising my blade against the 9 worlds. The particular narrative is fine. He gently sighed at this point. As the Dark Crow, he didn't care about the words of the world. However, when his loyal and accomplished generals resisted him, personally giving the order to kill them was an unwilling and painful choice. Nevertheless, someone needed to do so, just as the matriarch had said. Every dreg of that blood must be swept clean or the darkness might come again. The matriarch, his old comrade that had been to hell and back with him, stared at this seemingly ordinary man. She knew that he might have lost feelings due to his iron Dao heart. There were substantial pain and unwanted memories lurking below. This was why she truly admired him. He quietly endured the suffering and infamy in order to protect the 9 worlds. Even emperors paled in comparison to his sacrifices. It's fine to do another purge. Li Qie sat up and said, if Soaring Immortal wants to come, then let them. I want to see what they have hiding in this generation. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. The monarch was ready for the incoming bloodbath after seeing his expression. But I'm a little tired of killing all the time now. Li Qie said with a smile, your 18 crystal cannons haven't been used for a long time. Take it out to test its strength now. Killing a chicken with an ox blade is very amusing. I'll bring them here, Your Excellency. She walked away. A moment later, she brought back 2 crates. One was overly large while the other wooden one was very portable. They were protected with many layers of seals, indicative of the content's value. The matriarch then opened the seals and plumes of glittering and translucent light came out from the large one. A sizable cannon made from crystals and decorated with mighty runes was contained inside. The material emitted a mysterious power. The strange part was that the cannon wasn't just one barrel but a cluster consisting of different sizes. The 18 crystal cannons. Li Qie smiled after seeing it. This type of crystal is indeed the finest. Only the crystal foul immortal mine would be able to produce them. It's a shame that those geezers are too stingy. These cannons were the defining treasure of the Yu clan, their ace card. Even those who were aware of their existence in the clan hadn't seen them in person before. This is your love for us, using such precious materials to craft this peerless weapon for our clan. She said. I was only bored and practicing. Li Qie said with a smile. The cannons weren't created with a method from this epoch. It shared the same origin as the Netherlord Hexagear launcher, but their own blacksmithing art had been lost in history. The main difference was the material type. The launcher was much more precious and the cannons were created afterward. After creating the launcher, Li Qie rarely used this blacksmithing method again, but due to the matriarch and her husband's contributions, he created this weapon with some materials at hand and gave it to them. She opened the other crate too. This one had a neat row of red diamonds serving as ammunition. Each resembled the sun itself with a spectacular flame. Dragon flame uranium. Li Qie looked at each diamond and smiled. Loading then firing them will be spectacular. Your Excellency, you had to squeeze the essence out of an entire sun just to make these diamonds. She said with emotions because she had seen the devastating power of this weapon before. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.